Redemption from Ashes. The Kingdom Saga, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Nadia Marshall. Prelude. Ashes. I am ashes, and Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire. Screams engulf the dark, and terror echoes through the twisted, scattered night. I turn in Hayama's square, watching my people run from their lives as the great, terrible eagle named Akshalad soars over my sultanate. His wings are so large, he blocks out the moon. The devil himself has taken flight. There is no light, save for what comes off the buildings as they erupt into flame. My soldiers raise their bows to fire arrows at the demon, but he swoops down, opening his talons. He takes 20 men in each foot before lunging into the sky, unleashing his claws so they drop one by one to their deaths. I cannot bear to watch. I look toward the ground, where there is an equally appalling sight. Blood soaks the cobblestones. It ripples over my ankles as it creates a thick river, staining my skin. The bodies of men, women, and children pile on top of each other with glassy eyes, staring blankly out at me. Their eyes say, "You killed us, Benoit." I scream and turn to run, but my foot catches on a body. I go flying forward, landing in the blood river. The substance coats my cheeks, my hair, until I am soaking wet in the warm substance. I lift myself onto my knees and look up. Akshalad, devourer of worlds, is standing in front of me, shifting from one foot to another, eagerly. He has won.
Al-Shams is gone from the world, and Sahrahn is mine,
Akshalad proclaims, beating his wings fiercely against the sky before he turns a single beady eye upon me.
And Benoit, it is all thanks to you.
Chapter 1. Queen Benoit, what say you? My head swivels to the side as Obaidullah, my trusted war advisor, seeks my approval. My eyes peel the room. I see that each one of my councilmen are staring at me, some with disapproving gazes, others with concern. Zahid is gazing at me more intensely than the rest. In years past, he would not be able to rip his eyes from me because of the passionate fire I set ablaze in his chest. These days, he's afraid to look away because he is extremely worried about me. He plays with the phoenix amulet around his neck anxiously. Concern shadows his every movement, and he shifts forward in his chair as he says, "We were just discussing the idea of shifting the trade routes to safer locations, my dear." "Yes, of course. Pardon my distraction." I clear my throat and sit higher in my chair. I have worried my husband far too much these days. I must at least appear normal, if only not to upset him. I pretend to be interested in the meeting. The council seems satisfied, yet I cannot fool the joy of my heart, the treasure of my life. Zahid keeps glancing at me throughout the long ordeal, his chin resting on his knuckles as he surveys my posture. For the past few weeks, he's been asking me if I'm sick, day and night. I am not physically ill, but I am sick of these terrible nightmares. "Enough of this," Zahid says after a while, and he rises to his feet. "We have been discussing things for days. Let us break for recess. There shall be no meeting tomorrow. The Queen must rest." The council sags in relief, obviously relieved they do not have to assemble until the day after the next. Most of them haven't been very helpful as of late. I feel as if I could run the entire sultanate with only Zahid, Hashna, and Ubaidullah. Hashna catches my eye. I feel a little sense of dread as I recognize the look he gives me. I have worried him too. He comes to my side and kneels, taking my hand lightly. "My queen, are you ill? Does something ail you? I can call the court physician, ease any suffering that may have befallen you." "I promise you I bear well, Hashna," I say, squeezing his hand. "Do not cast your thoughts away, worrying about me." He nods and gives me a little smile. I have not fooled him, but he will pretend I have, for both our sakes. When Hashna leaves the room, Zahid puts a hand on my shoulder. "I have cast many a thought away concerning your welfare, Benawa," he says gently. "Why are you wasting away like this? You do not eat, you barely sleep." He bends down to my side. "What is wrong? Can you not be happy?" I give him a small kiss on the cheek. "You know very well what is wrong, my love." Zahid, my miracle, my raider prince, risen from the dead. He should not be here right now. He should be lying in a grave 3 years past. He should be dead. He was, until Al-Sham stepped in. My sacrifice for his life was my best friend Toshana, who was Al-Sham's in the flesh. I am the reason our God is gone from this world. And I am the reason that Akshalad, the enemy of Al-Sham's, devil incarnate and devourer of worlds, is running rampant throughout Sahrahn. All has been quiet these past 3 years, but I feel that Akshalad is only biding his time. Peace won't always be the case. Soon, it won't be the case. I can feel it. "It was not your fault, Benawa," Zahid says gently. He can read what I am thinking. Zahid knows me too well, inside and out. I cannot hide anything from him. "Ruku will return. Hayama cannot stand up to Akshalad's wings," I say weakly. "It has been quite some time. Perhaps we are safe. If we are lucky, Ruku has perished in the desert and Akshalad has fled to pursue another man's lost soul. Perhaps the devil will never plague our lives again, and we have earned Al-Sham's favor," Zahid offers. I say nothing. Ruku had been my closest friend while Toshana was gone. When I had refused his love, he murdered Zahid in cold blood right in front of me, and was more than willing to take me as his bride mere hours afterward. He longed to take me and my kingdom by force in the process. All to say, he had won. I shake my head and say, "Ruku should be dead. It will save us that much more pain if he is gone." The council room door opens. My maidservant, Nuri, peers into the room. "My queen, your sister needs you," she says. "Her labor does not fare well." Dua would not ask for my assistance unless it was something dire. Getting to my feet, I say, "Take me to her, and let us waste no time." Zahid grabs my hand. "Shall I go with you?" I shake my head and give him a small kiss. "No, this is woman's work. Go to our room and wait for me. I shall come to you as soon as I am able." He kisses me back, and I regretfully pull out of his arms, lifting my skirts. "Come, Nuri, let us make haste." When my sisters had all stubbornly refused to go find husbands for themselves, as I had asked them, I was forced to make arranged marriages for all of them. It took some time to find suitable, kind husbands for them all, but at least the task took some of my thoughts away from Akshalad. I did not pick men for my sisters who had money, power, or connections, as my counsel had advised me, but rather a merchant, a tailor, a horse trainer, a scholar, a falconer, and a simple court musician, all who resided within Hayama's walls. My sisters were less than happy to accept that they would not be getting princes, but after a while, they were all in extremely successful marriages. I had made sure to pick each man based on their heart and not their pocketbook. My mother was ready to sneak into my room at night with an axe and behead me herself after she discovered the arrangements I had made for my sisters, but in time had grown happy with the choices I'd made. I had finally made my sisters happy, something neither she nor my father had ever been able to do. Once Nuri and I reach my sister's room, I hear the sound of low sobs. My heart sinks. Oh no, not again. I carefully enter. Dua is lying in bed, leaning against her husband and weeping against his chest. What has happened? I say to Bettina in a soft voice. A son, stillborn, Bettina says, as if there is no more need for explanation. There isn't, really. This has happened all too often before. I give a great sigh. I cross over to Dua and sit on the bed, stroking her hair. I am sorry, sister. I wish there was something I could do to comfort you in your time of need. It is a curse, she shouts, pounding her fists against her husband's chest. There is a curse upon our house. We must find it and undo it. There is no curse, Dua. Just unfortunate accidents. Bad luck. I say, knowing my words have no effect on her sorrow. Tears blur my eyes. I long to take her pain away, but this is something not even a queen can control. Our family has been cursed, she screams again. You are a fool not to believe it. I continue to stroke her hair, wondering if she may be right. When my sisters were wed to their first husbands, they all bore children, but the babes died before or shortly after birth. In the past 3 years, it has been no different. Each time my sisters have become pregnant, they have either miscarried or lost their children in labor. Dua's newborn son is now the 12th child to die. Jabaira was the first to start the rumor of the curse, after her daughter, the 3rd child, died minutes after being born. No one believed her until Istila's twins, numbers 5 and 6, perished in the womb a few years later. I am the only one left out of my sisters to insist we have not fallen under a curse. Of course, I am the only one who has not experienced its supposedly wretched consequences. My body bears a different hex. Many children do not live to see adulthood. We were lucky that all of us did. I tell her soothingly, not knowing what else to do. This is easy for you to say. You cannot conceive a child, she screams, and a sharp stab enters my chest. You do not know the pain it is to carry a baby in your womb and have Al-Shams tear it away. Dua, be silent, Bettina commands. No, Dua screeches. Let another come comfort me, one who has been a mother and not this barren wench. She is beside herself. She would never speak to me this way unless she was completely devastated. I rise to leave and say, Bring mother. She will know what to do. Of course, sister. Bettina hurries away to fetch her. I look at Dua's husband and say, Will she be all right? With you? He is a first-time father. He looks lost and terribly frightened. He does not understand that death and misfortune is something that plagues my family. Yes, of course, Your Majesty. Very well. I give him a nod and take my leave. I am the last person Dua wants to see right now. I am the barren one, the only woman of the family who has somehow managed to avoid losing a child. The sight of me is enough to turn Dua's stomach. Little does she know that having an unfruitful womb carries a pain of its own. Zahid and I haven't necessarily been trying to have a child, yet we haven't been doing anything to prevent one either. We both agree that Hayama needs heirs if anything were to happen to us, yet 3 years have gone by, and no luck. The court physician has ruled me infertile. It became a tasty, hurtful bit of gossip that went round the Sultanate a little over a year ago, but the rumors were nothing compared to how badly I thought of myself. If anything so much gave my people a reason to question the throne, this was it. How is a woman who cannot even produce a child fit to be queen? I more or less drag myself into my room, where Zahid is lounging about on our bed, reading a scroll. When he notices how tired I am, he jumps up and helps me to a chair.
That didn't take long. Did things go well this time?
A stillborn son, I say. Zahid sucks in a breath and looks downward. They're insisting it's a curse, I add.
A time ago I would have declared it nonsense, but after all these deaths, I believe they're right.
Zahid says.
Perhaps Ruku has somehow put a curse on our house.
This has been happening for years. Long before Ruku, I tell him. It is bad news and nothing more.
You will not weep or lament, nor will you try to discover a solution to the problem. You cannot give up, Benoit, even if you feel overwhelmed. If it is not a curse, there must be something else we can do.
Zahid insists. We have no control over it, so what is the point in worrying? Best to grieve and move on. I turn away from him. I do not want to talk about this now. It is too painful to talk about Dua's baby, thinking of all the nieces and nephews I have lost, along with the pain of my own barren womb. We have all been searching for a solution for years and haven't been able to come up with anything. I feel it is hopeless.
You would not have said that years ago. What has changed?
Zahid asks softly.
I have seen too much blood, my love.
I whisper.
I have grown accustomed to it. That may be, but never before would you have declared there was nothing to do to stop the bloodshed.
There is nothing. We are at the mercy of Al-Shams, I say, and I close my eyes. Whatever we do or say, nothing can be controlled. Our actions matter little in the grand scheme of things. We are no more than puppets for gods. I think distastefully of Akshalat, who uses people as pawns to accomplish his will. I wonder if Al-Shams does the same.
My love, have you grown so bitter these past few years?
Zahid turns me around to give me a soft kiss. I am very grateful for what I have. It is more than most in Sahrahn, I say. I part the hair out of my eyes in frustration, turning to him. But that is the problem. For all my efforts, even as queen, I can do nothing to stop the pain of this world, only prolong it for a while. I cross my arms and look down. I only want to help people, and I feel I am failing.
You cannot save the whole world, and should not expect to. Benoit, you haven't been taking care of yourself,
Zahid says, grabbing my hand.
You should think of your own needs, and not concern your thoughts with everyone else.
It is not me I am worried about. I'm worried about my people, my family. I bite my lip anxiously. Especially you. I want to keep you safe, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid I won't be able to. This is a very hard thing to admit to Zahid, to myself. Acknowledging that I may lose him again. It's enough to make me lose my mind. I cannot stand to think there is nothing I can do to save his life, or the life of the ones I love most, if Akshalad comes to exact his revenge. Despite my kingdom, my title as queen, Akshalad makes me feel so powerless. You have lost your self-confidence, Benua, Zahid says, and he wraps me in his arms. I know Oruku hurt you. I know Toshana hurt you, in a way. He pauses. And I know that being unable to carry a child hurts you. But you cannot give up. The world is not all swords and graves just yet. Is it? Of course not. It was only a few 100 years ago where women weren't even considered human in Sahrahn, equal to sheep or goats, and treated worse. In some places, it is still this way, Zahid says. You have given women an education, Hayama, given them positions equal to men. Yes, and many rulers would like to see me hanged for it. The devil with everyone else. You have done much to redeem the poor of the city, and have given girls under your rule hope. Sahrahn is changed for the better, because you have helped many people. I know I have, but I do not feel as if it's enough. Resentment has taken root in my heart, and has grown into a thorny, angry weed. To think that when I became queen, I thought I could conquer the world, that I could save people. Despite myself, I let out a harsh laugh. You cannot save anyone. For all my efforts in trying, there is nothing you or I can do but let people walk into their own fiery hell. That is what kills me the most. Your kindness is your greatest asset, but do not let your compassion turn into something that makes you an angry person, because you cannot control all things, Zahid says, quietly. Before, if I had brought this up with Zahid, he would have argued with me. But both of us have been permanently altered from what we have seen. When we saw Al-Shams and Akshalad fight, something changed in us. It was something mortals should never witness, and yet we had. Zahid, however, had gone into paradise when he died. He had seen things I had not that soothed his soul and made him gentler, wiser. I was only reminded of the terrible battle I had observed between two gods, and how small I felt as a result. I think you worry too much, Zahid says finally, and he strokes my hair lightly. Come, let us go down to the stables. That always cheers you up. My raider prince. He'll always be my hero. I kiss him deeply, passionately, and then force a smile onto my face for him. Zahid never stops trying. Not with me. Chapter 2. I follow Zahid down the stairs and to the stables below, where Amar is waiting. I give the great bay stallion a date from my pocket and say, How are you, my beautiful Al-Amar? Restless from standing around in the stables? He appears anything but restless. He stands around lazily, one back hoof propped up with his eyelids dripping closed. A terrifying sight, Zahid agrees. A cloud of dust rises at our feet, along with a great number of shouts. We proceed to a small pen and find 7 men clinging to ropes, the ends of which are wrapped around the neck of a great red colt. He's 3 years of age, his black eyes hardening in what looks like hatred. The colt charges forward with his teeth bared, ears flat against his head. He picks up a man by the back of his shirt and throws him over the fence, lashing out a violent kick at another. He rears up on his hind legs and paws at the sky, light hooves flashing against the sun. Usually when we train horses, they appear frightened, confused, or simply lazy. But not this horse. He desires nothing more than to kill every man who steps in his path. The day after he was born, he bit the finger off a stable hand. A year later, when he was bigger, he crushed a man's foot against a stall door. He is violent by nature. He would be a wonderful war horse, if he would let someone ride him. "My queen!" the stable master says, yanking on one of the ropes. "I permit you to let us kill this creature, please, before it does the same to us." "Shaitan is our best colt, bred from Alamar and the finest mare in our stables," I say. "He is worth a fortune and is more beautiful than any animal we have. To slaughter him would be a waste." My stable hands haven't stopped begging me to kill Shaitan since he took his first steps. His namesake is not something I would have picked for myself. Shaitan is a cursed name the servants gave him after whispers of his violence got around. However, as I watch the colt try to stampede over a man who leaps out of his way just in time, the devil is an adequate title for such a mount. There's no denying he's gorgeous. Prettier than Amar, even. Shaitan's chestnut color glows red under the glare of the sun, and his long mane flows like flames from a fire. The dip before his small nose is so pronounced, it's almost like looking at a doll a father has carefully carved for his child. His tail is full and thick, and lifts higher than any horse I've ever seen, a proud flag nobly waving in battle. But what good is a pretty horse if you can't take it anywhere? I know I should get rid of him, and that it's selfish to keep him. I wouldn't put the lives of my stable hands in danger for any other horse. Yet this is Amar's son, so I stubbornly insist that he can be trained. "Drop the ropes and move out of the way," I say, waving my hand and stepping into the pen. "Let the queen handle this." "Benoit, no," Zahid says sternly, turning a wary eye on me. "I'll be fine," I say, waving him off. "If I can ride Amar, I can certainly ride him." "My lady, I don't think—" My stable hand starts, turning pale. "Hush." I walk up to Shaitan. He stands calmly, blinking at me. I remove the ropes from his neck and stand next to him, stroking his side. There. You are all right, Shaitan." The stable hands look on with amazement, as no one else has ever touched Shaitan. I don't need to tell anyone that this is as far as I've ever gotten with him. I proceed to his side, and the colt breathes lightly. I put my hands gently on his back to mount up. "Benoit?" Zahid says slowly. "He's perfectly calm," I say, not taking my eyes off the colt. "Now watch and learn." I push myself off the ground, using my arms to lift myself up. I glance at Shaitan. An evil glint flashes in his eye, and I know what he's going to do the second he shows his teeth. Oh no. Shaitan lets out a scream and bucks me off, sending me whirling through the air. The world spins in circles around me. I finally come crashing down on my side, right on my hip. I let out a cry of pain. Zahid is over the fence in a second, kneeling down. "Are you all right?" "Please don't say you told me not to." I seethe through gritted teeth, trying to block out the pain. I hear Amar let out a panicked whinny. Zahid and the stablemaster help me up, and I glance over at my stallion. Amar's eyes are wide, ears peaked. He's snorting loudly, like he's afraid. "It's okay, Amar. I'll be all right." I call to him. The only thing that has been wounded is my pride. I point to one of the stable boys and say, "Take the colt to the exercise pen and run him around. Then, when he is too tired to fight, try to get a saddle on his back." The stable hands are looking at each other, obviously trying to decide who's going to be the unlucky one clambering on the colt. After all, the only one who's been stupid enough to try so far has been me. Shaitan is snorting and neighing like he's laughing at me. Amar is pounding on his stall door, shaking the entire stables. He's absolutely furious that Shaitan threw me off. As Shaitan is led back to the exercise pen, Amar leans out of his stall door and goes to bite his rear end viciously. Shaitan does have some respect for you, my lady. Anyone else he would have killed, the stablemaster says. All of the servants are looking away. It's obvious they don't want me to feel embarrassed. As I brush off dust from my dress, I try to keep the redness out of my cheeks. How can I expect to defeat Akshalat? I cannot comfort my sister, nor can I even tame my own horse. Tears peek in my eyes, but I blink them away, so my subjects do not see. Zahid maneuvers in front of me carefully so he can block my crumpling face from the servants. Zahid and I continue up to my bedroom, where I change out of my ripped dress. Zahid lets out a hiss as he sees the budding bruise that runs all the way from my knee to my thigh.
That appears painful.
You have no idea. I wish to throw on a plain muslin dress, but I know if my mother sees me in it, she will complain that a queen should appear more regal, and I have no energy to argue with her today. I slip on something a little more fitting and turn to Zahid, saying, I'm sorry. That was a silly thing to do. I shouldn't have tried to ride him.
I am only glad you weren't hurt, he says. Please listen to me next time.
More failures and embarrassments. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I change the subject and say, Do you know what I long to do more than anything, right at this very moment? Go on a raid. I haven't stolen something in a very long time.
What's this? The virtuous Queen Benua, longing to sin by taking something that isn't hers? Say it isn't so.
Zahid laughs. He begins mocking my former self in a high-pitched, whiny voice.
Oh, you dastardly raider prince, stealing from all those poor sultans who deserve it. Shame on you.
I don't sound like that, I say, laughing.
Yes, you did. You made it perfectly clear how much you despised me.
He grumbles. Well, I don't despise you now, so why does it matter? I say cheerfully, and he rolls his eyes.
If you want to steal something, how do you think I feel? I can barely keep my sticky fingers to myself these days. It's not proper for sultans to take things.
Zahid pauses, thinking.
You wouldn't believe that, however, when you truly learn how some of these rulers steal from their people. Even a few of the men on our council are less than honorable.
Exactly. I want to feel like I'm actually doing something useful. I groan. Not sitting in a stuffy council room, giving useless commands and never seeing them in action. I want to run my hands through the coins of a king who has taken everything from his people and placed them in the hands of the poor, like we once did. I want to feel like what I'm doing actually matters.
As queen, you could go to war and cut off said ruler's head. That would solve a lot of issues.
Zahid jokes. I don't want to cut off anyone's head. By Al-Shams, why is everything with men about chopping heads off? I complain. I just want to do something without permission for once. Everyone has an opinion. My people, my councilmen, my sisters, my mother. As queen, I feel I have to ask more permission than I did as a weak princess. A glint of sunlight flashes in my eye. I look down at a golden lamp tied loosely around Zahid's belt. A small grin sneaks onto my face as an idea develops deviously in my head. Zahid shrugs and says,
You will be fine. I was a thief for much longer than you were, and I have adjusted to palace life.
I creep up behind him, putting my hands over his chest and drawing him to me lightly. Zahid instantly straightens, still as a board. I suppress a laugh and say, I suppose you have, though you're not quite as rugged as you were on the road. You've gone a little soft. My left hand slips down to his belt. He barely notices my soft fingers as I kiss his neck tenderly. With my one hand, I begin to untie the lamp slowly from his belt. Oh, really? He says, his voice low. Yes, I think I prefer you more rough. I whisper in his ear. He hitches a gasp. I make my voice slower, as I'm having trouble untying the stubborn knot and need more time to get it undone. In earlier days, Zahid would have caught me doing this. Either he's getting slow from palace life, or I'm doing an exceptionally good job of distracting him. Rough. He's trying to figure out what's brought this on. If he ponders too much, he'll catch me. I've got to hurry up. Yes, there's something deliriously attractive about a thief, and even more so about a prince of thieves. I stall. I have to tug on his belt to get the lamp loose enough. For good measure, I stroke Zahid on the crook of his shoulder, right where he likes it so he doesn't notice. There are so many benefits of knowing someone so well for so long. I don't think I'm quite the raider prince I used to be, he says, slowly, his eyes closed in pleasure. I've got him right where I want him. Perhaps you're just getting lazy. I untie the knot with a final flourish and yank it off of Zahid's belt, cradling it in my hands as I rush to the other side of the room with a laugh. Zahid turns around and stares at me, open-mouthed. He glances down at his belt, and then at the lamp in my hands. What's wrong, Raider Prince? Astonished that you've fallen for the call of a siren? I tease, batting my eyelashes at him and dangling the lamp on one finger. Seducing your victim to obtain what you want. I'll have to try it sometime on you, Zahid says, giving me a devilish smile. I don't believe that will work, I say, shaking my head. Of course it will, Zahid says. He moves his head to the side so his bangs fall in front of his eyes, which I like very much, and he knows it. I suppress a growl and say, if you want your lamp, come and get it. I don't think you want me to do that, he says. He bends down into a low crouch with an eager expression on his face. It was mine first. Not anymore. Zahid flies across the room, but I avoid him, ducking to the side so he trips over me. He chases me around, and we vault over the bed, scattering pillows and blankets everywhere. He slips on the tile, and I chuckle as he goes rolling to the floor, falling flat on his face. How graceful, this raider prince of mine! I laugh. He cannot even keep his own balance. Zahid gets up and grabs a broom that Nuri left in here, swinging it from left to right. He points it at me and jabs it lightly in my side, saying, What shall the lady do now when her sultan has a sword in his hand? I grab a decorative staff and raise it up to meet the broomstick, holding the lamp in one hand. Be on your guard. I'll slay you where you stand. Zahid and I start battling with the staff and the broomstick, just as we would with our own swords, but gentler and much sloppier. We knock a lot of things over, but we don't care, letting them scatter to the floor as we dance around each other, our pretend sword fight making a mess of our room. I have hit you 3 times. You are most certainly dead, Zahid argues. No, you didn't. You merely hit my armor, I say, gesturing to the invisible gear that I've made up on the spot. Armor? We didn't discuss armor. We didn't have to. I made the decision myself, I say triumphantly.
That's usually how things go with you. You make the decisions, and I end up being dragged along whether I like it or not,"
Zahid says. "I'm glad you finally caught on." I laugh loudly. Zahid reaches out and pokes me in the side with the stick. I yelp and put a hand to my side, giggling. "Ouch! Be nice!" I swing my staff at him wildly. He leaps out of the way and says,
"Be careful! You're going to hurt me."
"You'll heal," I say, laughing even harder when I see his astonished face.
"This is foolhardy. You are too good a swordswoman to be defeated by me,"
Zahid says, throwing the broom to the floor.
"But I doubt you can stand up to my wrestling."
"Oh no," I say. I squeal as he tackles me to the bed, pinning me down. He begins tickling me, and I laugh furiously, crying out, I yield! You win, Raider Prince!"
"It is too late. I take no prisoners."
He continues tickling me until he is exhausted, and we are rolling on the bed together, me in his arms, both of us laughing uncontrollably until we are out of breath. This is what perfection is, what life is. Not kingdoms or royalty or riches or power, only Zahid and I, enjoying the day and so wrapped up in each other's company that we don't need anything else. This is my paradise. I would give Hayama away if only to be with him forever. There is a knock on the door. Nuri peers in and says, "My lady, your mother." She looks around in astonishment at the disaster that is our room, saying, "My Al-Shams, what happened here?" "Don't bother, Nuri. I'll clean it up," I say, suppressing another giggle. She sees the mischievous look in my eyes and says, "Never mind, Benoit. I'll take care of it. You two lovebirds just enjoy your day. But whenever you're ready, your mother requests your presence." "Of course." Nuri closes the door quietly. I turn to Zahid, burying myself in his chest. I inhale deeply, enjoying his wonderful scent that I love so much. "I suppose I should go see her." He pulls me close and nestles his face in my hair.
"Not right now. In the current moment, I want you all to myself."
"Come now, I must go," I say, pulling myself away slowly. "My family needs me."
"Ah, Benoit. Always duty before pleasure,"
he says, admirably before getting to his feet, reaching out a hand to help me up.
"Very well, I'll go with you. Perhaps I'll be able to stop the old crone from blowing you over once you reach her."
"I don't believe you shall." My mother is bound to be beside herself with the loss of another grandchild. I'm sure she'll insist that I must do something about it, if she doesn't outright blame me for the entire situation entirely. I have no idea what answers I'm to give her. I can comfort her and dua all I can, but I cannot bring this child back, and for that, I feel so helpless. As I rise to my feet, I immediately feel weak. For some reason, the room is spinning. Lightheadedness overwhelms me, and I cling to Zahid in order to keep my balance.
"Benoit? Are you all right?"
Zahid asks, peering at me. "I'm fine," I say, wavering back and forth. "I only feel a bit strange." My words become muffled, and my tongue swells up in my mouth. I try to fathom where I am, but everything appears a blur. What is going on?
"Benoit? Benoit? What's wrong?"
I can't comprehend anything Zahid is saying. My knees buckle underneath me as I reach for him, and I fall to the floor as the world goes dark. "This is completely ridiculous. I've told you all I'm fine. It was simply the heat."
Be still, Benoit. No more out of view until we're done here.
Zahid is being unusually short with me, but only because he's worried. I'm lying about in bed like some sort of wilting flower while the court physician putters around me, checking this and that for anything that may have caused me to faint. Zahid paces the room, looking as nervous as a newborn lamb, the lamp dangling on his hip once more. I find this all painfully unnecessary. I lost my consciousness because it was so blasted hot in here. Why can't everyone see that and let me go about my business? I cannot find anything immediately wrong, the physician says, perplexed. Let me fetch a tonic to give strength to her bones. I cannot decide anything else for the moment. He leaves. I turn to Zahid grumpily, my arms crossed. There. He said there is nothing wrong. Now will you let me get up?
People don't faint for no reason, Benoit.
He scowls. It was due to all our roughhousing. We ran around in this hot room, and it became too much, so I fainted. It is as simple as that. Hush, he says. He comes to sit beside me, laying a hand on my middle.
We don't know what this is, and you've been acting strange for some time. If you are sick, we must discover it now, so you can get better.
There is nothing wrong with me, I swear it. We lock eyes, glaring at each other with all the heat of the desert. Both of us refuse to look away. Stubborn as the sands in Sahrahn, he and I. You might as well tell a mountain to move before either one of us gives in. Then, suddenly and somewhat quietly, like it is not even there, a gentle thump sounds on the inside of my stomach, right against Zahid's hand. Something happens to me that I cannot explain. Surprise envelops me. There's shock and a little bit of fear. This cannot happen. It is impossible. But more than anything else, there is a strong warmth radiating over my body. A fire, a little one, burns brightly inside my middle. Immediately I feel some sort of invisible connection, a tether that binds this little fire and I. I desire nothing more than to protect it, even though the thought of it extinguishes my calmness and leads to terror. Zahid has gone pale white. His eyes are full of confusion, astonishment.
Benoit, he says slowly, when was the last time you had your monthly cycle?
I stare at him and find my mind unusually blank. I can't remember.
Nor can I.
It was at least... I count back in my head. 3 months ago.
3 months? How could we not have noticed?
I'm unsure. I bite my lip, looking down. I've been so worried about Ruku and Akshalad that I paid no attention. It's not been unusual for me to skip cycles in the past, so I didn't worry. The physician bustles into the room, holding a large bottle in his hand. Here, drink this and everything should...
Benoit has missed 3 of her cycles,
Zahid says immediately, standing up. The physician's eyes widen. Oh, my. Yes, I hadn't thought to check before due to... Are you completely sure? Yes, I say. I know every time before my womb has been empty, but we must look again, just to be sure. The physician seems doubtful, but for some reason, his doubt doesn't deter what I already know. He begins the examination, and the whole time, I cannot help but to hope, to pray to Al-Shams, that I am wrong. He finishes the examination, scarcely able to believe it. By Al-Shams, my queen, he says, it is true. You are with child. All the breath whooshes out of my body. Zahid steps forward and says,
You're quite sure?
Yes, 3 months along now. The child is very small, but it is there. The physician insists. My hand immediately drops to my stomach. I caress it and find that it is no longer usually flat. A small bump, one that would go unnoticed by Zahid and even me, is there. The court physician steps forward and says, I must advise you on what to do. Treatments, procedures, tonics to take to make the child strong.
Later,
I say, feeling like my voice is incredibly distant.
Leave us.
But my queen.
Go for now. I shall call you back tonight.
The physician humbly bows, a little cowed, and exits quietly. I turn to Zahid and see that he has a huge smile on his face, his eyes dancing.
A child! Benoit, we have an heir!
Zahid rushes toward me and lifts me off the bed, putting his hands around my hips and spinning me around the room. He kisses me deeply, pulling back to look me in the eyes with all the love in the world.
We are going to have a baby, maybe even a son. I have never been happier in all my life.
I'm glad you are pleased, husband. I whisper, trying to keep myself from dissolving in a puddle on the floor. This is the worst possible thing that could have happened.
What's wrong?
Zahid asks, the smile not falling from his face.
Benoit, this is a blessing, a gift given to us. We prayed to Al-Shams for years for such a thing. We thought we could not bear children.
It would be better if we could not, I whisper, pain devouring my voice.
What are you saying? Do you not want this child?
Zahid asks, and utter horror becomes his face.
It is not that. I want this child more than all of Sahrahn,
I say, and tears fill my eyes.
But do you understand that Akshalad is out there, that he is hunting us?
I point outside my window, violently.
He will stop at nothing to take this babe from my arms while he is suckling at my breast or still in the womb. He will kill our baby.
No, Zahid says, shaking his head.
I will not allow it. You will stop the wrath of a god?
I scream.
He will come and kill us all. He will take my child from me and slaughter it before my very eyes. It is a fate worse than death. Benoit, you are beside yourself. Calm down,
Zahid says, stretching his arms out to me. I leap into them and start bawling against his chest, unable to control myself. I know part of this is the pregnancy, that the child is making me so emotional. It explains my turbulent feelings, along with a few other things over the past 3 months. But I am not all wrong. Akshalad is out there, and once he discovers I have a child, he will stop at nothing to kill it in order to destroy me. I know this. Fear penetrates me to the core until I feel as if I am nothing more than a frightened lamb facing a lion. I cannot do this. We cannot do this.
It will be all right,
Zahid soothes.
If you are so worried, we shall take the horses and flee to Ashana to hide. They will not find us there. They will expect we are in Hayama. I cannot abandon my people. Then we will stay here, and I will make it safe for all of us,
Zahid says.
Benoit, our kingdom is very strong now. We have a lot of wealth, many people, and a large army. We are not as small as we were when we began our rule. Ruko cannot know of this child. Do you understand, Zahid? He cannot.
I beg.
If he discovers I am pregnant, he will come here and rip the child out of me, or slaughter the baby in his cradle, or... Ruku's head will be on a stake before I ever allow him to touch you or my child, Benua,"
Zahid says as he grabs my shoulders firmly, looking directly into my eyes.
"I do not care that we have stirred the wrath of a god. We have Al-Sham's favor. He will protect us."
Al-Shams. Where is Al-Shams now? But I nod. I trust Zahid. He will protect me, protect us. I grasp his hand and say, "You are right. Come, let us go to my mother." I wipe my face of tears and try to gather myself together. "All will be fine, as you said." I take his arm. We walk out into the hallway, where Nuri is, of all things, dancing. "Nuri, what is this? What is going on?" I ask.
"Oh, my queen,"
she says, absolutely beaming with joy.
"I am only celebrating the news that you are with child and that Hayama will soon have an heir."
"How do you know?" I say, my mouth falling open in shock.
"Half the Sultanate knows now, my queen. The bells ring throughout the land, rejoicing of the babe that lies in your womb,"
Nuri bursts. I listen intently, and indeed, I can hear bells ringing outside the palace walls.
"Blasted physician cannot keep his mouth shut,"
I mumble. This is exactly what I was worried about. Ruku will know I am pregnant within a few days. I am sure of it. But that is not to be helped now. What Zahid and I must do is find a way to fortify the city before he gets here. I want to start crying again, but this is no time for hysterics.
"Zahid, call a council meeting,"
I say, turning to him.
"We must raise our defenses, increase our army and our weaponry. If Ruku wants to start a fight, then he will have such a battle that has never been seen in Sahrahn before."
"It is done." Zahid walks away, and I turn to Nuri, saying,
"Come, let us go to my mother."
When we reach Mother's room, all of my sisters are there as well. They all begin squealing and enveloping me with hugs, save for Dua, who is huddling in the back corner. Mother, who looks happy to see me, for once, comes forward to place her hands on my cheeks.
"Ah, my child, it is great news to hear that you have conceived," she says. "A son, hopefully, to replace Zahid when the time comes. I cannot be happier."
"Yes, mother," Dua says sharply. "Be happy that your darling Benua has a bastard in her stomach and that your new grandson is lying in a grave."
"Don't be so bitter,"
Estella says, going to Dua and putting a hand on her arm.
"We should be happy in our grief. Your son has died, but this will be a new child to take his place."
"No!" Dua cries, jerking her arm away.
"It is not right that the world rejoices at Benua's pregnancy the same day my child has died in birth. It is cruel and unfair."
"This is the way of the world," my mother says sharply. "We have all grown used to death in this family. Your son has died. That is the end of it."
I am taken aback by her harshness. That was crippling and cruel, even for my mother. I go to tell her off, but Dua cuts me off, shouting louder than I could.
"Death will never become familiar to me. I shall weep for my son,"
Dua shouts, pointing at me.
"But I will not weep when Benua's child dies from this curse. Now she will finally know what pain is. To have your newborn die in your arms, that is the only thing I rejoice on this day."
Dua runs out of the room, pushing aside Patina and knocking Jabira to the floor. The room is utterly quiet. I feel a terrible blackness engulfing me, covering my soul. My little flame cowers at its presence. The curse. I did not believe it before, but more than anything in the world, I believe it now. I have no reason to worry about Akshalad. My child will die before it takes its first breath. Chapter 3. I burst into the council room, where all my advisors are muddling about grumpily. They don't like that I've called them in when Zahid said they could have a day off, but as of right now, I don't care what they want. I have a child to protect. Zahid is obviously struggling to get their attention. I have no time for this.
Ubaidullah,
I shout.
have perimeters been set up around the city?
He blinks at me.
No, my lady, but... Well, get on it then.
I shout.
Hashna, the army needs to be larger. Go throughout the city and declare that whoever joins the army will have their salary doubled. Doubled?
Hashna's eyes bug out of his head.
My queen, we cannot afford such a... Yes, we can. Bekar, go down to the silk houses and tell the women our supply needs to triple. We will sell the extra silks and use the money to supply the military.
I say.
To triple the supply won't be easy, my queen. The women are working hard as it is.
Bekar states.
Offer more jobs. Go into the poorer districts if you have to. Make sure every woman who wants to work can. Give the beggars and poor men options to join the merchant trail, even without a formal education. Anything, so long as we can afford the cost.
I insist. I continue barking out orders until my scribe is struggling to keep up, and Zahid is staring at me with an open mouth. My councilmen don't say anything, just gape, astonished that their queen, who has been silent for so many months, is once again acting like she owns the place.
What are you all waiting for?
I ask, throwing my hands in the air.
My Al-Shams, stop standing around and get on it.
The councilmen bustle out of the room in a hurry to leave. Zahid walks over to me and says,
I believe that was the shortest council meeting we've ever had. You should scream at them more often. Never mind about that. Call Shadi,
I say, gesturing to the lamp.
Shadi? But why?
The curse, Zahid, I say.
We have gone all these years without knowing if it is real or not. Perhaps Shadi will be able to tell us something.
Zahid nods before grasping the lamp at his hip, looking down.
Shadi, I command you to come out and hear my request.
Nothing. Zahid shakes the lamp irritably and says,
Don't try to ignore me, Shadi. I know you're in there.
The lamp at his hip rattles before a cloud of smoke comes furling out of the spout, manifesting into a short creature with 2 hairy goat legs, cloven hooves, and a long tail. The creature has the top half of a man with a short black beard and is covered in shimmering green skin. Smoke twirls around the creature's legs until they become human, the green skin fading to tan, and the tail disappearing completely. Shadi crosses his arms.
Well, how nice of you to request a visit, he says grumpily. Haven't bothered to call upon me for months, and now when you need me, you come crawling back. Maybe I won't grant your wish simply because you've just been ignoring me.
It's not a wish I want. We just need your help,
Zahid says. Oh, I see. You only call me when you have a favor to ask. What wonderful friends you are, Shadi says with a sniff.
We didn't mean to, I say, as a way to appeal to his feelings. But you've always appeared annoyed when we called you before, and we figured you'd like to be left alone. We didn't wish to bother your peace.
Of course, me, Shadi, the hermit. He lets out a snort. You know, I could have chosen a different human to be my 99th master and be free by now from the curse that binds me to this lamp, but no, I chose to stay with you. And this is how you repay me? Letting me sit, bored and lonely in a little lamp that I hate with hardly any room to breathe?
Your lamp is much larger than you're putting on, Shadi. I've been inside it, I say in exasperation. And you know we've been very busy. There is little time for pleasant visits when you're trying to rule a country.
Yes, of course. I understand there is small time for anything when you have a baby growing in your stomach.
Shadi says, brushing off his clothes.
You knew? And you didn't tell us?
Zahid asks angrily.
I was going to tell you, until I figured that I would test you and wait to tell you the big news until you wanted to see me.
His bottom lip pops out in a pout.
And you never did.
That's all beside the point now, I say, waving my hand. I'm sorry, Shadi. I did miss you. Truthfully. But we do need your help. It's urgent. He glares at me before dropping his crossed arms and letting out a long, exaggerated sigh.
Fine. What do you need?
Thank you. I explain the curse to Shadi, and he listens intently, a finger on his chin. When I am done, I say, So can your magic sense if this curse is real? Or is all this a matter of coincidence?
I should be able to sense it, but there is only one way to tell.
Shadi moves forward, a hand over my belly. He looks at Zahid for permission, and then to me. We both nod, and Shadi lays a careful hand on my stomach. He hesitates for a second before dropping his head sadly.
As far as I can tell, the curse is real. I know not who put it on your family or why, but dark magic is there. If this curse still stands when the child is born, then it will die, upon birth or shortly after.
Zahid begins pacing the room.
Then we must break it,
he says firmly.
Is it possible to wish it away?
My magic cannot break this,
Shadi says, gesturing to my stomach.
It is a much stronger power than I am capable of reversing. You need a more powerful djinn than I to end such a curse.
Hold on, I say slowly. You said you were capable of bringing Zahid back from the dead. How can you not break a simple curse?
I said I would try, Benoit. I never should have offered, but I had to when I saw you in such pain.
Shadi says.
Even strong djinn have trouble bringing back the dead, and it always goes awry. Usually the people who have been brought back from the dead end up malformed or are unable to remember who they are, broken beyond repair. I may have been able to restore Zahid to life, but he wouldn't have been the same raider prince you knew before.
I drop my head, putting a hand on my stomach. Toshana really did save us. Even if I had used my last wish to bring Zahid back, it wouldn't have been good. He would have forgotten me or ended up lost and ill. Such a fate would have killed the both of us.
If you cannot break this curse, then we must find the djinn who can,
Zahid states.
Do you know of any djinn capable?
A few, but I have not called on them for several centuries, and I doubt they would be happy to see me. I would have to think about who to send you to and what I would offer them in return.
Shadi says.
Do so,
Zahid tells him. He stops pacing the room and turns to Shadi abruptly.
Can I get Ruku out of the way?
What do you mean?
Shadi asks, eyes narrowing.
Can I wish him dead if he is still alive?
Zahid asks blatantly. A chill runs up my spine. Zahid and I, plotting murder. When did our lives ever come to this? Shadi shakes his head.
I can try, but the magic most certainly will go wrong.
Of course. Wishing him dead would be too easy. Are you good for anything useful?
Zahid snaps at Shadi. The djinn lets out an infuriated gasp.
We will deal with Ruku ourselves in our own time. Wishing him dead is cowardly and cruel, even if it is Ruku,
I say gently. I look at Shadi.
Think of any djinn who may be able to break this curse. When you have an answer for us, please report back immediately.
As you wish, Queen Benoit.
Shadi gives me a quick bow before sticking his tongue out at Zahid, then pops back into the lamp.
Infernal genie. He's about as helpful as a broken sword in the middle of battle.
Zahid mumbles. He can hear you. And a broken sword is better than none at all, I say. Shadi has gotten us out of many compromising circumstances, and I believe he will do so again. You shouldn't be so hard on him. Zahid mutters a few obscenities under his breath before he starts for the door.
I'm going down to dinner. Would you join me?
I'm not hungry.
Benoit, you need to eat. Not just for you, but for the baby.
I let out a sigh. Coming. As I follow him to the banquet hall, however, I feel like I won't be able to eat anything. Zahid and I have 6 short months to find a djinn strong enough to break this curse. If we do not, our child will die. Ruku is running toward me, a sword held high in the air. I dodge his swings, unable to fight back as I do not have a weapon. He nearly stabs me several times. No matter how hard I try to escape, he follows me everywhere, lurking like a shadow attached to its master. He grabs the back of my dress and throws me down the palace steps with a sneer, raising his blade high.
Don't try to escape, Benoit, he hisses. I have won.
Benoit, run!
Zahid cries. He pays no attention to his own welfare as he comes to my aid, exposing his chest as he leaps before Ruku. Ruku brings his blade back, pointing it at my husband's heart. I will not let Zahid die. Akshalad himself will kill me before Ruku touches a hair on his head. Clambering to my feet, I throw myself in front of Zahid just as Ruku is about to strike. Ruku plunges the blade into my chest, but I don't feel it. All I can hear is Zahid's tortured screams as Ruku's sword tears my heart in two. I jump awake with a start, sweat pouring down my body. I sit up quickly and reach for the dagger at my bedside until I realize that I am safely in my room, Zahid sleeping soundly at my side. It wasn't real. It was just another nightmare. Ruku did not kill me. I am still alive. I put a hand to my forehead, trying to stop my hands from quivering. I am cold as ice. These nightmares refuse to stop, and I don't believe a tonic or draft will end them. After dinner, I vomited 3 times. Zahid held my hair back and fetched me water while I clung to the side of the balcony, reeling. My stomach has been upset, and I've been vomiting quite often as of late, but I chalked it up to nervousness and never wanted a reason for it. I have a reason now. I get up slowly from bed so I don't wake Zahid. I slip on a beautifully embroidered robe and head for the door. I must take a walk and clear my head. I won't be able to rest until I calm down. The garden looks ravishing under the glow of the blue moon. From the balcony, I observe the dark rolling desert that spans as far as the eye can see. I have been across that desert many times, and yet it never appears any smaller to me. It still seems as if it could swallow me up forever. If I didn't know anything, I'd think Hayama was the only place in the world. Sometimes I wish it was. If there was only Hayama, my home would be the only thing to worry about. But if the world really was that small, all the adventures of the world would be gone, and Zahid and I would have nowhere else to go. That, in itself, makes my sultanate seem like a prison. I take a seat on a small bench near Toshana's grave and gaze up at the stars. So many there are, so numerous. It feels nice to be by myself, to be alone. Not for a long time, just a little while. Only I am not alone. I feel another little kick in my stomach, and I pat it gently, trying to soothe the child inside. I should try to sleep. When the child becomes more active in my womb, he or she will not give me any peace. However, I do not want to sleep right now. I only want to marvel in the fact that soon I will be a mother. In my wildest daydreams, I never thought this would happen. I cried for days when the physician told me I was barren. It felt like a piece of my heart had been stolen away from me, like I had been denied the one job it was determined a woman's to do. For some reason, Al-Shams decided to give me this gift. Why me? There is a meowing at my feet. I look down and see Jalal, my three-legged cat, purring and twirling about my legs. "Hello there," I say softly, reaching down to pet him. "How are you, little kitty? Have you enjoyed palace life?" Jalal jumps onto the stone bench and purrs. I scratch his ears before I say, "What are you doing out here so late? You should be down in the kitchens hunting mice and bothering my staff." He stares at me, unblinking. A little unnerved, I look away to see a small red bird sitting in the branches of a nearby tree. "How beautiful," I say. "Jalal, do not kill this bird. She is very magnificent." I look closer at the bird until I see that its wing sits at a strange angle, as if it has been broken. "No," I say in disbelief, peering closer. "It cannot be you, the bird that I saved long ago." But I believe it is. This is the bird with the broken wing, the one I nursed back to health before Zahid stole me away on his journey 3 years ago. "What on earth are you doing here?" I ask. The little bird flies off the branch and lands directly next to the cat. "Jalal, no," I say, leaning forward to stop him from killing the bird. But the cat makes no move to attack. The bird and the cat simply stare at me simultaneously. The cat with its large round eyes and the bird with its small beady ones. This is completely strange. I clamber to my feet to head out of the gardens, but before I can, I hear a voice behind me speak. "Queen Benoa." I halt. My shadow is cast in front of me, as if the sun is rising to my back. I turn around and gasp as I witness the sight before me, falling to my knees and shielding my eyes from a terrifying and magnificent sight. Jalal and the bird are gone, replaced with the shapes of 2 men made out of light, glowing like the sun and shimmering bright rays around the garden. I cannot make out any of their features, as the light is too bright, but one of the men steps forward and holds out a hand made of shining light to help me up. "Do not be afraid. We are your guardians." This must be another dream. Somehow I am brave enough to take his hand tenderly. I rise to my feet, noticing how the touch of his skin makes me feel warm and safe, protected. The light does not burn, nor does it sting. It calms. "Is this a dream?" I ask. "Or are you real?" One of the men comes closer to me, as if he is shielding me from some unforeseen harm. I have to narrow my eyes to keep the glare of his light from harming my eyes. "We are real," the man says. "We are Malaika, angels of Al-Shams, servants of the Most High Phoenix. Many years ago we came to protect and guide you in forms lesser than what we are, so you would not realize us for our true selves. You helped us heal from the injuries we obtained in these lesser forms, and thus we have served you well." I hitch a gasp. Malaika were known to guide the prophets and heroes of Al-Shams. The Onari, our holy book, mentions them as fearsome creatures, ones who perform the will of Al-Shams without relent or pity, and who have a power above even djinn. "Why me?" I ask. "Why would Al-Shams send his angels to protect me?" "Queen Benoa, you have been blessed beyond all women," the Malaika says. for you carry the hope of the realm, Al-Shams reborn in your womb.
What? My hand flies down to my stomach, and the child kicks once more. This cannot be. Me? The mother of Al-Shams? I was her friend.
Yes, and so you have been chosen to raise the child that will bring Sahrahn into a world of peace and prosperity. The other Malaika tells me. Al-Shams has been gone too long from the world. It is time for him to enter it once again, reborn from the ashes. Al-Shams is pleased with you, and so he has chosen you to be his mother.
I want to hide from this fate. How do the eyes of the heavens see me fit for this honor? I do not understand. I'm not worthy. I'm just a girl. How can Al-Shams be pleased with me? How have I found favor after all the mistakes I've made? I plead.
The love of Al-Shams is not always something that can be understood, the Malaika replies. The only thing left for you to decide is if you will accept this child, and if you will follow the path the Most High has for you. For to bear this child is your choice alone.
I swallow, my hands shaking. If this is true, then I shall follow Al-Shams' will. But there is a curse upon my family that each child should perish at birth, or shortly after. If I do not break this curse, the child will die. I must do something to save it.
If you fight, the child will live, the Malaika says. You must know that Akshalad is coming. Then he bears down upon Sahrahn with a wrath unlike any other. His wings promise death and sorrow to all who are trapped beneath his command.
What must I do?
To save Sahrahn and to defeat Akshalad when he comes, you must find the mother of serpents, the woman who has control of all the snakes in Sahrahn. There is a great snake, Falak, who lives in the realm of fire. It is a land utterly consumed by flame and shadow. If you find him, then you will be able to defeat Akshalad and drive his plague from your land.
The Malaika reply in unison. Where can I find this mother of serpents, or Falak, who lives in the realm of fire? I ask.
We cannot give you directions to your quest, only the destination, they say.
I take a deep sigh and nod my head toward the Malaika. If Al-Shams wills it, so it shall be. Thank you for protecting me.
We shall always protect you, Benoit. Such is our duty toward Al-Shams.
The two men begin fading away until, slowly, the light vanishes and I am left in the garden alone. Unable to keep my balance, I collapse onto the bench. I am shaking all over. Me, the mother of Al-Shams reborn. I have been chosen for this honor. I take a quivering breath. This is even more terrifying news. If I do not break this curse, I will have killed Al-Shams again and failed to defend my people. This baby is not only my child, but the great phoenix reborn. Out of all people, why me? The answer is simple. It is because I know too much. I have seen things, and Zahid has too, that are not meant for mortal eyes. I have been chosen to bear this child. I can't let Al-Shams down. It feels as if the entire world is on my shoulders. When did I become responsible for the entire fate of the realm? This all started when I longed for a way to be rid of Qasim. Now I have an entire world of people on my hands. Everything depends on me. I drop my head in my hands and try not to cry. I have the Malaika looking after me. I have to be strong and find this mother of serpents. I remember Ruku saying something about her in our travels.
Foolishly, I had denied to hear his story, not wanting to listen about tales of snakes. More than anything, I wish I had listened. It may have given me a clue as to where she is now. The garden door closes. I glance to my right and see Nuri looking sleep-deprived, wandering the gardens listlessly.
Nuri, what are you doing here?
She jumps when she hears my voice, then relaxes when she sees me.
Oh, my queen, it is you.
She curtsies politely.
Do not mind me. I was unable to sleep. Well, I've been unable to sleep for months.
She lets out a listless laugh.
Why don't you tell me about it?
I ask, patting the bench. She sits down beside me and says quietly,
I do not want to bother a queen of tales that aren't even true. Come now. What is it?
Nuri sighs.
In the dreams I am running, though I do not know why. In them I fight monsters and demons. At the end, I always feel like there is someone missing from me, though I can never figure out who he or she may be. Do you think you are remembering your former life?
I ask. Nuri lost her memory a long time ago, before we found her wandering the streets of Hayama alone, and before she became my maidservant. Perhaps she's slowly recovering.
I don't think so. The dreams never make any sense,
she says, shaking her head. Watching Nuri is like looking in a mirror. Our features are so identical that I feel my twin is sitting beside me. It unnerves me even more so this strange night.
I'm sorry, Nuri.
I hope the nightmares stop.
Never mind. Why are you up so late, my queen? You should be resting with a baby to grow.
I try to think of some excuse.
I couldn't sleep either,
I confess.
Nightmares haunt me too. I will listen, if you will tell.
No. They are much too frightening to be said aloud, I say. If Nuri knows what I am dreaming of, she will be frightened, and speaking of it will frighten me too. I must stay silent. I lean back, trying to think of a way around the subject.
I have been wondering about something. I have heard many people around the palace speaking of a mother of serpents.
I lie.
Do you know of whom they speak? I know of such stories. A friend told me about it once, while we were traveling the road a long time ago, she says. There are some things about my past I can recall.
Do you remember his name or where you were going? I ask, hopefully.
No, unfortunately I do not, she says with a sigh. But I do remember the story. The mother of serpents is a woman who has control of all the snakes in Sahrahn. Serpents cannot hurt her, only obey her command. She is the only one who can enter the realm of fire, where the great serpent Falak resides. Tell me more about Falak. Falak is a large snake, long as the ocean and wide across as a city,
Nuri says, gesturing with her hands.
The realm of fire is a land completely made out of flame. Falak is always hungry. Nothing can sate his appetite. It is only his fear of Al-Shams that keeps him from swallowing the world whole.
I suppress a shiver, a bit scared. If I have to face this snake, it will be my biggest nightmare.
Do you know where the mother of serpents or the realm of fire can be found? No, miss. No one knows. Humans are meant to go there, she says. It is rumored that not even the mythical djinn know where it is, save for the ones that are the most powerful.
I see. Disappointment radiates through my body. This is an impossible task. Al-Shams couldn't have asked me to complete a more difficult quest. I wish the Malaika would tell me where the realm of fire is, but for some reason, they appear reluctant to reveal the answer. Al-Shams obviously wants me to discover this for myself.
I'm sorry I cannot tell you more,
though telling stories has helped calm my nerves a little," she says with a small smile. She gets up off the bench and helps me up. "Come, my queen, we must get you to bed. For the strength of the child within you, you must rest." I let her lead me back to my room. I have a little more information, but not much. I must go chasing after fairy tales in unknown lands, in places unknown even to djinn, in order to save Sahrahn. I do not know why Al-Shams believes that I can do this. I do not believe it myself. Chapter 4. Zahid was in quite a stir when he found me missing from my bed, but after I calmed him down, I told him everything that Nuri and the Malaika had said. He seemed astonished that angels had been sent to protect me, and even more shocked that they told me I am carrying Al-Shams, but he questioned nothing and believed it all. We had seen stranger things in our time. "We can fortify the city and we can raise up our army, but I fear the words of the Malaika may be right. Zahid, if we don't find this mother of serpents, it could bring an end to all of Sahrahn," I insist. We've been going back and forth all night on what to do, and now it is midday. The sun streams into my balcony and makes the room thick and hot. I'm sure our servants and councilmen are wondering where we are, but I told them to leave us alone. We have more important matters to deal with. I watch Zahid pace in circles around the room, which has become his new favorite vice. The tiles will be worn on the floor before long. "But where do we look?" Zahid asks, spreading his arms out wide. "They did not give us a hint on where to begin, and there's still the matter of finding a djinn strong enough to break the curse over our child." "Have you tried asking Shadi to wish us there?" I ask. Zahid shakes his head. "If we wish ourselves to the realm of fire, he could end up putting us on the other side of the world. He needs to have a destination in mind, and as of right now, he has no idea where to send us. He cannot give us information he doesn't know, even if we wish it." I ball my hands in frustration. "I need time to think," I say. "I'm going down to the square to talk to the people. Maybe someone down there knows something? Rumors are better than nothing, and peasants often know more than they should." "Do you think this will require going on another quest?" he asks. "Maybe. Most possibly, yes. But we cannot leave right now. Not when we don't know where we're going or why." "Do you want me to go with you?" "Stay here, in case Shadi has any news or we get any disturbances," I say. "Both of us can't be gone at once." "As you wish." Zahid plants a loving kiss in my hair. "Be careful, my love. Don't stay out in the heat too long. You must rest at some point today." "I will rest when it is appropriate for me to do so, and now is not the time when my child is in danger," I reply. "Even so, do not make it easier to lose the child before it is even born," Zahid says, gently but sternly. "Please listen to me. I know you must fight. That is how you are, but obey my words, for once." I sigh. Yes, fine, Zahid. I promise to be back soon." I kiss his cheek and head out, summoning 2 guards and asking my maidservant to accompany me. Nuri bustles to my side and says, "A strange morning for going about and talking to the public. There isn't much to do with so few poor milling about. Your laws on education and the trade route have made many prosperous. There are still some who are not well off, the orphaned and the sick," I say. "I must tend to them until each person is safe within my sultanate's walls." I pause. "I am also curious about this mother of serpents you spoke of, and this realm of fire. I long for more answers than you gave me." "You're not just curious about the story, are you? There is something else going on," Nuri says. I wonder how much to tell her before I find I'm saying nearly all of it. I drop my voice so the guards in front of us don't hear.
Zahid and I have discovered the curse is real, I say. We must find someone powerful enough to break it, otherwise the child will die. My queen, this can't be, Nuri says in shock. It is, and even worse, I fear that if we do not find the realm of fire, that Ruku will come with his warriors and destroy us all. We must find someone who knows more, I say. Then that is what we must do, Nuri says, a determined expression on her face. Come, my queen. I will do what it takes to aid you in your task. I am glad Nuri is helping me, but I am not sure if there is much she can do. As of right now, there's nothing even I can do. Before on our quests, we always had a goal, an idea of where to start. Now we have nothing but whispers of rumors, myths upon the sand and wind. I want to be out there trying to stop the curse, be out there looking for Falak, searching for the mother of serpents and locating the realm of fire. But even though there is so much to do, there is nowhere to begin. I do not want to uselessly stand around until something happens. Unfortunately, it seems that is what I am forced to do. I haven't been down in the city for a while. I'm pleased to see there are very few beggars wandering about. Hayama has never had a very large population of poor people, but it seems there are even fewer since the time of my father. My laws actually work. It soothes my anxious heart to see them doing good. I give some bread to an old woman and 2 children before walking on. The first thing we will do once all this curse business is out of the way is build homes for the elderly and for the orphans, I think. I know if something happened to Zahid and I that I would want my child taken care of. Building homes for the elderly and constructing orphanages will be something that will get me laughed at by all the other rulers in Sahrahn, no doubt. I care little for their opinions. A queen does not cower at the mockery of fools. A large group of ragged figures catches my eye. There are around 12 or so men, their clothes hanging off of them in rags, holes peeking through the dirty spots. They're so skinny that their bones poke through the skin. I haven't seen such a sight in many years, and certainly not here. I journey forward to the tallest one, who seems to be the leader, and say, "Excuse me, I am Queen Benawa of Hayama. Why do you linger here? Do you not know that there are many opportunities for you, so you do not have to wander and starve in the streets?" The man bows. "I am terribly sorry, Your Highness," he says. "We are foreigners here, refugees from the land of Casimar." "Casimar?" My eyes narrow. What has happened there? "Only the relentless terror of Kahar and Omed, sons of Qasim. Their thirst for power knows no limits. We fled in order to avoid being forced to join the army." He gestures to his companions. "The men who agree to serve the 2 brothers never return." "How large is this army?" "Thousands of men. Kahar and Omed plan to begin conquering cities, as their father did before him." This is just what we need. More sons of Qasim starting trouble. "Follow me back to the palace," I say. "You shall be clothed and fed, and then we shall decide what to do with you." "Thank you, my queen," the man says earnestly, bowing again. "Word of your kindness has spread throughout the land. Your compassionate heart proves true." Compassionate and kind. Better words would have been strong or ruthless. My enemies will see me as weak. I do not care. I have a strength that they do not. I lead the group of men back to the palace. At my side, a guard whispers, "My queen, is it wise to let these foreigners into our home? Perhaps they should remain outside the palace, where they won't prove a threat." "These men have nothing. I am determined to help them," I say. We enter the throne room. Zahid is sitting at the head of the room on his throne, his head on his hand. He is listening to the complaints of nobles and looking terribly bored. He instantly straightens up when I enter the room. My queen, you're back so soon, he says. Who are all these men with you?
Refugees from the land of Casimar. They have fled the rule of Kahar and Omed, I say.
Any enemies of Casimar, friends to us?
Zahid says, extending a hand and gesturing to the man. I walk up the steps to my throne and take it, sitting lightly beside him. I can tell you've been spared no hardship, I say. What do you ask for? Gold? Food? Whatever it is, it would be given to you tenfold. The man looks up with a small smile, one that most people would have missed. I realize I've made a terrible mistake. The man's grin is full of cruelty, his eyes dark with hatred. His one hand moves to his side, and I see the glint of a blade. Zahid! I scream. I jump from my throne and tackle my husband out of the way, just as the man throws a knife. The blade sinks into the wood of the throne where Zahid's head was moments before. The servants in the room begin screaming. Zahid looks at the blade from his position on the floor, astonished. He then rises to his feet and helps me up before he bellows.
You would dare try to assassinate the Sultan in his own palace? Guards, kill that man and the men he came in with.
All of the guards in the room move forward, spears and swords raised. One large guard goes to strike, but a thin man grabs him, tossing him across the room so hard he ends up slamming against the wall. My mouth drops open. A normal man wouldn't have that kind of strength. The leader laughs. All of the men begin to transform in a magical glimmer until I'm faced with a horrible sight. They were right in front of me all along. Ruku stands at the head of the group, bursting with wretched laughter. Behind him are 11 others, the top halves of men with furry legs and cloven hooves, tails lashing behind them. All of Ruku's 11 companions are different colors, their skin various shades of blue, yellow, and black. By Al-Shams, he has djinn, I think, the worst possible feeling creeping into my stomach. Zahid and I have one lesser green djinn. Ruku has 11, all much stronger than Shadi is. We're doomed. We're all doomed. The guards have stopped trying to attack. They're gathered in a circle around Ruku and the djinn, looking scared and confused. The djinn don't make a move. They focus their attention on Ruku. He has eyes only for me.
Benoit, stay behind me,
Zahid says, putting himself between me and Ruku. By the look in his eyes, he's assessed the situation, but is unwilling to give up. No, I won't let you sacrifice yourself again, I protest in a pleading tone, betraying fear.
Wasn't planning on it. My husband growls. We're both getting out of this one together.
Or not at all. I swear to it. I will die here before I'll leave Zahid to Ruku's mercy. Zahid takes a step forward and says,
After all this time you've returned. I was wondering if you'd ever come back, though I did not think you so cunning that you could trick an entire legion of djinn into serving you. They are not my servants, they are my allies,
Ruku says boldly.
I have spent a very long time searching for them and have gained their trust.
Of course. So that's where he's been all these years. Zahid takes another step forward and says,
What could you offer the djinn? They are magical, and therefore can provide themselves with whatever they need or want. If you recall, Al-Shams long ago drove them to the edges of Sahrahn, so they were forced to wander the desert as nomads, living in small communities.
Ruku says, fairly. I find this hardly justifiable. In the name of Akshalat, I told them that if they would help me conquer Sahrahn, that we would divide the land equally between us. How do you plan to conquer Sahrahn? You have djinn, but no army. Zahid says sharply. Ruku smiles. That is where you are wrong. He snaps his fingers. A blue djinn throws 2 human heads, bloody and decaying, rolling onto my floor. I cover my mouth to keep from vomiting. I don't recognize them, but I know who they must be. Kahar and Omed, Ruku's brothers.
I have taken all from my brothers and have become ruler of Casimar. I am the commander of the largest and greatest army in the world.
Ruku says, proudly.
I have an entire nation at my back.
You forget that Hayama also has a large army. We are not a poor city, nor a little sultanate anymore. In recent years, our city has expanded to include thousands, not including Ashana.
Zahid says, cruelly.
If it is a battle you want, then we shall fight to the death.
Ruku makes a soft, ticking noise.
Zahid, you haven't changed. You're as bull-headed as you were 3 years ago. I would have hoped you had the sense to take your wife and flee to somewhere remote, where you could live your lives in peace. If you surrender now and give Hayama over to me, I will spare your lives.
Hayama is Benua's home, as it is my home,
Zahid says.
We will not stand by and let you take over, enforcing laws that are cruel and unjust simply to avoid war.
War is unavoidable now,
Ruku says, bluntly.
Enough. Why have you come?
Zahid asks.
I had to come once I heard that your wife carries the light of Sahrahn in her womb.
Ruku says, slyly, staring at me once more. I feel that a knife, cold and distant, has been shoved deep into my stomach. No, not the baby. The light of Sahrahn. But how does he know? I realize that I've already answered my own question. Akshalad would know that Al-Shams is coming into the world once more. He, as a god, would be able to sense it. And as he lives within Ruku, my enemy knows as well. The only thing left unanswered is why he didn't come sooner. I begin shivering. Zahid keeps his composure.
I will not deny it,
he says, and the throne room erupts into frantic gasps and whispers.
My wife carries Al-Shams reborn within her.
Ruku's eyes glint in the light and turn even darker than before. I know we are no longer speaking with Ruku, but Akshalad.
Then it will end now. Your sultanate will be the first city I will take after I have slain the child in Queen Benua's womb.
Ruku jerks his head. 2 djinn sail toward me, arms outstretched. I am frozen in place. I can't do anything. I can merely stand here and wait for the child to be ripped out of me. Wait to die.
Shadi, I wish that Benua, our family, and I were safe.
Zahid screams, grabbing the lamp at his hip. There is a great gust of wind, a large cloud of smoke, and then everything dissolves into darkness.
Benua, wake up.
I slowly come to, shielding my eyes from the harsh desert sun that's streaming through the window. I'm lying in Zahid's arms. He's gently shaking me awake. From what I can tell, we're inside, and I'm lying on a cushion. Shadi is kneeling over me, peering at my face as if he's trying to decide something.
Where are we?
I say, weakly.
We're in our tower back in Ashana,
Zahid says.
You gave me quite a scare there. Passed out just as Shadi magics us away.
Ashana? Where's my family?
That's the part that went wrong,
Zahid says, giving Shadi a glare. I tried to get you all here in one piece, Shadi says, raising his hands. You should be grateful. This is the one wish that went the best. One piece? Oh no. Are my sisters missing an arm? Or my mother and I?
It's nothing like that. Shadi simply magicked us to one place, and your mother, sisters, and their husbands were sent to another,
Zahid says.
From what we can reckon, they're in the city of Demir, outside of a place called the Valley of Okshul. They're safe there.
I was thinking of 2 different places, and I panicked,
Shadi says defensively.
At least you and Benoit are still together. And me.
I look over and see that my maidservant, Nuri, is also standing there, her hands clasped.
Nuri, what are you doing here?
I ask.
My magic grabbed her as well, though I do not know why.
Shadi says with a shrug.
Shadi,
I say, pointing to Nuri.
She doesn't know.
It's all right, Benoit, Nuri says. After we were magicked here, Zahid told me the truth about your journey to find Toshana, who was Al-Shams, during the Civil War, as well about Shadi and the Malaika. Do not worry, my queen. Your secrets are safe with me, as I've told you before. She smiles at me gently, and my fears are placed aside. We must get to my family, I say, trying to sit up before I feel a sharp pain in my side. I fall back into Zahid's arms, and he says,
You must rest. Your family is fine. They're no doubt confused, but word will soon reach them what happened in Hayama. And they will stay where they are.
What word? What is going on? I ask. Zahid, Shadi, and Nuri all glance at each other before Nuri suggests. I should give you 2 some time.
Of course.
Zahid is acting as if this was something they all discussed before I woke up.
Do not worry, my queen. Ruku will not be able to follow you, at least, not for some time,
Shadi says, looking down on me.
When Zahid made the wish, I put a magical barrier around you, so that his djinn will not be able to seek you out. It isn't very strong, but if you stay relatively hidden, Ruku will be able to find you.
Thank you, Shadi,
I whisper, faintly. Shadi pops back into the lamp. Nuri leaves, heading downstairs.
What has happened, Zahid? You must tell me,
I say. Zahid looks away nervously, then says,
After I wished us away, you slept for a long time, nearly a day. During that time, I asked Shadi to return to Hayama to survey the situation there. Not a wish, merely a request from a friend.
And what did he find? Zahid says nothing, and I fear the worst. I lean forward, clutching at his shirt.
Zahid, please,
I whisper, tears in my eyes.
Please tell me it's not true.
He swallows.
I'm sorry, Benoit. Hayama is gone.
Chapter 5. There are some things in life that are unavoidable. Death, loss, pain. The thought of Hayama being taken from me, ravaged and devastated from war, is something that I could understand, even expect, but not gone.
After we fled, Ruku went into a rampage.
Zahid tells me softly.
He laid waste to Hayama. He used the djinn to destroy the palace and burned the city to the ground. It is no more than a pile of ash and rubble now, much like Ashana is. Everything is completely destroyed.
No, I whisper, trembling all over.
No, Zahid, it can't be so.
Zahid looks at me uncomfortably, as if he knows the next part will wound me beyond repair.
We expected Ruku to extend mercy, that he would spare those who surrendered. We supposed he would take the women and children as slaves and force the men to be soldiers for his army.
Zahid takes a shuddering breath.
It was not so. As far as Shadi could see, none survived.
A cry from another world rises up within my breast. I scream aloud, falling into Zahid's arms. He grasps me tightly, and I yell.
No! This must not be true! Please tell me you are lying! I want it to be a lie, but it is not.
Tears slip down Zahid's cheeks and onto my hair.
Many of our friends are dead, our people slaughtered. Nothing remains. We never should have left,
I say. I turn to him, shaking him with all my might.
Why did you wish us away? Why did you make us leave? We could have stopped this.
I beat his chest until he holds me tighter. He pins my arms to my sides and rocks me back and forth to try and calm me.
If we had stayed, we would have met the same fate. Without Shadi, we'd be dead. Please, wish for it back,
I beg.
Ask Shadi to turn back time or to restore the city or... We both know that's not going to work. Shadi doesn't have the power.
Zahid says, holding me still.
Benawa, you must keep your head. For my sake as much as your own. Then we must find a djinn who can make Hayama whole again.
I insist.
Shadi has said that many djinn are on Ruku's side. Not all, but most. It will be hard enough finding a djinn willing to break the curse. They will not want to restore an entire nation. Benawa, please calm down. You're shaking. If you get any more upset, you will make me lose myself.
Zahid begins to quiver. I try to stay steady, but I cannot. My palace, ruined. All my people, killed. I long this to be the work of Akshalad, that this destruction was part of his plan. I know, however, that Akshalad had little part in this. This was Ruku's doing. He was angry I got away a second time, and vowed to make me pay for it in the worst way possible. He knew the most terrible thing he could do to me was to cause the deaths of thousands of men, women, and children, people I was responsible for. He knows the destruction of my nation is something I will never be able to forgive myself for. All because I refused his hand. He is even more terrible than his father.
It's all my fault,
I say.
He played me for a fool. I was the one who let Ruku into the palace. He knew I wouldn't be able to turn them away, and I let him in. I wish I wasn't so stupid, so weak to believe everyone who asks for my help. I give my mercy away too freely. I hate my compassionate heart. Do not blame your kind heart for this, Benawa. Ruku had 11 djinn with him. He would have found another way to destroy the city if his trick had not worked. I have lost everything, Zahid. My home, my title. I have nothing.
I weep.
You have me,
Zahid says.
We may be rulers of little more than a pile of ashes and a broken city, but I've had to make do with less.
I lean into him, unable to believe it. Only yesterday, Zahid and I had more riches than we knew what to do with. Now both of us are poor, left with what little gold we stored in Ashana in case of emergencies. Neither one of us could have fathomed this.
I am no longer a queen,
I say.
I am nothing more than a woman with nothing to my name. What makes a queen is not a title or the amount of wealth she has, but the loyalty of the people who follow her,
Zahid says.
A name is simply what has been given by others. You may have lost the throne in Hayama, but there are many who remain faithful to you. I am the Raider Prince of Ashana, not because it was my birthright, but because my people deemed it so.
He lifts my chin to look him in the eyes.
Benawa, not all is lost yet. I want to kill him,
I growl.
I know. We will. But there are other things we have to do first.
Zahid lets his grasp go loose, although he still holds me in his arms.
Amar and Shaitan are here. Shadi found them wandering the streets and magicked them back to Ashana's stables.
A small bit of relief floods my veins.
I want to see them. In the morning. Let us go to sleep for now. Perhaps tomorrow. Things will be in a clearer light.
He lays down beside me, putting an arm around my hip and drawing me to him. I don't know if he's holding me because he's trying to comfort the both of us, or making sure that I don't run off screaming. If Zahid wasn't here, I would be. I'd be losing my mind. I'm not sure that I haven't already. Although the suggestion for sleep was made, neither one of us can. Even after the sun sets, we stare with open eyes into the dark, seeing nothing but the burning of Hayama, hearing nothing but the screams of our people, begging Ruku not to kill them. Even though we witnessed none of this, we know the images in our minds to be far too true. Late into the night, the moon shines through the window onto Zahid's face. He's been crying, even silently. I can't help myself when I see his face. I begin sobbing, and soon both of us have lost all control of ourselves. We put our foreheads together and weep, grieving for the precious kingdom we have lost to ashes. Sometime in the night, both of us fell asleep. I should be exhausted, yet tiredness doesn't plague my bones. All I want to do is get up and do something, figure out a way to make Ruku pay for what he has done. I rush down to the stables before breakfast, ignoring Nuri's pleas that I need to eat. I glance in Shaitan's stall and see that he is fine. There's not even a scratch on him. Not the same can be said for Amar. Several gashes have been cut into his shoulders and sides, and his back leg is bandaged. He looks ill. I rush into the stall and stroke his head, whispering, "Oh, Al-Amar, what have they done to you?" He nickers quietly, almost as if he is in pain. I bring out a date from my pocket, and he nibbles at it, listlessly, although eventually he eats it. The hay at his feet is untouched. "What happened to him?" I ask a stable boy. The stable boy stops cleaning stalls and says, "Many people tried to steal him at the siege of Hayama. When he proved too difficult to ride, they cut him with knives. He seems to have lost his will." My heart aches for my beautiful stallion.
Will he be all right?
I ask. He shrugs sadly. "It's hard to say, my queen. If his leg heals, you'll be able to ride him again, but his leg will not heal if he does not wish to get stronger." I pet my stallion affectionately.
"You must get strong again, Amar," I insist. "There is no other way. I need you. I cannot bear to lose you too."
His ears perk up at my voice, and his nose drops to my stomach, licking the small bump tenderly. The child within me squirms and kicks against the sides of my womb at Amar's touch. The horse lets out a snort, shaking his head before he bends down to nibble at some hay. Satisfied, I step out of the stall and head back to the tower. When I get there, Shadi, Zahid, and Nuri are gathered around the table. I kneel on a pillow to join them. I'm not hungry, but I feel a kick in my stomach and take a small plate of paratha, a dough shell stuffed with cooked mince and eggs. If I told Amar he had to get stronger, I must get stronger as well. I am a mother now. I must do what is best for my son or daughter, not what I wish.
"I suppose we must decide what to do now,"
Zahid says. He has barely touched his food and looks nervous as he twirls a knife between his fingers. I can only imagine what he's thinking of doing to Ruku with that knife.
"What is there to do?"
Shadi asks, his mouth full of food. His words are muffled as he speaks, crumbs dropping to the floor.
You have nothing to rule, save for Ashana. You cannot stop Ruku with a few hundred men.
First, we must break this curse, so our child will live. Then, we'll worry about Ruku.
Zahid says.
Have you thought of any djinn who can help us?
Shadi swallows before taking another large bite.
I have. I know not where he is, however, or if he would be willing to help you.
Can you look for him? I ask.
Yes, but I won't be able to return to you until I find him, so if you have a wish, you'd better use it now.
Shadi says. If you need time to look for him, then what we can do is journey to all the leaders of Sahrahn and warn them. I say, if we can gather all the sultanates together and create an army, we will be able to stop Ruku. Pardon me, Benoa, but I am unsure if they will listen to a fallen queen. Nuri whispers. That is all the more reason for them to listen. If they see what Ruku has done to Hayama, they will be concerned that they could be next. I say in frustration.
They will listen, simply because of the child you have in your belly.
Zahid says.
You carry the light of Sahrahn. Word has spread by now. Even my people are asking. There are many throughout the realm that believe you are the mother of Sahrann's future. Al-Shams finally returned.
I think that will make us more enemies than friends, I say. Though perhaps you are right. It is the one position of power I have left. I will go with you to help you convince these sultans and overlords. Nuri says. No, Nuri, you must stay here. It is too dangerous. I say immediately. You need me, my queen. I will not abandon you. Not now. Nuri says firmly. You must.
No one can stay in Ashana. Ruku will come here looking for us.
Zahid says, shaking his head.
I've already made plans to evacuate the city and leave it deserted. Our people can live here no longer. I've asked the Oshanians to scatter to several villages throughout Sahrahn. Now more than ever, it is important for them to stay hidden.
Is there nowhere we can find peace? Nowhere where we can seek refuge? Where it is safe? I ask. Zahid gives me a sad look.
I'm sorry, Benoa. I wish I could provide a steady place for you to rest your head, but it is not here.
I bite my lip and look away. I want there to be some chance at redemption, some way to take back what has been ripped away from me. But there is nothing. There is only Zahid and I, homeless, pregnant, and in poverty, wanted dead by men and djinn alike.
There is one question that concerns me more than any other. What shall we do when Benoa goes into labor?
Zahid asks. That is still a very long ways away. Several months, I protest.
Yes, but it will happen, Benoa, and we must be prepared.
He says. His eyes lock on mine, and I can see that he's worried. Childbirth is risky, dangerous even. Many women I know have died from it. It would have been less perilous in my bed back at Hayama, surrounded by the best physicians and midwives. Not alone in the middle of the desert. I can help you, my queen, but I've only been in the labor room. I've never actually delivered the baby. Nuri confesses. We will find a midwife and a safe place to bear the child when the time comes. I say. We have other matters to tend to at this point. I can tell Zahid wants to talk about it more, but he stays silent. Childbirth is months away. If we don't find a way to stop Ruku and break the curse anyway, preparing a safe place to bring the child into this world is a moot point.
I suppose we must start by rallying sultans to our cause,
Zahid says glumly.
A less than desirable task.
We cannot travel anywhere. Amar can't be ridden, I say. Even if he could, Shaitan would not let you on his back.
We could take other horses, but it won't be quick enough, Zahid says. We need a way to get around Sahrahn quickly without having to stop to rest any animals.
I can fix that, if you so desire, Shadi says, raising an eyebrow. This isn't a simple request, as finding the djinn to break the curse was. You're going to have to use one of your wishes to make it work.
All right. Zahid crosses his arms and looks at the djinn. Shadi, I wish there was a way we could get around Sahrahn quickly, effectively, and comfortably.
Your wish is my reluctantly granted request. Shadi waves his hands and points to a tattered, threadbare old rug lying about on the floor. The rug begins to shift, then suddenly springs to life, soaring about the room with glee. Zahid ducks, and the carpet spins around me in a circle. It lands on two corners as if they are feet, jumping up and down for joy.
A flying carpet, I say in astonishment. Shadi, you've really outdone yourself.
So what's the catch? Zahid says, breaking the magical moment instantly. There is no catch. Here he is, Shadi says, pointing to him. You'll have to give him a name.
A name? Why does it need that?
Zahid asks. At the word it, the rug seemingly cringes. It shrinks down, ruffles appearing in the fabric, and fiddles with the edges of its corners nervously. Wonderful. Now you've done it, Shadi grumbles.
What? What did I say? It's just a rug,
Zahid says. The carpet puts a corner of itself to its middle, as if it is distraught. My eyes widen in realization, and I say, So that's the drawback then. It will help us, but we can't hurt its feelings, otherwise it won't fly. He wants to be called a he, Shadi insists.
It doesn't have a gender, it's a rug,
Zahid shouts, gesturing to it. At Zahid's words, the top of the rug slinks to the floor, hanging its head. It waddles over to the corner of a room and turns its back to us, bending and dipping. It appears to be crying. Great, now you've made him upset, Shadi says. The djinn wanders to the carpet, patting it on the back and speaking soothingly to it. There, don't be sad. He's just a big stupid bully. Mostly stupid. It's not your fault he's an idiot. No, it's not.
So we have to fly around Sahrahn on an emotionally unstable flying carpet?
Zahid says.
How do we know that he won't drop us if we accidentally insult him?
Oh, he won't do that. He's far too nice, Shadi says, still patting the rug on the back. He's a gentle soul, really. He's just oversensitive from people walking all over him his whole life. Zahid rolls his eyes, while Nuri giggles. I walk to the carpet and put a soft hand on his back, saying, I'm sorry if we hurt your feelings, Sajjad. I say lamely. I use the ancient word for rug, as I'm unable to come up with anything more inventive. Will you please forgive us and help us on our quest? The carpet instantly brightens up. He hops from one corner to another, as if he is doing a dance, and then wraps me up in a cocoon, giving me a hug. I laugh, and Sajjad begins flying around the room again, knocking over things in his jubilant flight. Zahid goes to yell at the rug, but I give him a pleading look, and he remains silent. Well, that's that then, Shadi says, clapping his hands. If you don't need anything else, I'm off to look for the djinn who can break your curse.
Try to find him quickly. We don't have a lot of time,
Zahid says. As I've told you before, I'm a djinn, not a miracle worker, Shadi says, narrowing his eyes. But I'll do my best. Shadi disappears in a puff of smoke. As I watch Sajjad whirl around the room, I feel a hard knot settle in my stomach. That's it. We have one wish left. We need to save it. I turn to Nuri and say, We should begin packing. You can borrow some of my clothes, Nuri. I'm sorry you don't have anything. I came to you with little and can make do with less. As long as I am with you, my queen, I want for nothing, Nuri says. Her loyalty causes a bubble of affection to burst within me. I give her a quick hug and head upstairs, ducking under Sajjad as he continues soaring around. I throw some of my things into a bag while Zahid bustles everywhere, trying to find a weapon. "Don't pack too much. The other sultans should help us once we arrive," I say.
Do you really think they will? Come now, Benoa.
Zahid fastens an old sword to his side. I'm sad he doesn't have his usual weapon, the one he practiced most with. But that cannot be helped now. "I need a sword." I go to the corner of the room and bend down to pick one up. I feel a sharp pain sting through my side, relentless. I wince, hissing loudly. The blade drops from my hand and clatters to the floor.
"You can't carry a sword, not in your condition,"
Zahid says, coming to my side. "You make it sound as if pregnancy is an illness," I say in irritation. "I must be able to wield a weapon."
"You're going to have to rely on me for your protection for a while,"
Zahid says. He takes a long dagger and a sheath off of his belt and says,
"Here, you can wield this if you need to. Things are different now, Benoa. If we get into a conflict, I need you to run. Do you hear me? Don't try to stay and fight. I can't handle losing both of you."
I tuck the dagger inside my dress, nodding reluctantly. I hate it when I couldn't fight before, back when Zahid first captured me and he had to be there to ward off killers every time we got into trouble. It was much more satisfying being able to defend myself. Now I'm expected to run like some coward when battles brew. I suppose Zahid is right, though. I have to save the baby, and there's not much I can do in my condition, anyway.
"I have to go talk to my people,"
Zahid says, giving me a kiss on the cheek.
"A final speech before we all separate."
Do they want to separate?
They do not, but they know they have no choice.
Zahid pulls a map from the pages of a book sitting on the table, and I peer closely at it in astonishment. From what I can tell, it's the same map we used when Zahid first took me to Ashana, and when we set out to find Toshana 3 years ago. The large X that we marked on the map where we found the strange floating kingdom with Ruku is still there, though it is somewhat faded from time. "You still have this map?" I ask, looking down.
"I'd rather use what I'm accustomed to, no matter how tattered, instead of using something new and getting lost. I've kept it in Ashana, just in case."
He holds up the map by a torn corner.
"No use replacing what still works. I suppose it looks a little worn."
"What we have is what we have. This map hasn't failed us yet." He sighs and shakes his head.
"Wish me luck. I have no idea what I'm going to say to them."
"You always know what to say, my love. They followed you so far." I give him a kiss on the cheek. "Try not to upset the rug."
"I won't."
Zahid leaves. I finish packing, sighing as I sit on my bed and bring the dagger out from my dress. I look at my reflection on the blade, which appears hesitant and unsure. I have been a royal all my life. Now that I'm no longer a queen, what am I? What have I become? I agreed to marry Qasim, a man cruel and torturous, in order to strengthen Hayama's army. I went with Zahid to save my city when he threatened to make war and kill my brother. I journeyed across Sahrahn when we needed Toshana to end the civil war. My entire life has been based around keeping my sultanate safe from harm, and now it is gone. My very purpose has been stolen away from me. Am I nothing? I shake my head. I am the mother of Al-Shams reborn. I must cling to that fact. Al-Shams knows all that is to come and has chosen me to bring him into the world again, despite the curse and despite losing everything. I lay a hand on my stomach. I discover with awe that it is bigger than it was a few days ago. The child is growing. I cannot believe that I am having a baby. much less one who will save the world. I stroke my stomach lightly, and I feel another gentle kick. This little fire within me is indescribable. I cannot note how it feels to be so connected to this tiny being inside. Whatever it takes, I must protect it. Who will this child be? What will they be like? What interests will they have? Will the baby look like Zahid or me? Will they like horses, sword fighting, and reading? Or will he or she be entirely different? I want it to be a boy. Not because I do not want a daughter, no. It is because the world is cruel to women, and I know if this child is male, the world will respect him, will make exceptions for him. Our society is cruel to women. I do not want my child to experience any more pain than what life will already hand him. I want things for him to be easy. There is a small whistle at my window. I turn to see a little red bird sitting on the sill's edge, peering curiously at me. A 3-legged cat sits at its side, the tail twitching.
You,
I say breathlessly, jumping off the bed.
where is the realm of fire? Who is the mother of serpents? Tell me, you owe me this much after letting my sultanate burn to the ground.
The bird and cat say nothing, nor do they transform into glowing, shining bodies resembling men. I take a daring step forward. It is sinful to challenge a heavenly creature above my own power as a mortal human. But at this moment, I do not care.
You said you were sent to protect me.
I wail.
You are Malaika, servants of Al-Shams, more powerful than Jinn. You could have stopped this, saved thousands of lives, and you did nothing. Why?
The bird and cat remain silent. The bird simply flies away, and the cat runs past me into the hall, out of my sight. Chapter 6. I am dead. I know I am dead. My skin is turning cold, my heart still and silent. There is no life to my limbs, no way I can raise my hand or cause my legs to stir. I try to move, but find myself unable to. My body is immobile. From a long ways away, I can hear Ruku laughing, my blood dripping from his sword. Zahid is weeping, holding me in his arms and rocking me back and forth. It is no use. I have long since passed on. It feels like I drift above the earth as I watch Zahid carry my body up the steps of Hayama's palace. He lays me upon the bed and falls to his knees, burying his head in my hair, screaming his pain. The wound within my chest where Ruku stabbed me has ceased to bleed. There are words whispered from afar, but I cannot hear them. There is a strange beam of light, and then nothing. Zahid is gone. And, just like that, so am I. I wake before Zahid does the next morning. I sit up, wiping the hair out of my eyes and shaking my head. Because of the unbearable nightmares, I haven't truly slept. I get up and stumble wearily to the window, leaning outside to try and get some fresh air. I feel thoroughly sick. I have no idea how I'm going to travel across Sahrahn like this. The thought of breakfast churns my stomach. Perhaps a short walk to clear my head. I'm certainly not getting any more sleep. I proceed downstairs. Nuri is there, making a small pot of tea. The area underneath her eyes is dark. She looks even worse than I do.
Here, my queen,
she says, handing me a cup.
You need this to keep your strength up.
I am a queen no longer, Nuri. There is no need to call me that, I whisper, taking the cup from her.
You will always be a queen in my eyes, Benoit. Now, drink.
I shakily raise the cup to my lips. The minute the liquid touches my tongue, I feel a bout of nausea welling up in my stomach. I rush to the window, unable to stop myself from retching into the sand outside. Nuri comes to my side and puts a hand on my back as I continue shaking and vomiting. She hands me a cloth when I am done. I wipe my mouth, feeling utterly weak.
Do you need to sit down?
She asks. The room is spinning, but the child leaps in my stomach, pressing against the organs on my right side.
No. I'll be all right.
Ugh. How am I supposed to convince the other sultans that I am a powerful opponent to Ruku and that they should join my side when I can't even walk upright? This is pointless.
Help me to the door, Nuri, I tell her. I want to take a walk.
I lean on her arm as we walk together to the door. She opens it, and we step outside, but I kick something accidentally. It goes rolling like a large leather ball. I look down to see what it is and begin screaming. A head, a human head, has been set upon my doorstep. A small stream of blood leaks from the neck, creating a maroon pool around the doorway. I cling to Nuri and bury my face in her chest, screaming aloud. I've seen dismembered heads before. By Al-Shams, I've even done some of the killing, but this is too much. This head has not been separated from its neck in the throes of battle. It is lying on my doorstep on a calm morning in Ashana, utterly out of place. I am not distracted by war, trying to save my own skin. There is nothing to dull the fact that there is literally death on my doorstep.
My queen, don't raise your eyes,
Nuri warns with a shaky voice, but I do so anyway. I gasp aloud as I see a man's corpse dangling on a spear directly ahead of me, straight up, as if it is standing. It has no head. This is a warning. I look down at the head again. I can only see the back of it, and not the face.
Who is it?
I ask.
I don't know. My queen, don't touch it.
I cannot resist the temptation. I must know. I nudge the head with the toe of my foot, turning it over to face me. My mouth drops open as I recognize him. It's Ikram, I say with a disgusted, sick tone. Zahid's father. Well, that takes care of one enemy for us. I'm not so pleased, however. Although Ikram started the civil war in Hayama 3 years ago and has given us nothing but trouble since, this doesn't bode well. We had feared Ikram would rise against us again in time. I thought he would find Ruku and join back up with him. Apparently, Ruku found him first. He means to frighten us, to say that he will not let a single member of our house, even one loyal to him, remain alive.
Come, Nuri,
I say, separating myself from her and gathering up my skirts.
We must bury him. Quick, before Zahid.
It's all right, Benoit.
Zahid is behind me, his hair ruffled from sleep, and his eyes troubled. He stares down at the head of his father with a blank expression. I cannot tell if he feels glad, angry, or anything at all.
I am sorry, Zahid,
I say sadly.
I know he was your father.
He has only sought to kill us. It is better that he is dead.
Zahid's voice comes out in a flat, detached tone, vacant of all emotion.
We don't have to worry about him anymore.
Zahid turns to me.
We must leave immediately. Ruku knows we are here.
How can that be? Shadi said he put a magical shield around me to prevent Ruku from finding us,
I say.
Then Ruku expects us to be here, Or at the very least, assumed we'd return to Ashana at some point and wanted us to find the body.
Zahid says. He can't have known we were here for certain, otherwise he would have crept in and killed us in our sleep, Nuri states. The shield's magic must have tricked him and his soldiers into thinking we weren't here. Shadi's magic saved us again.
Exactly, but his men didn't plant Ikram's body for no reason. They could still be nearby.
Zahid says. What about your people? I ask.
They have already left. A group took Ammar and Shaitan with them, to keep them safe. We must get on the flying carpet and escape.
But the body, I protest. We must bury it.
There is no time,
Zahid states roughly. Zahid, this is your father. Zahid looks away.
This is the man that shamed my mother, beat me, betrayed Toshana, and tried to steal my wife's sultanate. He is no father of mine.
We cannot leave him here. It is a sin to cast his body out for the birds, I protest.
Ruku's men are still out there,
Zahid says, gesturing to the empty city.
Don't ask me to risk my wife and unborn child's safety in order to bury the bastard who helped to kill me, Benoit, because that is not an option.
I straighten myself up. Fine. Then we will cremate him. My queen! Nuri gasps. That is also a sin. Only Al-Shams is permitted to become ashes for the fire. To cremate a body shows disrespect. It is better than leaving him out here to rot. Al-Shams will forgive us. I look to Zahid for this compromise, and he nods.
Fine. We shall burn him, then go. I'll do it, Benoit. Go gather our things.
Nuri and I turn back inside. Sajjad, I say, calling the carpet. The rug instantly rises from its place on the floor and hovers beside me. Please carry some things for me. I'm very weak. Sajjad loves to be helpful. He carries all the bags I set on him eagerly. Nuri aids me up and down the stairs, which feels like a quest in itself. But my previous exhaustion has been chased to the back of my mind. I still feel tired, but there is no time to be concerned about it. If we tarry here much longer, we'll be dead. Zahid has already started the fire and placed Ikram's body and head within the flames once we return outside. I watch the fire consume Ikram's corpse with a pit in my stomach, feeling miserable. No matter how awful he was, the Onari has instructed that each body be given a burial. I know that according to the Holy Book, this is wrong, but we have no other choice. If we stay to bury Ikram, we'll certainly be slain. I am sorry, Al-Shams. Please forgive us.
The smoke will attract Ruku's followers. Let us be off,
Zahid says. He pushes some of the bags aside and climbs on the flying carpet. Nuri helps me up. I find that Sajjad, though thin underneath me, fully supports my weight. I accidentally lose my balance and topple over the side, but the carpet moves to catch me. I know I will be safe on his back. Nuri clambers behind me. Now that we're all sitting on the rug, hovering on thin air, everything seems so strange. Ashana is completely deserted, with nothing but the wind and a small fire burning in its center. I can imagine this is how it once looked after soldiers came through and destroyed it. A tear slips down my face. Our once beautiful city is now abandoned. We are the only ones foolhardy enough to still be here. Zahid adjusts the lamp on his hip and looks down.
Sajjad, take us to Abbas's palace, he says. Might as well start somewhere.
The rug takes off in an instant, soaring into the clouds. I can feel the wind rippling underneath the carpet, and the sun begins to singe my skin as we climb higher in the sky, twirling and dipping on the air. I look down and see all of Ashana beneath us. the gorgeous city of ashes that we are leaving behind. Flying makes me somewhat uncomfortable and nauseated, but only because of the pregnancy. I feel if I wasn't with child, I'd be completely fine. It is much better than being on a rocking boat in the middle of the ocean, and has a somewhat enchanting quality. I lay back on sajjad and close my eyes, stretching out my limbs. For the life of me, I cannot get comfortable. Being pregnant at a time like this is rather inconvenient.
Why couldn't you work before?
I scold my womb, before I realize that if Zahid and I had a child before Ruku attacked, he or she probably wouldn't have made it out of the palace alive.
There never is a right time for a child, I suppose. It simply happens.
The smooth flight of the carpet, up and down as it dips over the dunes of the desert, makes me drowsy. There's no point staying awake and tormenting myself of what could be, or should have been. Reluctantly, I let myself fall asleep. The smell of food awakens me. I rise and see that Zahid and Nouri are dining on cold lamb from the night before, and baklava. I rub my eyes, and Zahid crawls over to me. We're still flying, although I can see that Sajjad has descended so we're lower to the ground.
Did you sleep well?
Zahid asks.
Surprisingly, yes,
I say.
and now I'm starving.
Eat. We saved some for you.
Zahid hands me a large piece of baklava. I begin devouring it ravenously, and the food is gone within seconds. Zahid stares at me, handing me another piece. I eat that one too, and then reach for a large leg of lamb, engulfing it within seconds.
By Al-Shams, you are a hungry girl.
Zahid laughs.
I haven't seen you eat like this in months.
I don't know what's gotten into me. Pass me another leg, I ask, tapping on Nouri's side.
She's finally starting to get her appetite back,
Nouri says happily.
Now it is insatiable.
I am eating for two. Despite my nausea this morning and my disgust for food then, I can't stop eating now. I had thought flying would only upset my stomach, but apparently it helps for some reason. Pregnancy. I'll never figure it out. I wish my sisters or mother were here to help and tell me what to expect, but as usual, I'm in a particularly compromising circumstance and am on my own.
How close are we?
I ask Zahid when I'm finally finished eating, peering over the side of the rug curiously.
I don't believe too long. Shadi's magic finally came through for us. This carpet has gotten us to Sumu in a few hours. It would have taken us a week's hard ride to get there ourselves,
Zahid says. Zahid grabs the front of Sajjad and steers him down toward the upper part of the city, to Abbas's massive palace.
Should we be flying so low?
I ask.
We're bound to shock people if we arrive on a magic carpet.
I'm not trying to be anonymous, Zahid says. All the better if more people see us.
It can't possibly be good to let them see Sajjad,
I argue.
Benua, you're carrying Al-Shams in your belly and we're asking every sultan that purposely opposed us to help us fight a horde of djinn and the devil himself. I don't think it matters if we make our entrance on a flying carpet,
Zahid says, flatly.
I suppose you're right,
I mutter. I don't like giving away all my secrets, though I suppose I'll have none by the time this child is born. Sajjad descends lower. People start pointing at us, giving cries of surprise, and in some places, screams of terror. Children run beneath the carpet, lifting their fingers to try and touch Sajjad's fringe, laughing and pointing.
How wonderful to be a child and not question anything,
I think sadly.
Just to accept what is going on and be happy with it.
We pass over the gate of Abbas's palace, and guards start firing arrows at us with loud shouts. Sajjad dodges all of them and sweeps us safely inside the door, into the great throne room. Abbas is there, sitting on his throne, What surprises me the most is that he's not the only sultan here. There are 8 other rulers, standing in a circle with several guards for each of them. I don't know most of them personally, but I know that they're all from different cities and nations. What are they doing here in Sumu? Shouts rise into the air as Sajjad hovers above the ground, waiting for us to disembark. Nuri hops off, and so does Zahid, putting his arms around me and lifting me off. I groan and put a hand to my side as he sets me down, feeling the child move within me.
Evil spies from Ruku, sent to deceive us with their magic from djinn,
Abbas says in his high-pitched comical voice, pointing at our flying carpet.
Guards, seize them!
Several soldiers charge forward, but Zahid pulls out his sword and brandishes it about the room, saying,
You do well not to attack the Raider Prince. I've escaped many a time in your palace, Abbas. It would be easy for me to do so again.
The Raider Prince!
Abbas squeaks.
I cannot. This isn't so.
It is, and Queen Benawa as well,
Zahid says, taking my hand and leading me to his side.
Queen Benawa died during the raid of Hayama,
A tall man says, his voice deep and accusing.
This cannot be her.
Yet I am, I say loudly. I decide this is no time for secrets and say, My husband, maidservant, and I barely escaped with our lives. We have a djinn on our side as well, as he magicked us away before Ruku had time to kill us. Our djinn gave us a magic carpet so we could reach you quickly and ask for your aid.
You don't look like the queen,
Abbas says with a sneer, before he peers closer and mutters,
but you do seem familiar. I have seen you before.
I was Batari, the dancer of the desert. I distracted you while my husband stole your coin many years ago. I admit, figuring honesty is best considering the situation.
That was you?
Abbas gasps.
And you openly asked for my help when you waltzed into my home, took advantage of my hospitality, and robbed me of every coin I had?
It was hardly every coin, a few bags that you could easily spare, I say, irritably.
There's no time for this,
Zahid says harshly.
We'll talk about your stolen coin later. Right now, there is a bigger threat to all of Sahrahn. We should worry about the coin,
a sultan shouts. We have done business with him before. I believe he is called Firas.
Much of my gold was stored in Hayama's bank. Ruku took it all when he destroyed the city. How can I fight him with no money? Even if she is the queen, we cannot trust her. She has openly admitted she has a djinn,
the tall man says once more, staring at me.
A good djinn. One who is on our side, Zahid says. And we're hoping that you will join us, as that is why we have come.
Join us in what? Your foolish tirade against Ruku?
A sultan with a large beard throws his head back and laughs.
You were lucky to have escaped Hayama with your lives. Do you expect us to do the same and risk our own cities?
We expect you to fight before Ruku forces you to,
Zahid says.
Ruku already laid siege to several cities before he came to yours,
the tall man bursts. His eyes are red with rage as he points to an old sultan who is seemingly hiding from the conversation in the back of the room.
He devastated Himohel after Sultan Khalaf refused to join him. He barely escaped, and his city is no more than dust. Calm yourself, Salam. Let us listen to what they have to say.
A young sultan, around our age, takes a stroll around the room, his hands behind his back.
Although I must admit it is true what he says. I am Sultan Junaid. My city of Jedamas is also gone. Ruku came with his djinn and asked if we would join Casimir. He said that if we fought for him, he would spare Jedamas and let us live after the war was over.
Junaid shrugs.
Naturally, we refused, and he slaughtered everyone his djinn could get their hands on. All of my people, save for a few hundred, are gone. All for a thing he called his destiny.
I quiver in fury. So Hayama wasn't the only place completely destroyed. What did he say was his destiny? I ask.
He wants to rule over Sahrahn, not only a portion, but all of it.
Kalaf says.
He is traveling to each nation and demanding they join him. If not, he levels the city. Sultan Safwa of Mukallin, Sultan Rafid of Shahiz, Sultan Majd al-Din of Serai, and the tribal leader Ulbald of Hadil have already joined him. None have resisted so far, not since Hemuchel and Jadamas fell.
That makes roughly around 100,000 men.
Zahid says. He does not pale, nor does his voice waver, but I can tell the number terrifies my husband.
Qasimar and Sarai are large cities. This is an army unlike any ever seen in our time.
That is why I have summoned all of you here today.
Abbas breaks in, his voice even higher than usual.
We are to discuss what to do with Ruku.
And why were we not notified of this?
Zahid asks sharply.
We knew Ruku was coming to your city and had no time to send a warning. We supposed you'd both be dead by the time the messenger arrived.
Salam says dully.
No use sending an invitation to a pair of ghosts.
There is only one option. We must surrender.
Abbas says. At his suggestion, the room bursts out in a flurry of arguing.
Surrender,
the bearded sultan says.
You cannot possibly be serious.
Imtiaz, we do not have the numbers to go against Ruku. Even if all of us were to combine, it would number significantly less men than Ruku's forces.
Abbas shouts.
I would rather die than surrender Ramsaram to the demon king of Jinn.
Imtiaz shouts.
Then be my guest. Meanwhile, I plan on living.
Abbas says.
I'm sure if we comply, Ruku will be more than eager to set us up in comfortable places in his new society.
All Abbas ever worries about is his personal comfort and gold. I go to say something, but Zahid steps in, silencing the throne room with a loud clatter as he throws his sword to the ground.
Enough! Do you not understand? Ruku is not some mere warlord, as his father was before him. He is Akshalad in disguise, parading around Sahrahn until he can take it for his own. The bloodshed will not stop with the treaties. This is a war of gods, not men.
Whispers of terror are hushed throughout the courtroom.
Akshalad,
the young sultan says.
He is within Ruku. Are you quite sure? I have seen the rock myself, in the flesh. If we hand Sahrahn over to him without a fight, he will destroy each one of us,
Zahid says.
This is what he wants.
We must call upon Al-Shams to save us. No mortal can stand up to Akshalad, a sultan cries.
Silence, Tawwab, you old fool,
Salam says harshly.
If Ruku truly is Akshalad, then this will be it for Sahrahn. The world is ending as we know it. Whether we fight or not, it does not matter. The apocalypse has come.
Perhaps it is time to put the old ways aside,
Abbas says timidly.
We should give praise to the eagle god and forsake Al-Shams. If we worship him, Akshalad will spare us.
The thought turns my stomach. There is nothing in Akshalad. He will not spare anyone, whether they worship him or not. After seeing the murderous look in his eyes, I could never leave Al-Shams for him, not even if it meant saving my own skin.
To forsake the word of our forefathers and abandon the Onari? Nay, Al-Shams himself? Abbas, how could you?
A sultan says with a soft, gentle voice.
Be quiet, Masood. None of this would have happened if she hadn't implemented the new laws going against the natural order of things by making women equal to men. and the poor equal to their superiors.
Abbas says, pointing at me.
We have roused the anger of the devil because of her sinful rule.
The throne room turns to me. Zahid goes to defend me, but I put a hand on his arm, saying, "No, Zahid. It is all right." I step forward. "I know many of you are upset with me. It is true that my laws have caused this war and the deaths of many I love." I take a deep breath. But progress is not made without sacrifice. These laws are what is right, not wrong. I have seen Akshalad for myself and can tell you that there is no mercy in him. If we surrender, he will either kill you or enslave you. There is no other way. Do not fear. We have another on our side, one who is more powerful than Akshalad could ever be. Al-Shams will save us. If only we believe and have hope, he will shield us from the rock's wings.
How do you know Al-Shams will save us?
Salam sneers. I bring myself up to my fullest height. Because I carry him within my womb. I am pregnant with the light of Sahrahn. Al-Shams returned. The courtroom positively erupts. There is arguing, shouts of joy, of anger, many accusations. Abbas is sitting back on his throne in shock, while Salam shakes his fist and Imtiyaz strokes his beard thoughtfully. Zahid moves closer, ready to defend me from attack. "I have no proof, only my word," I shout over the noise. "Two malaika came to me in the night and told me that I was carrying the light of Sahrahn in my womb. Al-Shams reborn is within me, returned to lead our land from darkness and into a world of peace. If we fight Akshalad and give the child time to grow, there will be an age of prosperity and harmony as Sahrahn has never seen before." I pause. "If we surrender, however, Ruku will find me and rip the child from my belly. He will kill the reincarnated Al-Shams and our world will be nothing but despair. I'm asking you, no, I'm begging you, to fight, to defend me and my unborn child. If we do not, there will be nothing left." "Is this true?" Salam says, rearing on Zahid. "Is your wife pregnant?" He nods. "It is so. The child is mine. However, I can testify that his or her spirit is that of Al-Shams. You may accuse us of making this story up so we can save our skins and that of our child. I believe that this child is Al-Shams, that he or she will save us if we make war against Akshalad. It is as my wife said. We have no proof, no reassurance. There is nothing left for you but blind belief. I, as well as she, plead for you to help us. If not, we must go into hiding." Abbas looks completely terrified. It doesn't matter what we tell him. I know he isn't going to help. Imtiyaz tugs at his beard again and says, "It must come down to a vote. Each sultan must decide for himself what he is to do." "Please think—" I let out a gasp of pain and sink to the floor again as a large cramp ripples through my side. Zahid leans forward to catch me. Nouri is at my side, helping lift me onto Sajjad. "My wife is weary. It's been a long journey, even with the flying carpet, and she needs rest." Zahid insists. "Is there a place for her to stay while you make your decisions?" Abbas goes to protest, but the other sultans give him harsh glares. To deny hospitality to another ruler, even ones in as desperate of a situation as Zahid and I, is seen as a great dishonor in Sahrahn. He swallows and says,
"Of course, my servants will lead you there."
Zahid leans over Sajjad. "Are you going to be all right without me for a moment?" He whispers. "I'll be fine," I say back weakly. "Zahid, don't let them be cowards.
Convince them they have to fight.
If I do not, I will take you somewhere safe, where Akshalad will never find you,
he says, stroking my hair.
This is my promise, my love.
Sajjad carries me up to a large room in Abbas's palace, much like the one I stayed in the first time. He sets me down on the bed. Nouri puts a thin, wet cloth on my forehead to cool me down.
My queen, you mustn't get so upset. You'll hurt the child. What if they say no?
I ask, clinging to her arm desperately.
Then we will fight Akshalad ourselves. You've never been beaten before, my queen. Not by anything. I doubt even the devil himself could defeat you, even if he truly wanted to. Al-Shams is the only reason I've survived this far, Nouri. Now it is I who must defend him.
I close my eyes and slowly drift off to sleep. Once again, I have fitful nightmares. Chapter 7. Zahid is sitting on the edge of the bed when I awaken. I get up slowly, noticing how my stomach growls. I'm hungry once again.
How did it go?
I ask immediately.
The vote was close. Many of them did not want to go against their beliefs and abandon Al-Shams, though some are too afraid of Akshalad to fight him,
Zahid says.
It was decided that we should fight, though Abbas isn't happy about it.
Nor will Ruku be when he hears of our opposition, I say glumly. Is there a plan?
There will be a final battle between Ruku's forces and ours, though we cannot be sure where it will be or when.
Zahid says.
From what our spies have heard, Ruku still needs a few months to prepare. He did not assume such a large force would rise up against him so quickly. He outnumbers us, but it will not be an easy fight for him, even with djinn on his side.
What did he expect when he's burned 3 cities to the ground?
I ask. I pause before questioning.
What do we do now?
There is nothing left to do except wait for Shadi to return with news of the curse,
Zahid says.
Abbas has reluctantly offered us a place in his court for as long as we need.
I don't feel safe here, Zahid. He doesn't like us.
I know, but we have nowhere else to go.
I look around.
Where's Nouri?
She is temporarily amusing Abbas with her dancing skills to get him on our good side. She's almost as good a dancer as you,
Zahid says with a careless smirk.
You'd think Abbas would have had his fill of dancing girls after Batari,
I say, sourly.
That man doesn't think of much else besides coin and who's to warm his bed. He wouldn't do anything about Ruku if he wasn't forced to.
I've noticed.
Zahid stretches out on the bed.
There is something else. One of the rulers, Sultan Dirar from Terkala, did not show up to the meeting after he was summoned, nor did he send a messenger. They feared the worst, and no one but me is brave enough to go see what happened to him. With the flying carpet, I can reach the city more quickly than any of Abbas's men.
I will go with you.
Benoit, you have to stay here,
he says in an exasperated voice.
No, Zahid. We do things together. We always have.
You must think of the baby.
I must think of you as well. I will not have my child grow up without a father.
Zahid takes a long, drawn-out sigh.
Fine. I suppose we will leave in the morning. I would rather you come with me than be by yourself here. I do not want you to be alone in Abbas's court. Too many of his men would be happy to hand you over to Ruku in order to spare themselves.
I can't say I'm unhappy to leave,
I add. I crawl to his side to lay my head on his shoulder, cuddling close to his body.
It seems like everyone in this palace wants us dead.
Zahid and I are on our way to Tel Kela before dawn rises the next morning. We tell no one of our absence. I don't feel comfortable letting the other rulers know we're gone. It gives them an opportunity to change their mind and betray us before things are set in motion and they can't turn back.
You are quiet, Benua, Zahid says. Usually you're always running your tongue.
He smiles at the jibe, but I don't say anything. His smile falls, and he asks,
Benua, what's wrong? I know there must be something.
I look away from him, over the edge of Sajjad and down at the rolling dunes far, far below. I miss Toshana. It's been 3 years, and yet the pain from her loss never goes away. I cannot stand being separated from her.
You are carrying Al-Shams within you,
Zahid says, crawling close to me and sitting down. It's not the same. I know Al-Shams is always with me, but I don't want Al-Shams. I want Toshana. No matter how hard I try to forget about her, or how desperately I want to move on, I cannot let her go. I miss her so terribly, I wish I had never met her at all. My throat seizes up, and I try to swallow, to keep a sob from rising out within me.
Do not say that. It is better that you knew her, and knew her well.
I'm not so sure I did know her. She had so many secrets, so many things she hid from me. I trusted her with everything, and yet I don't know if she felt the same way about me.
She loved you, Benua.
Did she? I bring my knees up to my chest. I am unsure. Now that she's dead, I fear I will never know.
Toshana was my friend too. I have also lost someone,
Zahid says.
We cannot give up. It's not what she would have wanted.
Yes, but what about what I want? I ask, whipping my head around to gaze into his eyes. I am glad she brought you back, for I know I couldn't live without you. But a life without Toshana is hardly worth living. I have searched for meaning in her absence, tried to fill the hole in my heart with some sort of story or song, something that will give me purpose and make me understand. I sigh. I do not understand. I cannot comprehend why all these things are happening to us. It hardly seems fair.
How do you suppose I feel?
Zahid asks me harshly.
I am the reason she is gone. A terrible guilt purges my chest every day, for if she hadn't sacrificed herself for me, she would still be here now.
You have not admitted this to me before, I say, shocked.
I know how it would have made you feel,
he says.
You are distraught over Toshana, but I have to face every day knowing I killed her, knowing that I am the reason she is gone.
Toshana willingly made the decision to take your place, I say gently. She wouldn't have regretted it for a second. It's not your fault. Zahid snorts and shakes his head.
Whatever you say, Benua. I know in my mind it is not my fault, but a small part of my heart will always feel responsible for killing 2 of my greatest friends. I have seen that they are in a better place, but I feel I should have afforded them more time on this earth.
What's done is done, I say quietly. Speak no more of this. Talk of the dead won't bring him back. He doesn't answer. To try and soothe him, I lightly rub his back with my hand. He hesitates for a little while before he lies down on Sajjad, his head upon my lap. I begin playing with his hair lightly. He closes his eyes, and I continue to massage him until his breathing calms and the tension leaves his body. I am sorry I said anything. I never considered that Zahid would be guilty over Toshana sacrificing herself for him. But I was blind. It is obvious now. I can see it in little ways, like the hurtful glint in his eyes or the soft marks around his frown. I miss Toshana very much, but Zahid has lost so much more over the course of his life. He knew Toshana far longer than I did, and must have been closer with her. He is a man that rarely admits his feelings and never divulges them, not even to me. It is hard sometimes between us, because I am always willing to admit how I feel, and Zahid simply hides his emotions away. It is easy for me to forget that he cares so much at times, because he does such a good job of hiding how he feels. Unless I'm paying attention, he can fool me and everyone else into thinking he doesn't give a damn. I know why he acts this way. His childhood was far from easy, and after losing his mother and being mistreated by his abusive father, he had no choice but to conceal his true self. He had to pretend that he was a stone-cold warrior, unaffected by the woes of the world, in order to survive. He is a good man, willing to help people and do whatever it takes to lend a hand where needed. He is such a hero. However, it is all too easy for me to put aside the fact that some part of him is broken. Although he was angry when he said it, I am glad Zahid told me he felt guilty about Toshana's sacrifice. These confessions from him are few and far between, though I know I am the person he comes to the most. I am certain there are many things Zahid doesn't tell me, not because he wants to conceal them, but because that is how he is. All his life, he has known no other way but to go at it alone and lock everyone out. I understand. I will not push him to reveal how he truly feels about things. I know Zahid's intentions and his heart. I will always wait for him until he is ready to open up about anything. Until then, I must do my best to remind him that he mustn't always be my rock and that he can lean on me when he can no longer be strong. He has always been my hero, but maybe I can be his as well. We may have been powerful rulers once, but we are also a young couple, still newlywed. We don't have much experience in the ways of love, but I am happy to learn and to grow beside him, happy to be at his side, come what may. Whether my life gets better or worse, it does not matter. I will take whatever comes, good or bad, so long as he is with me. A small city, smaller than Ashana, appears below us. Tel Kela is not on fire, but it is clearly in disarray. Funnels of smoke rise from the ruins. Even from this height, I can see the bodies. No life stirs within the buildings. They have been blown apart by magic. Bricks turned to rubble. Everything is crumbling to the ground or burnt. In a few years, sand will cover the city, and Tel Kela may as well have never existed.
Where is the Sultan?
I ask.
Most likely in his palace,
Zahid says, raising his head off my lap.
though he's certainly not alive.
There may be hope. I point to a place where a few spiraling towers still stand. Is that it?
Yes, but we best be cautious,
Zahid says. He steers Sajjad down to a tower and helps me off.
We don't know who's here.
We walk through the palace halls with Sajjad hovering behind us. Zahid pulls out his sword, and I put a hand on my knife. The palace has been ransacked. Tapestries lay in threads on the floor, and everything of value has been stolen. What's left behind is broken, or in pieces on the dirty tile. I imagine this is what my palace looks like, if not in worse condition. I will not think of Hayama like this. In my memory, it is a shining, beautiful city, and will remain so. I do not want to taunt myself with what it might look like now. I can see my flying carpet is nervous. He trembles as he hovers through the air, the front of him whipping this way and that, as if looking for enemies. Sajjad floats too close to Zahid and ends up bumping into him, tripping over thin air and rolling into the raider prince until he somehow has my husband wrapped up tightly, his arms stuck to his sides.
"Ah, you infernal thing!" Zahid shouts. "By Al-Shams, I wish we still had the horses."
"It is nothing, Sajjad," I say as the carpet droops, appearing to be embarrassed. "Come closer to me." The flying carpet floats by my side, accidentally whipping Zahid in the face with its fringe. Zahid lunges at it, but the carpet flies behind me, wrapping himself around my shoulders and trembling. "Oh, stop. He's nicer than he behaves. Trust me," I tell the carpet, patting it on the back. The carpet slowly slides off of me and plops down on two corners, walking this time instead of flying.
"If you keep consoling that carpet, we're never going to get this done,"
Zahid hisses at me as he creeps around a corner.
"That carpet is our only way out of here. Stop treating him like
a piece of furniture,"
he says sarcastically.
"Yes. He only aims to please."
I put my hands on my hips. Zahid sighs, reaching out to pat the carpet, awkwardly.
"I'm sorry, Sajjad, but we must be quiet."
The carpet nods enthusiastically, creeping even more lightly on its corners. Zahid rolls his eyes, and we journey on. The conditions get worse and worse as we head inward.
"I do not like how this appears,"
I say.
"Nor do I."
Zahid follows a long, bloody trail past a doorway into what happens to be a large bedroom, probably elaborate in its time. This must be where Dirar sleeps. We follow the bloody trail to the balcony, where it continues over the side. It appears someone was thrown off and onto the ground below. Sajjad wiggles at our side, jumps into the air, and sails over the balcony and into the gardens. He comes back carrying a golden turban that is streaked with blood. He shakes back and forth, as if he is saying no.
"I take it we know what happened to Sultan Dirar,"
Zahid says.
"Let us be gone before—"
A bellowing cry alerts us to danger. 3 men charge toward us with their swords raised, toothy, evil grimaces on their faces. Zahid jumps in front of me and brings his sword up to meet the enemy, slashing the first man across the chest and through the gut, dispatching him quickly. Zahid then begins to duel the other 2 men simultaneously, meeting each blow they lash out at him with ease. I watch, longing to jump in on the fight, but I know I must hang back. One of the men ducks around Zahid and toward me. Zahid tries to stab him, but the other man punches him across the face, stunning my husband. As the soldier puts a hand on my shoulder, I waste no time in bringing the knife out and stabbing it into his heart. Out of shock, the man pushes me away. I have just enough time to wrench the knife out of his chest before the push sends me spinning backwards, and I go tumbling over the balcony wall. I don't realize I'm falling through the air until I see the balcony above start to shrink away. I flail my arms and limbs uselessly, only to find air underneath me as I plummet faster and faster toward the ground. I have heard that men who have fallen from high places die long before they hit the ground. I wonder if that is true, or if I will feel all my bones crunch underneath me when I hit the earth below. My body lands on something soft and light. To my utter surprise, Sajjad has caught me. I cling to the carpet as he zooms around in a circle, spiraling toward the sky. Zahid jumps off the edge of the balcony and falls upon Sajjad right next to me. The 2 other men are lying dead over the railing.
"That was far too close,"
Zahid says as Sajjad flies close to the ground.
"Next time I will tell Abbas to do his dirty work himself."
"It was a lucky thing Sajjad was there. I would have been flattened,"
I say with a small, nervous laugh.
"Do you think there are more?"
Zahid goes to answer, but without warning, Sajjad jerks to the side, falling to the ground as if pinned by a giant rock. Zahid and I go flying through the air. We're only a few feet above ground, but it's enough of a drop that it will hurt when we land. My husband catches me, rolling to take the blow as we fall to the sand. "Oof," I say as I rise, shaking my head and pushing myself off of Zahid, who is underneath me.
"Are you all right?"
"Nothing broken,"
Zahid groans. I get to my feet and help him up slowly. He winces, shifting a little on his side.
"I'm fine, only a little bruised."
"I'm sure it's more than a little,"
I say. I look at our flying carpet.
"Sajjad, what was all that about?"
Sajjad jerks and twitches on the ground as if he is held by some invisible force. Zahid grabs my shoulder and turns me around. My insides freeze as I see a black djinn with gray woolen legs and a forked tail smiling at us. He raises his arms slowly.
"I'll deal with him,"
Zahid says.
"Run."
Zahid barrels with his sword in a straight line toward the genie. For once, I don't protest or ask questions. I start heading the other way, towards Sajjad. A great wind rises up without warning. I turn my head, seeing Zahid is holding his arm in front of his eyes as thunder shakes the ground. The wind increases, creating a large gust of sand that blows into my eyes. Lightning cracks like a whip, lacing through the sky and making it so the heavens appear to be breaking into dozens of pieces. Dark clouds, black as midnight, blot out the sun. Rain starts pouring from the sky. I have only seen rain 3 times in my life, and never this strong. It comes down in buckets, drenching my clothes and soaking me to the bone. The wind creates a large sandstorm where I cannot see anything. Not even my hands in front of my face. I turn in a circle, but I don't see Zahid, Sajjad, or the djinn. There is nothing but a twister of sand and rain whirling around me. It feels like I am all alone in the world, that there is nothing alive but this storm. I jump forward, tripping over myself and falling face first into the mud. I shakily climb to my feet once again and begin running, but no matter which direction I go, everything looks the same. I find no one. I call Zahid's name, but my voice is lost to the thunder. Each time I yell, the storm only increases in power.
"Toshana!"
I say, losing all sense and crying out.
"Toshana, help me! Where are you? Al-Shams, save me from the storm! Stop the rain and the sand so I can see!"
There is no answer. There is only the torrent of rain and the rumble of thunder crashing down upon me.
"Al-Shams, stop this, please!"
I cry.
"I have prayed that you will end our suffering, if not for me, but for the people of Sahrahn. Your children need you. Why have you given me everything, only to take it away?"
Not a word.
"I know you're there!"
I cry.
"Answer me!"
The thunder rolls even more bitterly. I was so sure my prayers would be answered, that Al-Shams would have reached down by now and stopped the chaos. And yet, it is still raining. I stumble to the ground and begin crawling on my hands and knees. I meekly whisper,
"Why did you leave me?"
"I never left you, Benoit." A quiet, still voice whispers inside of me. One that is utterly familiar and dearly, terribly missed.
"Toshana,"
I whisper. I freely sob tears of pain and grief as I stumble blindly into darkness. I lost my best friend. She had meant everything to me, and now she's gone. I am completely alone.
"You are not alone. I am with you."
Although the movement is slight, the child jumps within me. I put a hand to my middle and shield my eyes, stubbornly making my way through the storm. I have very little strength left. I cannot find Al-Shams here, but I will not give up. I press my hand to my stomach, to soothe myself, or to protect the child. I am unsure. I see the outline of a man, and a voice echoes against the wind.
Benoit, get down!
I instinctively crouch, bending over so my belly is shielded. Zahid is above me, and he swings the sword over my body. I risk a glance and see the black djinn is standing behind me. Zahid plunges his sword into the side of the djinn. The djinn lets out a loud cry of agony, trying unsuccessfully to rip Zahid's sword out of his side. Unable to do so, he falls to the ground, jerking and coughing. His blood is black, like his skin, and pours onto the mud as he slowly dies. The storm increases in power. Zahid ducks to the ground, putting his arms around me and protecting me from the downpour. I bury my face in his chest, trying to forget everything that is happening. I want to be back in Hayama, and back in our bed. I want us both to be safe. I don't want to be soaked in the middle of nowhere, shaken by thunder and covered with mud. I don't want any of this to be happening. The rain slows, finally coming to a reluctant stop. The thunder fades away, and the lightning strikes far in the distance and across the mountains. Now that the djinn is dead, his magic is disappearing. Zahid gets off the ground and strides over to the djinn. He rips his sword from the genie's side with one hand. He is covered in mud and soaking wet. I know I must appear no better. Zahid wipes the black blood off his sword and onto the side of his pants before sheathing it.
Now we know they can be killed.
He should have sent a spear flying towards us, or a giant boulder to crush us. A giant storm is a bit elaborate, I say.
I think he was a little full of himself. He wanted to prove his power, and it became his downfall. He wasn't a very smart djinn, besides. He didn't even try to heal himself when I stuck him,
Zahid says.
However, I don't think we should hope they're all so densely arrogant.
No, I say, shaking my head. I stumble backwards, but I find that Sajjad is flying again. He catches me as I collapse conveniently on his back. I'm sorry, Sajjad, I say. We're a bit filthy. The rug moves up and down gently, as if he doesn't mind. Zahid climbs aboard, and Sajjad soars into the sky, back toward Sumu.
The other sultans won't be pleased when we tell them what happened,
I say softly.
I'm not surprised at what we found,
Zahid says grimly.
To be honest, I expected much worse.
Morale decreases when we come back without Dirar. Each sultan appears even more helpless than they were before. I cannot blame them. I feel completely useless myself. What chance do our sultanates have against the devil? The sultans go home to gather their forces and ready for war. 3 months pass by slowly. I do the only thing I can and try to make this a successful pregnancy, as out of my hands as it is. If we are helpless against Akshalad, then it all depends on me to deliver this baby safely, for Al-Shams is our last hope. The child grows steadily until my stomach is very large, protruding out in a round mountain on my belly. I am a small person, so naturally, the child looks enormous. I feel I am nothing but stomach. I continue to have fainting spells, and am very weak. The baby takes each ounce of strength from me. Zahid spends his days training Abbas's soldiers, and comes home at night to take over for Nuri, who is exhausted from trying to make me comfortable all day. I cannot get comfortable, however. Being pregnant is the most uncomfortable thing I have ever experienced, and it is hard to rest when Akshalad is knocking at your door and you cannot even lift a sword to defend yourself. When the 7th month of my pregnancy arrives, I begin to worry. We have not heard anything from Shadi since he left us in Ashana. I fear he has abandoned us, although I feel in my heart he would never do so. Perhaps he has failed and has been unable to find a djinn strong enough to break the curse. Or even worse, he's dead. It terrifies me to think of Shadi gone. I do not want to lose another friend. If Shadi has been unable to find a djinn to break the curse, we may as well give up now. This child will die, and Akshalad will take over Sahrahn. I do not care if we have 1,000,000 soldiers. Without Al-Shams, I do not think we can win. For what must be the 100th time, I proceed down to Abbas's library with Nuri beside me, the child kicking furiously in my stomach. Abbas's library is terribly pitiful. The Sultan sees no use in reading books or scrolls. During my free time, I spend my days in the library, trying to discover something about the mother of serpents, Falak, or the realm of fire. In the past 90 days, I found nothing. A book of fables has been the most helpful, but it has only told me what I already know. Everything states the same information. The mother of serpents can control all the snakes. She lives in the realm of fire, a land made entirely of flame, where also there lives Falak, a great snake who has the appetite to consume the entire world. Overall, I am frustrated. I am supposed to find these 3 myths from legend with nothing more to go on than scraps of fairy tales. How can something be true if there is so little information about it? I'm beginning to doubt this entire mission. I feel like I should have found some hint, some clue, long ago. Either that, or the answer is staring me in the face. And yet I cannot see it. I glance over at Nuri, who has her head buried in a scroll that trails onto the floor. She can't make sense of it either. Neither of us can. A scribe walks by closely and knocks a pile of scrolls off our table, though I'm sure it's not an accident. I glare at him. He gives me a curled, twisted smile, performing a small bow that seems insulting. "My apologies," he hisses, not making a move to pick the scrolls up. I bend down and put them back on the table myself, struggling to get around my enormous belly. He chuckles under his breath at my discomfort.
It isn't polite to laugh at a pregnant woman, much less a queen who carries Al-Shams in her womb,
Nuri says, sharply.
Nor is it polite for a servant to snap at a scribe.
He barks back at her.
Benua is no longer a queen, as you very well know. If not for her marriage to the Raider Prince, she'd be nothing more than a peasant. As for being the mother of Al-Shams, well.
He gives a sarcastic, condemning little laugh.
We shall see.
The heat rises in my cheeks.
What do you expect? For a fiery phoenix to pour out of me and seek Akshalad's blood the day he is born? I believe your fantasies are to keep the court entertained with you so they do not cut off your head.
The scribe says sharply.
Watch your tongue, old man, or I'll cut it out myself, servant or not.
Nuri threatens. The scribe's eyes widen, and I fall silent. Even I am surprised. Nuri is so docile, so gentle. She never makes threats, but I'm sure she means it. She raises her skirts to let the scribe see that there is a long knife fastened to her leg. A smart move, Nuri, I marvel. The scribe swallows and turns his attention back to me.
I just wish to remind you, my lady, that it is against the law in Sumu for women to read.
As you've made sure to remind me since the first day I've picked up a book, I grumble.
The affair is punishable by the harshest offenses, whipping, prison, even death.
He threatens, the corners of his mouth turning upward once more.
You want to say something about it? Take it up with my husband. It is his concern what I do, not yours.
I would deal with this fool myself, but seeing how I cannot fight, I have to send every ass who wants to take a crack at me to Zahid. as none of them respect anything I say. It's ridiculously bothersome. The scribe sniffs. He knows very well not to go to Zahid about it. He sweeps his cloak behind him. I watch him go, crumpling a piece of parchment in my hand as he leaves. He has every right to hate me. He and everyone else in this palace truly believe that I have started this war, and perhaps I have. They do not wish to see that the deaths of their sons and daughters are a result of Ruku's terror. They'd much rather make a scapegoat out of me, blame me for trying to change the old ways.
I apologize for his brashness,
a voice behind me says. I turn to see a young, spindly man giving me a wary smile.
Khalifa is quite rude. He has been ever since, well...
He shrugs, which I found is a habit of his.
Since we had to leave home.
Sultan Junaid, I say happily. So far, I've found him to be very supportive. What brings you down here?
I am tired of tromping about the barracks. I am not a war hero as your husband is,
Junaid tells me sheepishly.
To be quite honest, I can barely yield a sword, though do not tell the other sultans that. I would much rather have my nose buried in a book. It was what I was doing when Jadamas fell.
Junaid blushes and turns away. It is not your fault, I say gently. There was nothing you could do to stand up to Ruku.
I know that is true, but if you say that, then how do you expect to stand up to him now when he comes?
Junaid asks. I swallow. I don't know. I know that we must try. If we join together, perhaps we can stop him. If not, well, at least we will give him a fight to remember. I give him a weak smile.
You have djinn as well, Junaid says hopefully. It's how you got the flying carpet.
Only one, I'm afraid, and not very powerful. He won't be able to stand up to the djinn Ruku has gathered, I say.
How are we to fight creatures of magic?
Junaid says warily. They can be killed.
Yes, but with their power, it won't be much of a fight.
I crack open another book, changing the subject. Have you heard anything of the realm of fire? Or perhaps Falak, or the mother of serpents?
The mother of serpents?
He blinks.
Of course, but only stories, nothing substantial. Why do you ask about children's fairy tales in a time of war?
I sigh. It was a foolish question. Forgive me for asking it. I turn a page and then look at him, unable to resist. Are you on Khalifa's side and everyone else's? Do you think that women shouldn't read? That I am responsible for all of this?
You? Of course not, Junaid says. I saw Ruku burn my city. I know there is more to him than meets the eye. I am sure Akshalad rests within his bones, waiting to strike. If you hadn't existed at all, why, I'm sure the eagle god would have come to kill us even so. To blame women reading books for the cause of all this seems quite absurd.
Is it? I ask. Truly, do you think so?
Yes.
Junaid takes a seat beside me.
I do not have a wife or a daughter, but I spent my childhood devouring books and would be very upset if it were against the law that they could not spend their hours the same way I did. I never thought about changing the laws when I was sultan, but that is because I was more than willing to let my council run things while I was locked away in my library, reading books.
He shakes his head and laughs.
I suppose that it's my obsession with reading that caused me to be unaware that Ruku was drawing near. Perhaps I should have put the books down sooner, but by then it was too late.
He sighs.
You should have seen my library, Benua. It was vast and large, bigger than my throne room. It was much more impressive than this little bookshelf here,
he says, giving out a snort.
I don't know why you spend your days down here, unless you love books as much as I do. But I'm sure you would have found what you were looking for in my library. I had all the knowledge in the world, more than anyone could read in a lifetime, and I let Ruku burn it to the ground. If we win this war, you will be able to build a library grander than your old one, with many more books, I say, trying to comfort him. First, however, we have to win. Is what you are researching crucial to winning? Junaid asks. I can help you. I can read faster than any man alive, and I know where to look. If you let me, I can lend you a hand. I'm dying to do something useful, instead of embarrassing myself by flailing a sword around all day. Books are my battleground. There is nothing I haven't been able to discover because of them. Nuri looks at me nervously, and I hesitate. Junaid could be a powerful ally, and I have no doubt that if he helps us, our search will go a lot faster. If anyone has a chance of being successful on this impossible quest, it is him. However, I don't know him very well. Junaid has lost everything, and he could easily turn on us. But I suppose that is the point. He only wants to contribute something to the cause that he can be proud of. He won't get his revenge shooting a bow or throwing a spear. He has nothing to gain by helping us, but he has nothing to lose either. I close my book carefully. Do you believe that I am carrying Al-Shams? He stares. I have never been a religious man, nor have I ever truly believed in Al-Shams. However, my opinions changed once you came. I noticed how you stood up to all the men and did not back down when challenged. I have watched you these past 3 months defy the will of Abbas and continue to do what you think is right, what you think will save the people of Sahrahn. You truly believe in what you are doing, Queen Benoa, which is more than all of us can say. Something became different within me when I saw you, and whatever it is continues to grow as your child does. So, yes, I do. Moved by his speech, I clear my throat and force the tears back into my eyes. Thank you. I suppose if you feel all that, I can trust you. Tell me everything, from when you first met the Raider Prince until now, Junaid says. Every detail will be important to solve this riddle. Junaid is still reading when Nuri and I retire to our rooms. We both had dinner, but Junaid was so involved in his work that he couldn't be pulled away. I still haven't learned anything, but I'm counting on him to come up with something before Akshalad decides to rear his ugly head. Zahid comes into our room, covered in dust and grime, practically dragging his sword behind him. Was it a long day, my love? I ask. Always is. Zahid sets his sword against a wall and rubs his face. The men of Sumu can barely lift a sword. I'm surprised they are holding the blade instead of the handle. They might be able to, if Abbas fed them properly, I say sourly. I've seen to it that the soldiers have proper care while I'm teaching them, Zahid says. I cannot do anything for his people, unfortunately. I told Junaid what's going on. Everything, I say abruptly. Zahid turns to me with a look of disbelief, and I say, he is a scholar and well-read. He might be able to help us uncover the mystery involving the mother of serpents and the ram of fire. That was risky, Benoa. Zahid grimaces. We do not know Junaid well. I know I have been careless about giving my trust away before, I say, wincing as I remember how easily I trusted Ruku. But Junaid will make a good ally. I don't doubt his character, but we've been betrayed in the past. Nuri and I have been reading for months, and we haven't gotten anywhere, I say. We need someone else on our side. If you say so. Zahid sits on the bed and puts a hand on my stomach,
skimming the bump lightly.
I still cannot believe it, he says quietly. After all this time, I am going to be a father.
You already are a father, I say. Your child adores you. The child kicks against Zahid's hand lightly. He smiles, his hair falling into his eyes. It is such a precious moment. No matter where I am, the baby leaps up and down whenever it hears Zahid's voice. I can feel him or her jumping within me the moment my husband speaks. The babe has already grown to love him.
I've wanted a child for a very long time,
he says softly. I resist the temptation to ask if he cares that the child is not a son. Here in Sahrahn, girls are often seen as a disgrace and a burden, especially firstborns. I do not care what gender my child is, but I remember the backlash my mother, my sisters, and I received for being a family of all girls, and I do not want my child to have the same fate. He kisses my head.
I thank you that you are carrying this child for me.
It's not like I have a choice. I laugh.
You did. We will both raise this child together, but you are the one carrying the baby in your belly. It is your body you are sacrificing to create this wonderful child. I am forever grateful.
He kisses me deeply, and I kiss him back, putting a hand on his face. I know Zahid is going to take care of us, but I'll do anything to protect him and our baby. No matter what it takes, we have to end this war so our child can have a happy life. I'll banish Akshalad from Sahrahn myself before I'll let him hurt my family. A small pop sounds in the room, and I pull away from the kiss. A familiar voice says slyly, "Sorry for popping in on such an intimate moment. Should I come back at a later time?" "Shadi!" I say, leaping off the bed eagerly with a bright smile. The green djinn has a smug look on his face as I give him a tight embrace.
Did you find anything?
Zahid asks, rising to his feet. Shadi scowls. "Oh, of course, right down to business. No, hello, how are you? Or, have you been doing well? Or..." Shadi's voice slowly ceases as he looks around the room, a visage of pure horror on his face. "By Al-Shams, why are you here?"
"There was nowhere else to go. Don't worry. Abbas won't find you," I say.
Abbas had been one of Shadi's previous masters, who kept him prisoner for 10 years while he slowly decided on his 3 wishes. I'm sure if Abbas found Shadi, he would do everything in his power to trap the djinn again. "He'd better not, otherwise I'll give you an elephant trunk for a nose," Shadi says, waggling his finger at me. "Oh, I'm only joking. Partly. Anyway, I have some good news. I found a djinn strong enough to break the curse, and he's willing to do it."
"Shadi, that's spectacular,"
I say, smiling ear to ear.
"When can we meet him?"
"Immediately, if you so wish," Shadi says brightly.
"What does he want from us?"
Zahid asks blatantly.
He wouldn't say yes unless he had a favor to ask.
"Why do you always have to be right about these things?" Shadi says, peering at him in a disgruntled fashion. "It ruins the fun."
"I'm not wrong, am I?"
Zahid asks. Shadi squints before he sighs and shakes his head. "No, you're not wrong." He wants a favor. 3, to be exact.
3 favors? For what curse? I ask.
The curse you want broken is a strong one. "It will be a hefty price," Shadi says. "It took me many months to convince him to break the curse at all."
"What are these 3 favors?"
Zahid asks. "It will be better if he tells you in person," Shadi says. "It's nothing you 2 can't handle."
"Shadi," Zahid says as a warning, "what have you gotten us into?"
I never agreed to anything, but with the state of current affairs, you obviously can't say no. She's fit to bursting.
Shadi gestures to me and my round belly, and I look down. I can't even see my shoes.
I suppose we will meet him. Like you said, we don't have a choice.
Zahid snaps his fingers. Sajjad rises up off the floor, where he's been lying immobile for months. We've tried not to step on him, but it's obvious he's bored. We've caught him inching around the room at night when he thinks we're sleeping for no reason. The carpet begins zooming in circles around the room again, eager to get out for another adventure. I write a quick note for Nuri, telling her where we're going and instructing her to continue her research with Junaid while we're gone, setting it on the bed.
Are you certain this djinn isn't working for Ruku?
I ask as I climb aboard Sajjad.
Oh, he's not working for Ruku,
Shadi says with a nervous laugh.
That's definitely certain. He only works for himself. He spent the first month shooting fireballs at me when I tried to approach. It was only because of my persistence he heard what I had to say. Told me I was the only djinn dumb enough to keep coming back.
What kind of djinn is it? Shadi looks around nervously.
Red.
A red, I say. Zahid ties the lamp onto his hip and then climbs on Sajjad, but I keep my eyes focused on Shadi. What kind of red? Shadi's voice is barely a whisper as he mumbles.
An ifrit.
Zahid falls off Sajjad. I have to cling to the fringe of the carpet to keep my balance.
An ifrit? No, Shadi, you can't be serious. He's the only one strong enough to break the curse?
I'm afraid so,
Shadi says.
All the others refused.
I shake my head, trying not to shiver in fear. An ifrit is the worst type of djinn we could bargain with. They are infernal, demonic djinn, made completely of fire with a wickedness that rivals the rocks. These must be some favors for the ifrit to ask for help. Ifrits are nearly on the same level as malaika when it comes to power. I cannot imagine what tasks the ruthless creature will give us that he is unable to accomplish himself.
You have terrible choices in friends,
Zahid grumbles.
Exactly who I want to meet. A large, winged, flaming red djinn who is nearly as evil as Akshalad himself. Why do you do this to us, Shadi?
Would you rather leave the curse upon you and take your chances?
Shadi asks, crossing his arms. Zahid climbs back on the flying carpet.
No, I suppose we must meet the big bastard.
Please don't call him that. He'll kill you. He might even kill you anyway, just for fun.
Shadi whimpers. I put on a stone face. It doesn't matter who he is or how much power he has. We need him, and apparently he needs us. Let us talk to him so we can do his bidding and end this curse. Go, Sajjad. At my bidding, the carpet flies off the room's balcony and takes off into the sky. Zahid fiddles nervously with his sword, while Shadi disappears into the lamp. But I set my eyes toward the horizon. Ifrit or not, no demon is getting between me and... Chapter 8.
Where are you taking us?
Zahid asks when we've been flying for several hours. The night has passed, and it is near dawn. He turns to Shadi, who is lying on the carpet, casually.
To the edge of Sahrahn, he responds. Barak doesn't like to be disturbed. He lives in a cave far underneath the ground. He hasn't had any visitors in nearly 1,000 years.
That doesn't give us anywhere to run if he decides he doesn't want to help us, I say.
He'll help you. He needs you just as much as you need him,
Shadi says, solemnly. I hope. I look down over the rolling sand dunes that look so much like waves on the ocean. I think of the beautiful but dangerous sea that almost killed us 3 years ago when we got into a confrontation with 2 very angry and monstrous fish. So long as I don't have to get on another boat again, we won't have any problems. A thought crosses my mind. What will you do, Shadi, when Zahid has used his last wish and you are free? I ask. Shadi strokes his beard. I have been living so long in captivity. I have not thought about it for a very long time. I suppose I would sing once again for my coin. That was my job, in my world. Djinn have jobs? Yes, we have jobs. Whole communities, actually. They are smaller since Al-Shams came and scattered us about in our wickedness, but they still exist. I was a famous singer before I was banished to my lamp. I have quite the enchanting voice. He purrs. That's rather unbelievable, Zahid says. Show us, I say eagerly. Here is a song I know well. It is a tale of the bond between a horse and his rider. Shadi clears his throat and begins to croon in a deep, soothing voice. You have carried me over mountains of sand, through storm and sword you have borne me. We have flown on golden wings, with hooves of diamond and eyes like fire. Together you and I, we are the same. Our hearts are as one. I love you as I've loved no other. From this moment I promise you this. You have given me everything and asked for no return. Please do not forget me. You are my brother forever. The one whom I love. Shadi looks at us expectantly. I clap eagerly and enthusiastically, amazed. Shadi truly is a wonderful singer. Zahid, of course, isn't impressed. He shrugs his shoulders and says, it was all right. Shadi's mouth drops open in outrage. I butt in and say, it was beautiful. It reminds me of how I feel about Amar. That is why I sung it. I felt you would like it, Shadi says, smiling. Will you teach it to me, so I can memorize it and sing it to my stallion when I next see him? I ask. Of course. It is an easy song. You shall be able to sing it beautifully the next time you greet Amar. Shadi keeps his promise. By the time we land, I have the entire song memorized. Sajjad turns down toward a large cave that is sticking out of the ground against a red, barren landscape. I slip off Sajjad and nearly fall over. Zahid catches me at the last minute. My belly is far too large. It's getting in the way, I complain. Your belly won't be too large for much longer, Zahid says. I begin to walk forward, and Zahid stifles a laugh. What? What's so funny? I ask. You're waddling, Zahid says, cracking a smile. It's rather funny. Oh, be still. I waddle toward the cave, and Zahid follows me, suppressing soft chuckles under his breath. "You don't want to do that," Shadi warns as Zahid takes out his weapon. "A sword is no use against Beric. He'll kill you if you walk in flailing a blade." Zahid reluctantly sheathes his sword. "I feel this will be a battle of a different kind," I say. The cave gets deeper and darker as we go through the tunnels. Shadi magically creates a torch and lights it, leading the way. I'm glad we have him. If not, Zahid and I would surely get lost down here and be unable to find the way out. Shadi creeps down to a slow walk and pokes his head carefully around a corner.
"Beric?"
Shadi calls out tentatively, peering into the darkness.
"I've brought them."
A large jet of fire shoots toward Shadi. He leaps out of the way and against the wall, breathing heavily as the flame passes him by.
"He's in a rather sour mood," he says. "He has been for the past few centuries."
"Hopefully we can change that." I step out from the corner, and the others follow me, peering up at a terrifying sight. The Ifrit is huge. He is so tall that his head nearly scrapes the top of the cave, which is taller than 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. He appears to be a man made entirely of fire, with 2 curling horns at the top of his head and 4 large wings sticking out from his back, the span longer than several sailing ships. A spiked tail cracks like a whip behind him, the sound echoing throughout the cave. The Ifrit stands in a steaming pool of what looks like molten earth, though the hot melted rock does not injure him. When the Ifrit sees us, he bares his sharp, vicious teeth. His eyes, which are a deeper red than the fire he is created from, narrow suspiciously.
"These are who you have brought me? They are no more than children. You disappoint me, Shadi."
"Well, that isn't anything new,"
Shadi says with a nervous laugh.
"They are willing to help you if you break the curse on their family."
The Ifrit's eyes turn toward me, looking at my large belly. He then laughs, the cave walls shaking, dust falling from the ceiling as he does so.
"You cannot be serious. She doesn't know?"
"Know what?"
Shadi asks blankly.
"What on earth are you talking about?"
The Ifrit shakes his head, still chuckling.
"None of you do. How ironic."
The Ifrit shifts backwards, folding his 4 wings behind him.
"I have no time for games, Shadi. Either you can do what I ask or you cannot. I will not discuss anything until you found those who are able to accomplish my favors, and these 2 are a rather unimpressive lot. Come back with better prospects."
"We're the best you've got," I say, my temper breaking as I storm toward Beric. Zahid grabs my shoulder, but I shrug it off, appearing an ant as I stand below the giant Ifrit.
"We are willing to do what you are unable to do yourself, even with your powers. It would seem you need the weak to accomplish your tasks, rather than the strong."
Shadi looks like he's going to faint. The Ifrit brings his head down to look me directly in the eyes, smoke furling out of his nose. I don't quiver at his stare. I've seen much, much worse.
"She's a bold one,"
Beric remarks with an amused tone, pulling up to his full height once more.
"Very well. I will give you my tasks. If you succeed, I will break your curse. But if you fail, you shall die. These are the terms of my offer."
"We accept your challenge. I would rather die than see my baby lost to some curse," I snap. "Now what are these tasks?"
The Ifrit sits down. As he does so, the ground shakes, and I cling to a large boulder to keep from falling over.
The tasks are thus. I ask that you bring me 3 djinn. 1, a palace, found in the ancient pyramids long abandoned by your kind. Another, a merid, wandering about the desert near the demolished city of Jedamas. The third, a Jan, found in the jungle within the ancient floating cities that my people were banished from long ago.
Why don't you capture them for yourself? You have the power, I ask.
I can neither convince them or force them to come, even with my magic. You must bring them here of their own free will.
How will we capture these djinn? I ask. The Ifrit makes an elaborate flourishing motion in the air. A red lamp, much like Shadi's, appears. It floats down to me, hovering in the air. I take it gingerly and put it in my bag.
When you find them, you must convince them to enter the lamp. If you bring all 3 of these djinn back, then I will break your curse. You have my word.
The Ifrit turns away from us, his long spiked tail cracking at my side.
Go, before I change my mind.
I do not give him the option. I scuttle away as quickly as I can in my encumbered condition. Zahid heads up the rear. Shadi practically sprints up the tunnels. We emerge breathless into the blazing hot sun, where Sajjad has waited patiently. When he sees us come out of the cave, he wraps us in a giant hug, wrapping us so tightly in his embrace that we cannot breathe.
All right. That is enough, you gigantic doormat,
Zahid says. He pushes Sajjad off as the carpet tries to give him a version of a kiss by tickling his fringe over my husband's cheek.
What does he want with these djinn? To kill them? Enslave them?
He has insisted they come of their own free will, I say. He cannot convince them, so we must. There is no djinn on earth that will go to Barrack willingly. He has quite a reputation for torture and murder, Shadi says with a shiver.
Don't be so optimistic,
Zahid says grumpily.
All right, Shadi.
What is a palace, a marid, and a jan? I ask.
A palace is a vampiric djinn. They lurk in dark places and enjoy drinking the blood of humans,
Shadi says.
They're not very powerful, but if he or she catches you unaware in the pyramids, you'll be drained of your blood.
Wonderful,
Zahid says.
How about the others?
A merid is a giant. They're the most powerful of djinn, besides the Ifrit. They have great powers, but are very arrogant and proud. You're going to have trouble convincing the merid to enter the lamp willingly,
Shadi says.
And the Jan?
Usually gentle and kind. They often disguise themselves as white camels. This djinn will go with you willingly, if you can find it. Jan are notoriously shy and are difficult to locate, though it does not make any sense as to why he or she is in the floating cities.
Shadi scratches his head.
As far as I know, no djinn should be able to enter there.
Where do we start? The pyramids?
Zahid says. It is as good a place as any. My heart jumps with the idea of traipsing through the ancient abandoned pyramids that my ancestors roamed before. But there is little time to dally. I will not be able to immerse myself in the history of my ancestors with such little time before the baby arrives. How are we going to catch a palace?
The only way you can. Very, very carefully,
Shadi responds, solemnly. I doze here and there on our flight to the pyramids. When I see a glint of gold on the horizon, my tiredness leaves me. I crawl to the edge of the carpet and peer over the side, nearly knocking Zahid over.
Be careful,
Zahid says with a laugh, but I point. His mouth falls open as we sail downward toward the monumental, towering structures below. The pyramids are even grander than I supposed. They are taller than any building I have ever seen, with 3 sloping sides leading to a grand point at the top. They have a polished, smooth surface made of limestone, plated with gold. The surface has worn away over the past few centuries, but it is not enough to take away the splendor. The sun reflects off the surface of the pyramids, and I cover my eyes so the glare does not blind me. There are 3 total, varying in size, with the largest sitting in the middle.
We will want to begin our search there. It is where the palace will most likely be. More space to lure victims.
Shadi points toward the largest pyramid. We descend, coming to a slow halt at the base of the giant. I peer upwards, nearly falling backwards as I admire the structure. The height of the pyramid seems to reach the sky. Shadi creates 3 torches and gives one to Zahid and I.
Sajjad should stay out here. The palace has long, sharp claws that could rip into shreds.
I'm sorry, Sajjad, I say, petting the top of the carpet gently. You can fly around the pyramids. I'm sure that will be fun for you. Don't go too far. Sajjad nods, bobbing up and down, and takes off into the sky. Shadi leads the way, and we head into the large pyramid, holding the torches high. As we journey through the various caverns and hallways, I suppress tears of joy. This is where the pharaohs and queens of old walked. This is where they laid their dead until the great ancient wars caused their dynasty to collapse. I am unsure which strain of royalty I am from. However, no matter who my ancestors are, I am pleased to see a bit of my heritage. I never thought I would glimpse the pyramids in my life. And here I am. The hallways are sloped in an oval-like fashion, with paintings of men, women, and animals above strange runes upon the walls.
These are hieroglyphics,
Shadi says.
I once worked as a servant in the palace of a pharaoh, many centuries ago. I watched as they chiseled and painted these upon the walls. They tell stories.
We continue to wander the halls, down a twisting path that spirals upward. I try to look at as many hieroglyphs as I can, but I cannot truly appreciate them with the quick pace we have to make. The child kicks in my belly, and I force down a feeling of nervousness. As adventurous as it is to wander the pyramid, something about it makes me uneasy. We are not welcome here. Shadi abruptly stops. He turns to the wall, cocks his head to the side, and stares at the hieroglyph of a falcon with his wings spread against the sun. No, not a falcon. A phoenix. I can barely see the faded red coloration, but it is there. Below the bird, a path of fire sprouts from its tail. From within the fire, there is an image of people with their arms raised in worship.
Here lies King Bennu,
Shadi reads,
Pharaoh of Fire.
Also known as Al-Shams, I say. This is the grave of the pharaoh I was named after. The great king, who I now realize, must have been one of Al-Shams' regenerations. I didn't know they believed in the phoenix god.
The pharaohs of old had multiple gods,
Shadi says.
Al-Shams was one of many.
Do you really believe the palace is here?
Zahid asks, waving his torch around.
These halls are dusty. It doesn't look like anyone has been here for ages.
She's here, I can tell. Yes, it's a she,
Shadi says quickly.
I can sense her magic, feel it on the air, and keep your voices down. She knows we're here, but not where. We need to find her first.
We pick up the pace, peering around every corner, but seeing no sign of the palace. As we go farther inward, the designs on the walls become more intricate. I run my hand over a design of what looks like a pharaoh, who is pointing menacingly at a crowd of people with their heads bowed. The next design turns into 2 men fighting with spears. The final picture is a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a man. Shadi, this one. What does it say? I ask.
Robbers and thieves, beware. Those who disturb the rest of King Amenhotep, greatest under the sun, shall be cursed and die.
Shadi drops his torch.
Doesn't bode well for us.
So this is a burial chamber. I scan my torch over the hieroglyphs, shuddering. Perhaps we should not journey here, especially you, Zahid.
I am not afraid of dead kings,
Zahid says, pressing forward.
I will not take anything from here save for the palace.
Shadi pushes past Zahid, closer to the design of the dog man.
The magic coming from this hieroglyph is unmistakable, he says. I wonder...
He knocks on the wall. The floor begins to shudder as the wall opens slowly, like a door. We walk through the open space. Zahid's torch clatters to the floor as he drops it in shock. We have entered the burial chamber of Pharaoh Amenhotep. Gold coins, statues, cups, utensils, and other irreplaceable treasures coat the room, with not a free space to be found. Chests of expensive gems and jewels lie about the chamber. They are covered in dust, yet still as valuable as they ever were. Even the very walls are made of gold, with various precious stones embedded within the designs.
King Amenhotep was the richest of pharaohs and requested all his gold to be buried with him,
Shadi says, explaining quickly.
I was around when he ruled. Not a very pleasant man, but he had treasures to spare.
It's a thieves' gold mine, Zahid says, observing the room with an odd expression and a twinkle in his eye. I know that look all too well. Zahid, keep your hands to yourself, I whisper. Don't touch anything.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Zahid's hand begins inching toward a small, solid golden figurine of a cat. I slap his hand away and glare at him, saying, You should be ashamed of yourself. We don't take from the dead.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
He gives me a guilty smile. I roll my eyes, shaking my head as we continue onward. There are 13 coffins standing upright, lining the walls of the room. They have paintings of faces on the top and inscriptions below.
These are sarcophagi,
Shadi says.
The pharaohs of old were obsessed with the afterlife. They believed that the soul left the body after death, but needed to return to it in order to live forever. They had a unique burial process where they mummified the bodies by removing the organs. They then embalmed the corpses with spices and wrapped them in many layers of linen cloth. This process stopped decay and therefore enabled the soul of the pharaoh to return and be reunited with the body after burial. When Amenhotep died, his wife and 12 servants were killed and buried with him to protect him if any soul were to come in and defile his grave.
How horrible, I say in disgust.
It is what they wished. Well, what the wife wished. The servants had no choice.
Shadi walks to the largest sarcophagus in the center of the room, which is lying flat upon an ark embedded with jewels.
This is Amenhotep. I will be honest, he was quite the bastard when I was in his court. But as I said, he did know how to make money.
Shadi shrugs. Did he know you were a djinn? I ask.
No. The pharaohs never searched for djinn anyway. Didn't want them. They considered themselves gods.
Shadi snorts. There is a loud clattering noise as a golden plate falls to the floor. The three of us turn around and see a woman standing there, holding the golden cat. The woman has long, tangled black hair that reaches past her knees. She is wearing a tattered sheath dress made of linen over wrinkled and papery skin. Her teeth are long and pointed, curling out of her mouth past her lips and down to her chin. The hands that hold the golden cat have claws that extend out longer than her forearms. She appears to be an old woman, haggard from age. The palace.
Good luck with the king,
She hisses in a slight chuckle and flees before we have the chance to go after her. Once she is gone, the room begins shaking. Things start falling to the floor.
That little...
Shadi backs away from the sarcophagus slowly.
You need to run. Now.
We don't ask questions. Zahid and I sprint toward the door, but we are soon blocked by a terrifying sight. A tall figure stands in front of us, wrapped in head to toe in linen strips and raising 2 decayed brown hands. The wrappings expose a sunken, thin face with no eyes and a wisp of a mouth. The mummy raises its hands and starts toward us, her arms extended.
It is the wife of Amenhotep. She wants to protect him,
I shout. I back away from the mummy, but trip over a fallen statue lying in my way. As I rise, I see that all 12 servants have come to life also. Their sarcophagi open, the mummy starting toward us with shuffling steps. Zahid unsheathes his sword and brings me to his side, clutching me close with one hand. A mummy reaches for him. He cuts off its arm, the body part flopping onto the floor. The mummy slowly bends down to pick it up.
Well, at least they're not fast,
he says. At this statement, the lid of the sarcophagus of King Amenhotep opens. It falls to the floor, cracking in 2. A thin, clawed hand wraps over the side. The body is decayed and wrapped in linen, much like the others, but the head is that of a dog's, with thin ears and sharp teeth that could rip a man to shreds. King Amenhotep falls onto all 4s and begins walking toward us, crouched as if ready to pounce.
He didn't have a head like that when we buried him,
Shadi says, weakly. King Amenhotep lets out a growl, baring his fangs. The 3 of us scream as we head for the door, pushing mummies out of the way as they reach for us with thin and bony fingers. King Amenhotep and his mummies chase us throughout the halls of the pyramid. Even though we can outrun the mummies, we cannot escape Amenhotep. He is right on our heels, snapping at our legs, where they were seconds before. Running while so heavily pregnant is nearly impossible. I cannot flee like I used to before I was with child, and Zahid has to help me keep up. I reach back and throw my knife at the king, but the creature rips the blade out of its shoulder as if it is nothing and continues on, looking at us with eyes that seek revenge.
This way!
Shadi cries. He turns down an alley, and Zahid stops to give us more time, raising his sword high. He plunges it into the breast of the beast, but Amenhotep stands to his fullest height and rips the sword out, raising it to his teeth and snapping it in half.
Zahid,
I say, stopping in my tracks. I turn to help my husband, but Shadi holds me back. Zahid does the only thing he can and punches Amenhotep across the face. He scampers back to us while the monster whimpers in pain. He grabs my hand, dragging me back through the tunnels. I can see the light of the moon through the exit. I try giving a last effort to increase my speed, but the child is weighing me down. A huge cramp ripples throughout my side, and my head swims as if I'm going to pass out.
Zahid,
I moan, falling to the ground. He goes to catch me. I scream as Amenhotep grabs the edge of my dress with his teeth, pulling me back into the darkness. Zahid still has my one hand. He pulls me toward him. I've suddenly become a small bone between 2 furious fighting dogs. I feel like I'm going to be torn in half. With my vision fading in and out, I raise my leg and viciously kick Amenhotep in the face. The monster lets out a whine. Zahid picks me up, carrying me to the outside world. There is a loud, long howl from within the pyramid, and then silence. It would seem Amenhotep cannot leave his place of slumber. Zahid sets me on the sand. I take deep breaths, trying not to faint.
Did he hurt you?
He asks. I shake my head, trying to pull myself up. I fail miserably. He helps me sit,
giving me a drink of water from his canteen.
These little trips of ours are going to kill me,
I say weakly, finally feeling like I'm gathering my bearings.
How do you feel?
Zahid asks.
Awful, but I will survive.
I shake my head and push my veil out of my eyes.
Where is the palace?
Right here.
I see Shadi is holding the palace by the collar of her dress at an arm's length, looking absolutely disgusted. The palace hisses and twirls, but she cannot get away from Shadi's grasp. I stumble to my feet and walk to the palace. I want to do nothing more than slap her across the face.
You nearly got us killed,
I shout.
That was the idea,
she hisses. Her voice is raspy and thin, scuttling across my skin like scorpions in the night.
We merely wished to speak to you, I shout. There was no need for all of that.
I know why you're here, the palace screams. You do not have to inform me, Queen Benawa of Hayama.
I take a step back in shock.
You know my name?
All djinn know who you are, in one way or another.
She cackles.
It is something your djinn failed to tell you.
Shadi, what is she talking about?
I ask. He stares at me with a confused expression, looking completely lost.
Don't bother asking him. He's so weak. He doesn't know,
the palace says nastily.
I have lived much longer than most of my kind, so I have gained much wisdom, much information. I know more about you than you know about yourself, Queen Benawa.
What do you know?
I ask. I grab her dress and begin shaking her roughly.
Do you know of the realm of fire or the mother of serpents? Tell me.
Benawa, take hold of yourself,
Zahid says, pulling me away.
She's trying to trick us in order to get away. She knows nothing.
The palace smiles.
Be careful, Raider Prince. One false step and you'll end up in the grave as you were before.
Zahid pales. I step forward and place a hand around her throat, choking her.
Enough of this,
I growl.
You are getting in the lamp and you are coming with us.
I won't come so easily to Barrack,
she snarls.
If you want me to oblige with your request, you must give me something in return.
And what is that?
I seethe. She wheezes against my hold.
I have been without a meal for so long. I am near death. I plan to drink the blood from each of your bodies after Amenhotep have killed you. I did not expect you to survive.
And
in order to live, I will need blood, a fair amount of it,
she says.
My needs cannot be satisfied with the blood of a mere man. I could drain your Raider Prince to death and still perish, nor will the blood of a djinn satisfy me.
She looks up at me with a cruel smile and thin, piercing eyes.
Your blood, however, will heal me. The blood of a pregnant woman is the most powerful, as it carries the life of not one but two within. It is the blood of creation itself, which Al-Shams gave to the world long ago.
You're not taking her blood,
Zahid says nastily, as I release my hold on her neck.
You will be satisfied with mine and Shadi's.
Forgive me, Raider Prince, but you'll be dragging a dead djinn back to Barrack,
she snaps.
What will you tell him then?
Zahid's hands ball up into fists. I motion for Shadi to let her go. He does so, the palace looking at me eagerly like a meal. I sit upon the ground and take off my veil, balling it into a pillow in which to tuck under my head.
All right, let us be done with it.
No, Benawa, she will trick us. She will steal the life from your veins and you will die.
Zahid says urgently, sitting by my side. We have no other choice, I tell him. I place the pillow upon his thigh, then lay backwards on it so my head is supported. She must come of her own free will. I glance up at the palace. If you kill me, Shadi and Zahid will kill you. You have my word on this.
After I take your blood, I will be stronger than the both of them. You would not have caught me today if I was not at my weakest,
she says. She crouches at my side, hovering her fangs before my neck.
Are you ready, girl?
Do what you must. I close my eyes and gasp as I feel the sharp fangs of the palace sink into my neck. I grasp Zahid's hand, reaching for a tether, and my body begins convulsing as my mind sinks into colors and shadows. Hundreds of tents line a thin dune that overlook the outskirts of a city, hovering in the distance. A young man with a brown beard and a white turban peers over the edge of the dune, a shaking hand on his sword. He looks reluctant, frightened, without faith. There are too many, Hanif, a man beside him says. Our forces will never take the city. We shall. Al-Shams promised me we would, Hanif says. He came to me in the night as a phoenix. He said we would have no trouble. We only have a few hundred men. There are thousands of souls down there, the man says, pointing. Your men will refuse to attack with such numbers against us. Hanif is adamant. We will win. Al-Shams told me so. It would be a sin to deny him and to turn away from the fight. You will be fighting alone, Hanif. We will follow you and make you sultan over all of us, but we will not go foolishly to our deaths. The man leaves Hanif, standing meekly in the sand. Reluctantly, Hanif begins backing away, his turban slipping off his head. He readjusts it with trembling fingers and turns around, gasping aloud as he meets a face that is not familiar. Who are you? Hanif asks. Red eyes gleam back at my father. I'm here to make you a deal. You're killing her! Stop! Zahid's voice comes from far away, as if he is speaking through glass and I am coming out of a dream. I surface from underwater, my lungs taking a deep breath of life. I feel weak, weaker than I ever have been before. I try to lift my limbs, but find them immobile. My skin has turned whiter than clouds. My eyes flutter, and I take in another shaky breath. I can feel my heart pounding through my chest. I'm dying. The palace is still feeding, her fangs embedded in my neck. Zahid grabs her by the hair and rips her away, squirting my blood everywhere. The puncture wounds in my neck drip heavily. Zahid pulls a bandage from his pocket, wrapping my neck.
She'll live, the palace says airily, but only just.
The palace no longer appears old and wrinkled. Her hair is long, black and shiny. Her face vibrant and young, body lithe and beautiful. She smiles as she gazes down approvingly at her new tan skin.
It feels good to be young again.
We had a deal. Get in the lamp,
Zahid says harshly. The palace shakes her shimmering mane and says,
Whatever you ask, Prince of Thieves. I could easily say no, but your wife's blood will keep me beautiful for decades. I suppose I owe you a favor.
What was that? I whisper, looking at the palace. That vision. Shadi and Zahid give me confused looks, but the palace grins, her fangs peeking over her red lips.
A little of that knowledge I was talking about, my lovely queen. It appears some of it was magically passed on to you while I was feeding. By accident, of course.
You did that on purpose, I whisper. What do you know about my father?
She laughs cruelly.
Much more than you do, Queen of Ashes. Soon you'll come to realize.
The palace fades into black smoke, slowly filtering into the red lamp at my side. Shadi collapses on his knees and crawls to me.
Benoit, what did she show you?
He asks urgently.
That can wait for later. She is very sick,
Zahid says.
No, I must know.
Shadi takes my shoulders gently.
What did you see?
I blink slowly. There are 3 Shadis above me.
I saw my father. He was about to attack a small city. It was before he became Sultan.
Anything else?
Shadi seems urgent and frightened.
Anything of the future?
No, only a pair of red eyes.
I grimace and turn over into Zahid's lap. The world is spinning again. He rubs my back gently and says,
We need to get her to a physician, immediately. Can you replace the blood she has lost with a wish?
I cannot. Most likely I would only fill her veins with lead,
Shadi says grimly.
She will recover slowly on her own. I doubt she'll be able to fly, though.
Will the baby be all right?
Shadi's mouth is a thin line.
She's lost a lot of blood.
For Al-Sham's sake, Shadi, do something!
Zahid's voice is desperate. He thinks he's going to lose the baby, or both of us. With how I feel, I can't say he's not right.
I can't do a trade of sorts. I can give her some of your blood, he says. You will be weak, however, and her body may not accept the gift. Then she will die.
She's dying now, Zahid says. We must try. Should I make the wish?
You do not need to make a wish. I believe I am perfectly strong enough to do it on my own.
Shadi waves his hands. Slowly, my body becomes very warm. My heart picks up speed, and the color returns to my tanned skin. However, though life returns, my body remains weak. My limbs are watery, my body exhausted. I feel as if I could sleep for years. Zahid slumps to the side. Shadi drops his arms and takes a deep breath, sweating.
I think it worked.
The first bit of magic you ever did that went without a flaw,
Zahid says. His very voice sounds stripped of all energy, completely worn.
I'm proud, Shadi.
Both of you are very weak. You need to rest,
Shadi insists.
We may as well return to Sumo. I need to get another sword and Benoit another knife.
Zahid rasps.
Very well.
Shadi whistles for Sajjad. He supports Zahid as they walk to the carpet, boosting him upward onto his back. I lie completely still on the sand, feeling more rigid than a stone man of Yukshuliman. Shadi bends down and cradles me in his arms.
Do you fare well, my queen?
He asks.
I'm alive, Shadi. Is the baby all right? Can you tell?
The child is still vibrant inside of you, my queen. It is by Al-Sham's grace alone he or she survived the ordeal.
I let out a sigh of relief.
I feel utterly useless on this mission. There hasn't been a time since we left Hayama where I haven't fainted or had someone carry me or someone defend me. I can't do anything. I'm completely useless.
You are doing a task much greater than any of us. You are carrying Al-Shams within you,
Shadi says.
That is more important than all of your husband's great deeds or my magic.
If you say so.
Shadi places me onto Sajjad, and I roll to Zahid's side. He is fully asleep, and looks about as well as I feel. I hope Shadi did not take too much blood from him. Is Zahid all right?
He will be fine. The Raider Prince is a strong, stubborn man. He'll recover quickly.
Shadi sits on Sajjad. The carpet takes off gently into the sky, rolling over the wind. I put my head on my arm and look at my djinn. Shadi? I ask. What the palace said, I say slowly. Are you holding anything back that we should know about? Shadi gazes at me. He then sighs, rubbing his beard.
It is not something humans should know. It is my kind's biggest secret. It is all out of the lamp now, I suppose, so I have no choice but to tell you.
She said the more powerful djinn are, the more they know, I say. What does that mean?
Omniscience comes with magical power, Shadi says. The stronger a djinn is, the more they can see the past, present, and future. Al-Shams is the ultimate being who knows all that is, all that has come, and all that will be. Malaika know many things, but not all, with Ifrits under them. After that, each djinn varies in knowledge and strengths.
Perhaps the djinn working for Ruku know he will win, and that is why they sided with him, I say glumly.
I think not. There are very few djinn as powerful as Beric. Most of them will only know what I do. As far as omniscience, for my race goes, most of us are on the same level as humans are, with a few exceptions.
But she told me all djinn know who I am, I say.
I knew you were the Queen of Hayama, though that is all I knew when I met you, Shadi admits. Some djinn will know your past or your future simply by looking at you. Others will know even more. Some may see you losing the war, some may see you winning, though the foolish ones will argue that they can change what the future holds, and will fight with Ruku anyway for a chance of becoming the dominant race in Sahrahn once again.
Shadi sighs.
I wish I was powerful enough to know almost everything about you, Benua. Then so many of your struggles would be obsolete, because we would know what to do.
That's all right, Shadi. I'm sure if you told me everything about my life, I wouldn't be able to stand it. I pause. Do you think there are djinn who know the connection between me, Falak, the mother of serpents, and the realm of fire?
Some of them must know the answer. I'm sure the palace does, but she won't give you any information.
Shadi says.
Beric surely knows. To question him, though, would be a great risk. I'm not sure it is worth your life.
If we must know in order to defeat Ruku, I will take that risk, I say. Is that what Beric meant when he began laughing at me? That I do not know the answer to all my questions?
There's no way to tell unless you ask him yourself,
Shadi says.
I was worried when the palace was feeding on you that she was showing you something of the future, something that would permanently damage you and change your path.
No, it was of the past, though why she chose to show me something of my father, I am unsure.
I do not know. The palace is a cruel creature, as you've seen. Perhaps she thought to torture you with memories of him.
Shadi offers. What about Akshalad? I ask. Does he have omniscience?
Somewhat, but not as much as Al-Shams.
Shadi shifts.
I believe that Akshalad knows his reckoning is coming. He understands there will be a day when he will be defeated and must answer for what he has done. But the rock is a torturous being. He does not care if he knows he will lose. His only purpose is to destroy, and if he cannot rewrite fate, he will do his best to eliminate whatever in his path will stop him. You could win, Benua. Akshalad may know this, but even if he does, he will do his best to make the consequences of you winning as severe as possible. He will not stop slaughtering people simply because he knows he will lose. On the contrary, that gives him all the more reason to kill.
I will have to relate all of this to Zahid when he awakens, I say, looking at my husband.
Let him rest for now, Benua. Both of you have been through an ordeal, and it will take you a few days to recover before you go in search of the other two djinn.
He waves his hand at me.
Go to sleep. We have a long journey back.
I do not want to sleep, I say, though my eyes are closing shut. I have too much on my mind. Sing to me, Shadi. I want to hear more of your voice, so I do not think about things. Shadi clears his throat.
As you wish, Queen Benua.
Shadi begins to sing into the dark sapphire night, and I turn on my back to watch the stars float above as we make our way back to Sumu. Fortunately for us, Abbas did not realize we had gone. We spend the next few weeks resting while our bodies recover from the significant loss of blood. 14 days pass, and we're barely able to move. We're still not back to our former selves, I say, as I watch Zahid crawl off the bed, shuffling to where he's lain his new sword.
We cannot delay any longer. We must go in search of the Merid and the Jann,
he says, putting the sword in its sheath. He appears to be struggling to lift it.
The baby is due in less than 2 months. We must get back to reversing the curse. You may stay here if you wish.
I will never leave your side, I respond. I get off the bed as well to begin packing my things, storing a new knife inside my dress. The red lamp hasn't moved since we brought it back, though Shadi assures us the palace is still there. Probably lounging about in luxury and admiring herself in the mirror, I think, bitterly. The child has been unusually quiet within me. Usually he or she is jumping about at all times of the day and night, smacking my sides and doing flips. Ever since we met the palace, the child barely gives a gentle kick. For a terrifying moment, I thought the child died, until the other night when I felt him or her move again, only to settle on one side of my body and stay there until the next morning. I've asked Shadi to take a look, but he can't find anything. I hope our encounter with the vampiric djinn did not permanently damage our child, even in the slightest of ways. Yet I can only hope. As a mother, I've recently developed a strange intuition, and no matter how many times Zahid assures me the child is fine, I sense something is not right. The door flies open with a clatter.
Are you leaving?
Nuri says, as she bustles into the room and holds her skirts high. Her braid is askew, her senses rattled.
Yes,
Zahid says.
We need to find the Merid.
I beg you to let me come along. Abbas is becoming far too comfortable with his advancements these days,
she says, glancing behind her.
Nuri, my desert flower.
A high-pitched voice rings throughout the corridors, tingling with delight.
Where are you?
Oh, for the love of Al-Shams, Nuri says. I must hide. Please, Benua, don't make me stay here any longer. She flies out the door at a sprint. Nuri has been unable to assist Junaid in his research these days because Abbas has taken to seeking her out at all times of the day. Junaid has insisted that he is close to discovering something big, though he cannot tell me what it is. Big or small, he'd better hurry up. Ruku's forces are gaining power. Rumors have spread throughout Abbas's palace that villages and cities under Ruku's command are destroying statues of Al-Shams and worshipping Akshalat instead. Any cities who refuse to follow the rock are flattened. These are dark times in Sahrahn, bleaker than any the world has seen, and we are right in the middle of it. We need to seek the realm of fire and find Falak and the mother of serpents quickly. It could be mere weeks, or even days, before Ruku comes to make his final stand. I know it won't be long now. Akshalad's longing for blood and death cannot be denied for much longer.
Is there anything else you must do before you go?
Zahid asks. I should talk to Junaid one last time to ask if he's found anything, I say, shaking my head. Other than that, no. Be ready to leave when I return.
What about Nuri?
He asks. Find her and have her come with us. If we don't bring her along, Abbas is likely to make her into his next harem girl. I pick up my skirts and make for the library. I begin the long stroll, crossing through a walkway that extends into the outside world. The walkway looms underneath a few towers that cast shadows down onto the city below. I try not to pay attention to all the sneers and perplexed looks that are directed my way. If the people of Sumu do not hate me, they are, at the very least, confused. For being the mother of Al-Shams, I certainly am not receiving any admiration. Quite the opposite. No one truly believes that this child is the regeneration of the phoenix. No one besides my immediate friends. But the odd quest that I've given Junaid, he's surely given up on me as well. My lady! A voice echoes through the dry heat. I turn to see Junaid running toward me at full speed, his robe billowing out around him, his turban knocked to the side as he clutches a singular piece of parchment. He looks undignified, as a sultan can be, all limbs as he clumsily flounders my way, but there is a huge smile on his face. He has found something. Junaid! I quicken my pace, hustling to the sultan. What have you discovered? I understand now. It all makes sense, he says, waving the parchment in his hand. She's been right under our noses all along. She? You mean the mother of serpents? I ask. Junaid is almost at my side. Yes, no, I mean, not her, but someone else. You see, it's all right here. It's... Junaid's voice is cut from his throat as a knife sails through the sky, piercing his heart. Blood splatters across my face, and the Sultan sinks to the ground, his eyes wide and utterly surprised. As Junaid's body crumples, I fall to my knees, pulling his head up onto my lap. The knife has sunken deep into his chest. I look around to see where the knife came from, as whoever threw it couldn't have gotten far. I see a hooded figure standing on one of the towers. I go to shout for the guards, but the hooded man is already gone. Junaid's voice is shaky, face ashen. His glassy eyes look into mine, and he raises the note in his hand to place it within my grasp. It, like Junaid, is soaked in blood. Take it, he says, his voice coming out in a gurgle as the blood floods his lungs. It will explain everything. His head slumps to the side as I clutch the note in my palm. Junaid, stay awake. The healers will come soon. I whisper urgently. You must stay awake. He doesn't hear my words. Too quickly, he dies. I bite my lip, fiercely turning my head to the side. Do I kill everyone who comes near? Does everyone around me have to be murdered by my story? This nightmare that will not end? What kind of a monster am I? I hear the clanking of armor as guards come running. I point to the tower and say, There was an assassin up there. He threw the knife. Find him before he gets away. Several guards miraculously follow my command, while 4 others stay to carry off Junaid's body. I can feel the stickiness of his blood beginning to cool on my skin, soaking through my dress. What would anyone want with Junaid? He was a fallen sultan, a man who already had lost his kingdom. He had no power left, no men to make an army. What possible reason would someone have to kill him? I drop my head. Perhaps Junaid had discovered something I wasn't supposed to know. This is my fault for asking him to help me. I am sure of it. I open the bloody note in my cold, clenched hand. I slowly unfold it, reading the paper with shaking fingers. Nuri is the key. These words are circled and underlined many times, as if they are very important. I flip the paper over and see that it has been ripped from the pages of a book. There are many things underlined in the paragraphs on the page, but the blood has stained the paper so badly that I cannot read the words. There is nothing else. No one comes to escort me. I trail back up to my room, walking in a daze. When I get to my bedroom, Nuri is there, looking anxious.
My queen!
She rushes forward to help me sit.
You look worse than death. Do you fare well?
Where is Zahid? I ask her immediately. My husband is not here. I want him. I need him.
He went to go find the assassin, she says, looking me over. You need a bath, my lady. You're covered in blood.
You cannot draw the water, Nuri. It's dangerous out there.
I will ask the guards to get it.
She leans out the door for a few seconds, speaking to someone. She begins filling a wooden tub with warm water as guards bring it to the door. When the bath is ready, she turns to me, but I open the note and show her what Junaid wrote.
Nuri, it says you are the key to all of this. Do you know what this could mean?
Nuri pales. She puts a hand on the side of the tub to steady herself, shaking all over.
This is what he discovered?
Yes. He insisted you had the answers to everything, I say. I'm trying to find a shrivel of betrayal, a hint of dishonesty within her, but I cannot see anything but Nuri's tortured expression. She knows as much as I do about the note. She's confused, lost, and scared. She has no answers.
Perhaps I am a daughter of your enemy, sent to kill you, or some sort of vile creature, she whispers. Maybe I'm the reason all of this is happening to you. I just cannot remember.
Stop it, Nuri, I say harshly. You're not the reason this is happening. You would never betray me, even if you were sent to kill me before.
I slip off my blood-soaked dress, kicking it to the other side of the room as I set the note on a small table.
Here, help me bathe.
I am Nuri's doll as she scrubs my skin clean, the water turning red around my growing stomach. She cleans me off, and I change into a thin muslin dress that barely fits around my middle. It won't be long now. Nuri is the key. I fold up the note carefully, placing it inside my new dress for safekeeping. What was to... Chapter 9. I wait with Nuri in the bedroom, nervously wringing my hands back and forth. Zahid has been gone for a long time, and no one else has stopped in to pay us a visit. I hope no one has paid off an assassin to kill Zahid as well. 2 guards are stationed outside our door, but I keep my knife close by, just in case. It would not surprise me for Abbas's men to turn on us this day, though Shadi's golden lamp wiggles back and forth on the bedside table, waiting to attack if anyone is to enter uninvited. Zahid finally comes back after a few hours, dragging a bloody body wrapped in a hooded black cloak behind him. My husband's face is streaked with blood.
That's the man who killed Junaid,
I say, rising up from the bed quickly and grasping my round stomach. It is a habit I have become accustomed to these days, reaching for my child when something, anything, has happened. Yes, Zahid says, letting the limp body fall roughly to the floor. He walks over to the remains of my bath and grabs a wet cloth, wiping the blood from his face.
I found him before anyone else did, unfortunately for him. Why did you kill him? He cannot give us any answers like this,
I say, peering over his body.
I have all the answers you seek. He was working for Ruku.
He was working for Ruku?
How
How did you know? I ask, suspiciously.
I will only say I was not nice when I caught him,
Zahid says nastily.
Zahid! I say, astonished. We're not barbarians.
We are in the middle of a war, my dear. I will do what I must to protect what I have left.
He responds, bitter hatred in his voice.
That doesn't mean we must become the enemy, I protest. Did you find out why he killed Junaid?
That assassin wasn't aiming for Junaid. He was aiming for you,
Zahid says roughly.
We were fortunate he missed.
Fortunate?
I repeat.
Junaid is dead.
And I am sorry for that, but I am glad he is dead and not you,
Zahid replies harshly. He grabs the red lamp on the table that contains the palace and tosses it into one of the bags. It lands with a clank.
Come, we must leave immediately, before other assassins show up, or before Abbas orders us hanged. We have worn out our welcome here in Sumu.
As Zahid begins to furiously load our bags onto Sajjad, I put a shaking hand to my face and fall back on the bed. I am not the least bit surprised that knife was meant for me, and not Junaid. He was only in the wrong place at the wrong time. A terrible waste of life. Do I destroy everything? How many more people will die for me before this war is over? Nouri takes my hand gently.
I know this does not calm your guilt, she says, but Junaid was happy to make the sacrifice. He had nothing left here in Sahrahn, not even his books. He was beyond thrilled to feel of use again.
He is more useful alive than dead,
I mumble.
He told me that if he died doing this for you, that it would be an honor, if only to try and stop Ruku.
Nouri says.
Junaid truly despised him for what he did to Jidamas. He thought you were his only chance of getting revenge.
I let out a sarcastic noise.
Me, a pregnant fallen queen, with nothing more than the charity of spoiled sultans to save her from starving on the streets. If Junaid believed I was his only chance to save Sahrahn, then I am sorry. Sorry that he is not alive for me to tell him myself that I am nothing but a failure.
My head drops. Nouri pulls away and climbs on Sajjad. Zahid pauses when he hears my words and stops packing, walking to me. He lifts my chin gently with one finger and looks directly at me, cocking his head. His hair is falling into his eyes again.
You haven't failed me yet,
he says quietly. I cannot help it. I smile back at him.
That's what I wanted to see,
he whispers. He gives me a soft kiss and ties Shadi's lamp onto his hip. He then climbs on the flying carpet beside Nouri, holding out a hand for me to take. I waddle over to the carpet and sit on it cumbersomely, grasping Zahid's hand in my own. The guards, previously watching the door, burst in to take us to Abbas, but Sajjad is out the window and flying away before they have a chance to speak. Although we have no idea where Jidamas is, Shadi knows which way to go. He directs Sajjad until we see a cluster of crumbling towers below us, and a very, very large woman. The Merid is taller than all of the towers. She is a giant, with a long brown braid that falls from her head to the sand, and a dark dress that could cover an entire town. A long rope attaches an elephant to her wrist, who appears to be no more than a small dog next to her. The colossal woman is currently kicking at a group of men, which look like tiny bugs from her height. The men are shooting at her with arrows that crack and fall away when they meet her skin. The giant lets out an angry yell and pushes over one of the towers, sending it toppling down upon the group. Some men leap out of the way, but many are crushed. A few men run forward to stab at her foot with swords, but she picks a dozen of them up in her hand and throws them far, far away, over the horizon. The remaining men take to their horses and flee. The Marid picks up the elephant and strokes it tenderly, as if she is comforting it. The elephant looks terrified, but at her doting, it soon calms.
How are we supposed to get her attention? It is clear she doesn't like humans.
Zahid says. She may like nice humans, I say. Sajjad, take us to her. The flying carpet zooms ahead and hovers in front of the Marid's face expectantly. She waves her hand as if warding off a bothersome insect, but we hold on tightly as Sajjad somersaults out of the way, flying us slightly above her massive nose to be met at eye level. Pardon me, madam, I say loudly, but the giant doesn't hear me. She is far too interested in her elephant. I cup my hands around my mouth, lean forward, and scream.
Greetings! I am Queen Benoit!
My voice is so loud I stumble backward, falling onto Sajjad. The Marid's blue eyes shift so she is looking at me, and her eyes narrow suspiciously.
You...
We've come to ask a favor, I say. You see, we've been sent by...
I know very well what Beric has asked, the Marid says. You have captured the palace and seek to capture me also.
I am mute. Another omniscient djinn. Nouri inches forward on the rug and says,
That is right. Will you come with us?
The Marid lets out a loud belly laugh that echoes throughout the land and makes the crumbling towers quiver.
What could possibly make me want to do that?
I beg you, you must come with us, I say, my hands out in front of me as I plead. The Ifrit has said he will lift the curse upon my unborn child if we return you to him. If you do not come, my baby will die.
I kill humans for fun, little woman, the Marid says. What is one more?
I feel my hopes plummet. She will not come willingly. We must find a way to trick her into coming with us. But how do you trick a powerful giant? Shadi steps forward, batting his eyelashes. He performs an elaborate hand motion, followed by a twirling low bow.
My lady!
My heart bounds out of my chest, my nerves set aflutter by your visage. In all my years, I have never seen such a lovely djinn as yourself. Your braid is a rope unmatched by the most skilled weaver. Your eyes, a shimmering pool of delight. May I step upon your hand so I may touch the soft skin of such a beautiful enchantress? The Marid blushes, giggling as she holds out her free hand.
Of course, little djinn. I have never been complimented by a green one before. Weak, but eloquent.
Something falls into place. I give a curtsy, adding, Apologies, great lady. I shouldn't have been so foolish as to ask for your help, oh stupendous, marvelous creature. I am nothing compared to your charms and grace. My beauty is ugliness compared to your magnificence. Forgive my error. Nouri steps in and takes the lead, spinning in place.
I would dance for ages to tell of your wonder. If only this carpet provided enough room. Shadi and Benoit are right. You are more brilliant than the stars, more desirable than cool water on a hot, unrelenting day.
Yes,
Zahid says, floundering.
You're quite large.
I glare at Zahid. Yet this seems to be the greatest compliment you can give a Marid, because the giant giggles like a tiny girl and hides shyly behind her braid.
Oh, you don't mean these things.
We mean every word, princess of giants, noblest of Marids, I offer. The Merid beams, one tooth as big as a house.
Very well. You've got my attention. I will return to Beric if you offer me something in return.
What shall it be? I ask.
I like pets,
she says, stroking her elephant and cuddling it close to her breast.
If you can find me a pet that is pleasurable and pleasing to me, I will join the palace and the lamp and do as you ask. Yet I do not want a horse, a dog, or a tiger. I desire something unique, something I have never had nor seen.
Leave this to me, Benoit,
Shadi shouts. He gives a wild, flourishing motion with his arms, his face red as he weaves a spell with all the power he has. Shadi casts his arms forward, and a creature appears on the rug, causing Zahid to fall back with a yell. It is a half-man with half a head, half a body, one arm and one leg. It is covered in boils, has a hunchback, and is misshapen in each and every place. The half-man drools from the mouth, hopping up and down on its one leg with a crooked smile. It's purely hideous. A memory from one of Ruku's stories pops into my head.
A Nasnas?
I ask with a thin voice.
You offer her a Nasnas? It wasn't quite what I expected,
Shadi says in a meek, whimpering voice.
I was hoping for something more grand. Well, you've done it now.
I turn back to the Merid, expecting her to crush us, but she is simply looking at the Nasnas with a delighted smile.
It's adorable,
she says, reaching out and cupping the Nasnas in her hand. The creature hops around her palm in a sloppy circle, panting and drooling.
I love it. You have given me exactly what I wanted.
We did?
Shadi squeaks. I look closer at the Nasnas. I have to admit, it is somewhat cute, in a completely disgusting and revolting sort of way.
Yes.
The Merid puts the Nasnas away, sliding it into one of her giant pockets.
I suppose a promise is a promise. I will go with you, if only for the beautiful gift.
Thank you. I waver on the spot, trying not to fall over. The Merid glances at me, and then to Zahid.
The palace drank from your veins, didn't she? Here, this will help.
The Merid waves her hand in a giant, enormous circle. Instantly, strength floods back into my limbs as my lifeblood is restored. Zahid crawls to my side, putting a hand around my waist. He is looking much better as well. I feel the Merid has not healed us out of sympathy, only to show off. I do not care. It is much appreciated besides. I offer my thanks again. I say, we were both very weak and unable to fight. Your healing is a precious gift.
Do not thank me. The palace is a cruel creature.
The Merid offers her hand to me. I hop onto it, trying to avoid the Nasnas drool. She brings me up to her eyes, and the large blue globes observe me. I feel as if every inch of me is being scrutinized. I suppress the urge to shrink down and hide.
You really have no idea, do you, little one?
She whispers. The Merid blinks, and I gasp as a flash of light blinds me, causing me to crumple into her hand.
What do you want?
Hanif asks, staring at those red eyes. A man comes out from the darkness, his hands raised. He holds neither sword nor bow.
Only to talk.
The man crouches by Hanif's feet.
I heard that Al-Shams promised he would give you a kingdom. Yet here you are with your hundreds of men, clearly outnumbered, and Al-Shams is nowhere in sight.
Hanif swallows.
I have no fear. Al-Shams has promised me victory. He will save us. Will he?
The man rises.
I think you'd best listen to what I have to say.
Hanif nervously observes the massive city before him, the one he does not believe he can take.
Speak then, and be done with it.
I awaken, curled into a ball in the Marid's palm. I groggily rise to my feet. The others appear scared. I must have fainted again.
Why do you keep showing me these dreams?
I ask aloud.
These are not dreams, but reality.
The Marid places me back on the carpet and says,
I will come with you now. You will forgive him in time, Benoit. Remember, you must.
Forgive who? She says nothing more. The Marid dissolves into a giant cloud of smoke, funneling into the red lamp and taking the elephant with her. I lean back on the rug, trying to think.
What did she show you?
Shadi asks. I tuck my knees at my side, leaning on one hand to support my large belly. It was my father again, talking to a man I do not know. The man was offering him a deal. I am unsure what it was. Shadi nods grimly. He pulls Zahid's map out of a bag, spreading it upon the carpet.
The only djinn left is the John, wandering the floating cities. I must remain in the safety of the lamp and will not be able to venture out to help you. My magic is useless there.
Zahid puts an arm around me, and I let my head fall upon his shoulder. There are so many questions in my life. Too many questions. I do not know what these visions of my father mean, but I know why the djinn keeps showing them to me. To warn me my father was not the man I thought. Sajjad lands at the edge of the large jungle where Zahid, Ruku, and I found the floating cities of djinn 3 years ago. Nouri immediately hops off the carpet, running toward the edge. The rest of us follow, me as reluctantly as possible. I remember what walking through the muggy, soggy jungle was like, and I'm none too keen to repeat the process. I'm unsure if the monstrous Iluyunkas is still out here. I hurry along, as I do not want to become dinner for a 3-headed, 6-legged dragon.
Where are we?
Nouri says with wonder, looking up at the massive jungle. Sahrahn, Shadi answers immediately. Zahid throws a rock at him, and it hits the djinn on the side of the head.
Ouch! What was that for?
She knows we're in Sahrahn, you fool. She's asking the name of the place we're in,
Zahid says.
Well, I figured it was a pretty stupid question besides,
Shadi says in a hurt tone, rubbing the place where the rock hit him.
Look on the map.
This place has no name, I say. It just is. Shadi lets out an aggravated huff and pops into his lamp. Sajjad can't fly us through the trees, only hobble after us, so we are forced to go on foot. I thought nothing could be worse than riding a horse through this jungle, but I'm severely proven wrong, as I find that nothing is worse than being heavily pregnant and walking through rough terrain. My feet, which are swollen, squish and fall through the muck. I'm terribly hot, and my large belly gets in the way of everything. Being pregnant is not comfortable, but being pregnant and in a jungle is absolutely miserable. I am having absolutely terrible cramps, and no matter which way I move or twist, they will not go away. As I bemoan the various woes of being with child, I realize the 8th month of my pregnancy is here. I have less than a few weeks' time to prepare myself for this child's arrival. On one hand, I cannot wait to have this child. I am desperate to meet him or her, longing to hold the baby in my arms and see what he or she looks like, picture the child I have envisioned in my head for so long. On the other, Ruku is coming, and he is bringing all of hell with him. I want to keep my child safe, locked within the chambers of my womb so I can hide the baby away. If the baby is inside of me, it is better protected. I stop to lean over, putting a hand on a tree trunk and gasping for breath. Zahid comes to me.
Benoit, let me carry you.
No, I will only slow you down.
I wheeze.
You're already slowing us down. Come on.
Zahid picks me up. I reluctantly let him ferry me through the jungle, feeling like I'm wilting. When we enter the large clearing where the 3 floating cities are, Zahid sets me down and sits himself, taking a rest. Nuri turns on her tiptoes, marveling in the magic of it all, as she watches the 3 abandoned cities, bronze, silver, and gold, hover upon nothing but air.
They are even more amazing than what you have described,
she cries.
I suppose.
I fall flat on my back, looking at the treetops. I'm exhausted, and the child is pressing on my spine. I'm so hungry I could gnaw my own arm off.
Where should we begin looking for the djinn?
No need to search. She's right there.
Zahid points across the way. I turn on my back to see a white camel lazily lounging on the grass. I know that creature.
It's Jara, Ruku's camel.
Can it be Jara? She ran off after Ruku fled,
Zahid says, peering closer.
I'm almost certain it's her. She looks exactly the same.
If she is Jara, we cannot trust her. She was Ruku's camel, and if the Ifrit is right, his djinn, this must be a trick.
Zahid says, rising to his feet. He puts a hand on his sword, but I stop him.
Wait, Zahid. If she wanted to hurt us, she already would have. Remember what Shadi said about Jan being gentle and kind? She wants to help us, so we must go to her.
There's a problem, however. Jara is standing on the other side of a long black path of coals, one that I know all too well. It is the black coal path that burned Ruku's and Zahid's feet when they tried to cross, but somehow it didn't burn mine. It is a mystery I have not solved since we discovered it 3 years ago. I call to Jara, but she doesn't move, only blinks twice at me and lies her head down upon the grass to wait.
She wants us to pass the black coal path again,
I say.
No, Zahid says. I'm certainly not crossing again, and the first time with you could have been a mistake, Benoit. We cannot have it burning you in your condition.
There that word is again. Condition. I wish he would stop using it.
I will go get her,
Nuri volunteers.
I haven't walked upon the coals, and I'll be quick. Nuri, it will burn your feet,
I protest.
If it does, so be it.
Nuri begins walking across the path of coals, but she does not scream or shout, only appears confused.
Does it burn your feet?
I cry.
No, she says. I feel nothing. That settles it then,
I say to Zahid.
The path does not burn women's feet.
Zahid shrugs.
I suppose it makes sense to me. Perhaps the djinn built it as a way of attracting beautiful women into the city and keeping all the men out.
That's terrible, but not a bad theory, I say. Nuri walks to Jara and grabs her halter, pulling the camel to her feet. Nuri drags the camel to the coal path, where the beast jumps across in one large leap. Nuri follows her back, walking upon the coals as if they're nothing more than plain rocks. Jara walks directly my way. Zahid steps in front of me, but Jara pushes him to the side with her head, and he goes toppling to the ground. She lays by me, nuzzling my hair with her top lip. I think she wants me to ride her, I say. I push onto my knees and with a great deal of effort, maneuver myself and my big belly onto her back. Jara rises to her feet. I cling to her neck to keep steady as she casually strides through the jungle. Zahid and Nuri follow quickly behind, and I do my best to keep myself steady on Jara's hump. Camels are nothing like horses. They have long, lounging strides that go this way and that, and she's much higher up than Amar. A fall would not be fun. Riding her makes me miss my stallion. I wonder if he's safe now. If he's gotten better. Has anyone managed to get on Shaitan? Or is he still impossible to ride? Jara walks out of the jungle and under the shade of a nearby palm tree, lying in the sand. I slide off her back and sit by her side, tucking my legs underneath me. Zahid and Nuri sit on each side of me, and Sajjad collapses on the ground, spewing sand everywhere. All right, Jara, time to show us who you really are, I say. The white camel blinks. Then she lets out a sneeze, and a small whirlwind of sand spins around the creature. We cover our faces until the sandstorm dies, lowering our arms to witness a young woman kneeling in the sand. The woman is wearing nothing more than white, shimmering fabric wrapped around her form, and has curly white hair that trails all the way down to her ankles. Her eyes are black glass, just like Shadi's, but she has a round and soft face. She appears to be only a girl, slightly younger than I. Shadi spins out of the lamp, standing before Jara and taking her hand lightly.
My dear, you are a young djinn, he says gently. Only a few 100 years old. No more than a child. What are you doing out here alone?
I think the more pressing question is why you never told us who you really were,
Zahid says in a suspicious tone. He appears angry. I put a hand on his arm, and he briefly glances at me.
Give her a chance to explain herself,
I say, and his face softens. I inch closer to Jara and grimace. My child is pressing against my ribs, their nails scratching the inside of my womb. As the cramps begin to increase in intensity, I so long to meet my baby. I wish this pregnancy was over. I have to ask, why didn't you tell us who you were? I say. Jara meekly stares at the ground. Her voice is so soft, I can barely hear her.
Amar let you know, when we were traveling with the caravan.
What do you mean? I say.
Amar bit me, and I kicked him. He threw you off, if you recall.
Jara says.
He was letting you know I was not who I appeared to be. Animals have a way of seeing things much more clearly than humans.
Astonishment ripples through me. My Amar is smarter than I realized. How I miss him now and wish he was by my side. I've never gone on a journey through Sahrahn without him. Now that he is not here, this quest feels wrong and somewhat empty. Sajjad is convenient and willing to please, yet there's nothing quite like the connection I feel with my stallion. Riding him now with my huge belly, however, would be an enormous feat. It is better that he is with the Ashanians, out of harm's way.
How did Shadi not realize who you were?
Zahid asks.
I suppressed my magic, so it was too hard for him to tell what I really was, though any other djinn would have realized. You certainly found the worst djinn in all of Sahrahn, Benoit.
Jara giggles, and Shadi grins lightly.
Yet he is the best, because even after he granted all your wishes, he did not run away. He stayed to be your friend. It is more than I would have done.
Jara, you are a djinn, I say. How are you able to roam the floating cities?
Not even Shadi was able to come out of the lamp when we ventured here before.
So long as I remain as a camel, I can journey there, she says. However, I cannot do magic there. I am powerless and unable to transform.
Why did you go there in the first place, if you cannot do magic? I ask.
I felt it was the only safe place to go,
she confesses.
Ruku will not go there, as there are no djinn nor people there to control, so there is nothing he wants. Djinn are absent from this place, so those on Ruku's side cannot find me and torment me. I must remain as an animal in the cities, but there I can hide.
Why did you journey with Ruku and carry him on your back, if you knew what he was? I ask. I shift again. These cramps will not go away.
I came into Kasim's service a long time ago, after my mother died, and I was lost in the world,
Jara says.
I hid as a camel in a herd sold to the warlord and was stored in his stables. I knew Ruku since he was a little boy. I taught him how to ride upon my back. I watched him grow from a toddler into a brave young man at my side. I gave him my everlasting service and my unwavering loyalty. When Akshalat came to take his soul, I believed I could stop him. I wanted to change Ruku back into the sweet, innocent child he once was, my dearest and kindest friend. I wanted him to be the fierce believer who knew each word of the Onari, not because he was forced to learn it, but because he believed it to be true. I wanted him to be the imaginative storyteller that led me out into the desert and whispered tales to me of our make-believe adventures, the child who liked to play pretend as he darted between my hooves with a wooden sword.
Jara sighs and wipes away a few stray tears.
I was a fool.
His betrayal must have hurt you much more than it did me. I only knew him for a little while, I say.
When he turned on you, it was the most painful thing that ever happened to me, even more painful than losing my mother. After she died, he was all I had left in the world, she says. After all this time, he's never come to look for me. He's completely forgotten about me. I was only his camel, an object used to ferry him and his belongings from one point to another, and not his friend. I carried him anywhere he wanted to go for years, fought every monster with him, and kept him warm on cold desert nights when he had nothing to eat and not a coin to spare. When I ran away, he did not come back. He forgot about me, as if I never existed. I was only a tool to be used and tossed aside.
I brush a strand of hair away from Jara's face. I am the youngest in my family, but Jara appears to be the little sister I never had. I cannot imagine forgetting about Amar, abandoning him in a mad conquest for power. I would scour all of Sahrahn if it meant keeping my stallion. How much pain Jara must be in, that her rider forgot her so easily. Jara's voice wobbles, but she continues bravely.
It was very difficult to keep my identity a secret during the time we were traveling together. I wanted to show you who I really was, but if Ruku discovered me, I'm sure you know what would have happened.
She frowns.
The ocean was the worst. Water does something strange to djinn. It weakens their power. I did not want to jump off the boat, because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on to my magic. I felt once I fell into the sea, I would transform into a woman. That would have been catastrophic for all of us. Ruku would have asked me to be his djinn and serve him, and I was so devoted to him, I would have said yes. He would have used my magic to hurt you, Benoit. I would have never forgiven myself.
You did what you could, I say. I forgive you for not being truthful with us. You are right. If Ruku knew who you were, he would have done what he could to possess your magic.
It is all over now. I wish I could say I will help you fight him, but I cannot.
She shakes her head, tears flinging from her cheeks.
I will not hurt my dearest friend, even if he is a monster.
I understand. I bring the red lamp out of my bag, setting it in front of her. But will you come with us? Back to Barrack? He won't hurt you. He only wants you to come to him for some reason I do not know.
I know he will not hurt me.
Jara brushes some wayward sand off of her leg and says,
Benoit, there is something I must show you. I know the palace and the Marid give you visions of the past. They will haunt you forever unless you come to see the end.
You want to show me the end of the vision? I say plainly, reluctantly.
I will not force it upon you. I will give you a choice, she says. What I will show you will cause you great pain. It will cause your world to come crashing to the ground, cause everything you know in your life to be a lie. I do not want to tarnish the memory of your father, so I will let you decide if you want to see the truth and come to know who he really was.
I pause. I don't want to see my father doing this terrible thing, whatever it is. I want my father to remain in my mind as a good man, a bumbling, oblivious man who saw me as a weak-minded fool, yet always had the best of intentions. I don't want to damage my memory of him. If I refuse to finish the vision, however, I know I will be living a lie. Part of the truth has already been exposed to me. I must learn all of it. Shadi touches my arm.
There are some things we are not meant to know, he says. You have been trifling in djinn magic for 3 years now, Benoit, and most of it has brought you nothing but strife. I beg you, do not do this.
You have been through enough in your life, Benoit, Zahid protests. I loathe to watch you endure more pain. I know you want to keep me safe, but if I do not complete this vision, the questions will follow me forever, I say. I must know what my father did. Jara nods. She crawls closer, a sad look upon her face.
So be it.
Jara puts her thumb to the middle of my forehead. A familiar white light wraps me in its embrace, and I find myself falling, tumbling through the layers of the past. The man with the red eyes laughs. Al-Shams has given you an impossible task. He believes that you are to take over a city of thousands with a few handfuls of men. His promises to you are empty. I will assure you of your victory. I have more power than even Al-Shams. No one has more power than Al-Shams, Hanif argues. He is Lord above all. The man laughs again, louder, bolder. The believers are always so foolish. The man transforms. His limbs rip as his body changes into a massive eagle, talons like swords, black feathers that gleam under the shine of the full moon. Hanif falls backward, shielding himself and whimpering in terror. There is no denying Akshalad's tyranny. The city below the rock appears to be nothing more than a plaything, destined to be dangled between his claws. The bird gives a chuckle, which quivers the palm trees. No one else has noticed his presence. All the men in the army are asleep, oblivious to the hell awaiting them just outside their tents. Akshalad transforms back into a man, using his puppet to smile at Hanif. I have proven to you the strength of my power.
What do you want from me?
Hanif asks, still shivering on the ground.
I will help you win tomorrow, and every battle afterward, if you agree to my price.
Akshalat says,
I ask that you pledge your future daughters to me.
What? What would you want with my daughters?
Hanif asks.
I ask that the fruit of their wombs be mine, that each child that your daughters bear will die. Agree to my terms, and I shall assure you the battle is already won.
I do not know if I should give you my future grandchildren,
Hanif says, reluctantly.
If you marry the right woman, you won't have any daughters. Only wicked women bear other women. I do not ask for your sons. You have nothing to lose.
Akshalat says sweetly, sickeningly.
I am unsure of whether to agree. The lives of my grandchildren are a precious thing,
Hanif says.
I am only making you an offer, and a generous one. If you do not agree to my terms, you will die, and so will your army.
Akshalat grins.
Then what shall your sultanate be? You will be a sultan of nothing more than bodies. Perhaps this is what Al-Shams meant when he said you will father a great kingdom. It will be a kingdom of blood, a sacrifice for the great phoenix.
Akshalat laughs deeply in his throat.
If you agree, you shall own a palace full of servants and treasures to call your own. You will be a man of power. Isn't that what you wish? A few children are a small sacrifice to make for your own empire.
Hanif clambers to his feet, somewhat clumsily.
Al-Shams shall... He will...
Al-Shams shall do nothing but watch you die, and say it was for his will,
Akshalat says viciously. He turns his back on Hanif and begins to walk away.
Very well. I see that you cannot be convinced.
Wait!
Hanif cries, raising a hand. Akshalat abruptly pauses, halting in his tracks.
I agree,
Hanif says.
I will give you the lives of my grandchildren, the infants my daughters will bear, for your help in building my empire. You will spare my sons, though. The children of my sons you shall not harm. Will you not?
Akshalat nods, a sly grin becoming his evil stare.
Of course, the children your sons have will be spared.
All the worry slides off of Hanif's face.
Very well. If you promise not to hurt the children of my sons, you may have what you ask for.
Those red eyes gleam so viciously in the darkness.
Let it be so.
The man transforms once again into the terrifying, foreboding eagle. He takes off and flies toward the city, disappearing into the dark. Screams ripple through the night, voices that rise on a wave to cascade over the massacre. None are spared. Soldiers awaken and come out from their tents slowly to watch with horror the carnage below. Hanif does not watch. He turns away. He got what he wanted. I wake up in Zahid's arms. Jara is looking at me intently. She has the face of an innocent child who knows and sees things, but who cannot understand their consequences. "I'm sorry," she whispers. My face scrunches up. I turn over, grasping onto Zahid's shirt. I let out a wretched, haunted scream of pain. I begin to sob uncontrollably, body trembling as my soul breaks through my chest, my voice making sounds that are inhumane, tortured. Everything is completely crippled. The world is against me. My father wouldn't have wanted the child inside of me. He didn't even want me. Zahid clutches me to him, stroking my hair. He doesn't ask what happened, only holds me close. I continue crying, trying to get as close to him as I can. Fall into him until he and I are one. My whole life, I was fooled, tricked by the man I admired and looked up to. I was manipulated and betrayed by the father I missed terribly, the father I was willing to marry Qasim for, and the father whom I watched die. I am convinced the only man who ever loved me is the one who is holding me now.
What did you show her?
Shadi asks, horrified.
Something that was crucial for her to know,
Jara says, softly.
I wouldn't have shown you if I didn't have to, Benoit. Please, forgive me.
Jara turns into white smoke, filtering into the spout of the red lamp to join the palace and the Merid. Our quest is completed, yet it has cost me something more terrible than I can bear. The price to break the curse was to lose the respect I had for my father. What an awful, horrible cost.
My queen, please tell us what is wrong,
Nuri asks, inching toward me.
Certainly nothing is worth all of this.
Let her grieve, Nuri.
Zahid puts his chin on my head. My tears slow, the sobs quieting into the teardrops that drip slowly on the sand.
Only a wicked woman bears other women,
I whisper, repeating the words of Akshalad and Qasim.
The children of daughters are nothing, as they cannot carry on the family name or take the throne. Only a son's offspring are worthy of my father's love.
What are you talking about?
Zahid murmurs softly.
My father made a deal with Akshalad. Al-Shams told him to conquer a city, and my father's army was greatly outnumbered.
I don't come out from within Zahid's shirt. I cannot bear any of them to see me like this.
He agreed to give up each of his daughter's children to Akshalad if he helped him to build his empire.
Your father began the curse?
Zahid asks.
He created it. He was fine with sacrificing his grandchildren to death so long as they were the descendants of his daughters and not his sons.
I pull away from him and crumple my hands into my lap.
Akshalad was hunting for Al-Shams. He couldn't find the current regeneration, couldn't find Toshana, but in the omniscience he had, he saw that whoever Al-Shams was would die soon, and that the rebirth would happen from a grandchild of Hanif, a daughter's child, not a son's.
Will Beric be able to break the hold Akshalad has on Benoit's family?
Zahid asks, looking at Shadi. He has the power, Shadi says glumly, though it explains why no lesser djinn could end the curse before.
Akshalad knew one of Hanif's daughters would give birth to the reincarnation of Al-Shams.
I choke.
It was a way for Akshalad to fulfill the words of the Onari and take control over Sahrahn without having to fight Al-Shams at his full power. Whoever kills the other shall become lord over all, for Al-Shams came to save the world and Akshalad to devour it.
Nuri, Shadi, and Zahid don't dare to say a word. Myself, I seek no comfort in words, not in this moment. The man I had looked up to all my life had made a deal with the devil. His beautiful story of Al-Shams was a lie. Having proof that he would rule over a sultanate was more important than the lives of his grandchildren and the happiness of his daughters. I had always loved my father dearly, made excuses for his behavior, and defended him against others who pointed out his flaws. I never realized his belittlement and patronization toward me and my sisters was part of something so much more.
I would have died to know he loved me before, to truly know,
I say.
Now I've realized the truth. He cared nothing for me. I was only a woman, a daughter, not a son. I suspect he didn't even miss me when you took me away, Zahid. I was so unimportant, so insignificant to him. Simply the 7th daughter out of a woman who already had too many girls. He could have changed in the years you knew him, Zahid says. He was devastated when I took you to Ashana. Perhaps he came to regret the decision he made after his children were born. He might have not been so simple. It does not matter. He made the deal to kill his own blood in search of power, coin, and treasures. Gaining a kingdom was more important than the children of his daughters, but not so important that he would sacrifice the joy of his sons. I let out a defeated sigh. My father was a monster. I was worthless in his eyes. Benoit, you're not alone.
I embrace my husband as tightly as I can, tucking my head into his chest. I feel my child kick sharply against my sides, and I wonder, will Zahid care for it, if it is a girl? Or will he only find worth in a son, as my father did?
I do not want to disturb you, my queen, but the sun is sinking lower into the sky, Shadi says, putting a light hand on my shoulder. We must return to barracks so we can break this curse and put everything behind us.
Very well. Nuri, help me up.
Nuri lends a hand as I stand wobbly on my feet, sitting on Sajjad. Everyone takes a seat, and we continue into the air, toward the Ifrit's cave. Shadi goes back into his lamp. It is obvious he cannot think of anything to say, and figures the best thing to do is to leave me alone. Nuri has moved to a corner of the carpet and is reading a scroll to give me and Zahid some privacy. Zahid keeps moving his arm in a circle. He looks like he's in pain. I scoot over to his side, feeling the muscle. It is hot, and I can feel a large knot underneath my fingers. I begin massaging his shoulder, moving in long motions. The tender sinew begins melting underneath my fingertips.
I'm rather out of practice.
Zahid laughs lightly.
My sword arm is extremely sore.
I can see that. Is this helping? I ask, ignoring my own pain at the persistent cramping in my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
He nods, grimacing as I tackle the large knot.
It is feeling better.
He looks over his shoulder at me.
I should be pampering you.
You've done more than enough for me, I say. I want to help you.
You are in a lot of pain right now.
Yes, but helping others, giving them peace or some kind of relief, it takes my own pain away.
Why do you concern yourself with others when you yourself are suffering?
Zahid asks. I feel the only use I can be is to give of myself whenever I can, I say, continuing to massage his arm. When I was little, I did whatever I was asked to try and earn some sort of love, some acceptance. Now that I am older, I only want to show you how much I care. Even if it is in the littlest way, I want to do something, anything, for you. I never want you to suffer, even if your injury is slight.
You don't have to show me how much you care. I already know.
I know, but I want to remind you always, so you never forget. I finish massaging his shoulder and lean my head against it. Now that I realize who my father was, who he truly was, it only makes me appreciate you more. Despite all your flaws, you are a wonderful man, a good man. I am very fortunate to be married to you.
You are the greatest person I know,
Zahid says, kissing my hair.
Do not lose your belief in yourself because your father was too blind to see how amazing you are.
I think I already have. I pause. I hope Zahid will not become angry with what I have to ask. Will you love our child, if it is a girl?
Yes, always.
But you want a son.
I would like a son. Yet whether it is a girl or a boy,
I will love him or her all the same. You and I have created this baby together. If it is a girl, I only hope she will be headstrong, compassionate, and caring.
Zahid grasps my hand and holds it tightly,
just like her mother.
Zahid is a cord keeping me tethered to happiness, saving me from floating out into a sea of despair. My father has failed me, but Zahid has not, and that is something I will cling to desperately in the worst of times. He is my hope in the most terrible of disappointments.
You should stay out here with Sajjad, Nuri.
I tell my maidservant when we reach the entrance of the Ifrit's cave.
It won't be safe for you inside.
You are always telling me that it isn't safe,
Nuri says, her hands on her hips.
You're the one who shouldn't be going into these situations, my queen. You're the one who we should be keeping safe.
Do not argue with me. Stay here,
I say.
No, I am going with you.
Nuri stamps her foot, as if that is that, and there's nothing I can do about it. How adamant this girl is.
Fine,
I huff.
but you must promise not to say anything to Beric.
I won't.
Nuri falls behind as we head into the tunnels, Shadi leading the way. When we reach the large cave, Beric turns toward us in a fiery blaze. It is hotter than ever inside these tunnels. I swear the demon has grown since we last left him. He looks even taller and more menacing than ever. Nuri doesn't let out a whimper, nor a squeak. She stares at the Ifrit boldly without a sliver of fear.
Nuri is the key,
I think again.
Who is this girl?
Beric bats his large wings twice.
Did you bring what I have asked?
Zahid pulls the red lamp out of his bag and sets it in front of Beric. The Ifrit picks it up with one large, sharp claw. It dangles precariously, hundreds of lengths in the air.
Very well.
The lamp vanishes in a puff of black smoke, and Beric nods.
You have given me what I have asked. I shall break the curse.
Why did you make us capture these djinn?
Nuri boldly asks, coming forward.
Do you want to steal their magic?
Nuri!
I hiss.
I told you not to speak. It is not our place to ask.
Beric looks at Nuri and laughs, fire spouting out of his fanged mouth with each chuckle.
She's brave. Exactly like you, Queen Benua,
he says.
I don't want you to hurt them,
Nuri says.
I will not harm my own children,
the Ifrit says. Inwardly, I recoil.
These are your children?
Yes, all three are sisters.
Beric's eyes begin to dim, and the fire blazing throughout the cave shrinks down to a dull glow.
When I was a lesser djinn, I fell in love with a human. I did my best to lengthen her lifespan with my magic, but my power can only do so much when warding off forever.
The fire on the Ifrit's wings sparks higher, and his voice falls into a deep growl. I tried many times to bring her back from the dead. Each time, she lost a part of her memory, until she wasn't herself. She could not remember me, her past, nay, even her own name. I was forced centuries ago to let her die in peace. After their mother died, I chased my daughters off in a fury. They have not returned since, not at my call. You have managed to bring them back to me. I will be forever grateful. Perhaps now I can apologize and convince them to stay. Beric extends a long, flaming hand. Come, Queen Benua. My fire will not harm you, nor the child. I step forward cautiously. The Ifrit touches a fiery claw to my middle. The child wiggles vigorously within my stomach. A soft, tiny flame ripples around me, though I feel no burn. As the fire dies, the child calms. The Ifrit pulls his hand away.
The curse has been lifted,
The Ifrit says.
No more children born by you or your sisters will die. Your child is safe.
I let out a sigh of relief as my body sags in weariness and triumph. We have done it. My child will not die, not in the womb or in birth. We are saved. I glance over at Zahid and see he is unable to stop grinning, looking extremely grateful.
Go now,
Beric says, waving to the others.
I must speak with Benua alone. Alone?
Zahid questions.
What do you want with her? Be still, Raider Prince. If I wished to harm her, I wouldn't have broken the curse.
The Ifrit gives Zahid a cruel, smoldering stare. Shadi crouches down, shaking in his boots. I give my husband a nod, signaling that it will be all right. Reluctantly, he follows Shadi out of the cave, dragging Nuri behind him. I turn to Beric, now alone. Although I am by myself, I do not feel afraid.
What is it you must tell me?
I ask.
I know you have questions about the mother of serpents, the realm of fire and Falak.
The Ifrit says.
I have the answers you seek.
Will you tell me?
I will only tell you what you need to know.
All right.
I blink, a little irked.
And what is that?
You already know where the realm of fire lies,
Beric says.
You have known for such a long time that it would surprise you. When you find the mother of serpents, only you, Benua, will be able to walk upon the sacred path and journey to the realm of fire. Anyone else who follows shall die.
Who is the mother of serpents? I am running out of time,
I shout.
She is already here, and yet you do not see her.
No more riddles. You must tell me, please,
I beg. Beric beats his wings.
Ask the woman you call Nuri.
The cave walls begin to shake. The Ifrit beats his wings harder, and rocks begin tumbling from the ceiling. I duck to avoid a particularly large boulder, leaping out of the way as a crystal crashes at the place I once stood.
In my youth, I was angry at Al-Shams for taking my beloved wife away, and believed Akshalad would be a better ruler, that he would be fair and just.
Beric shouts over the falling rocks, his voice a thundering storm.
Through the years, I have seen that it would have been a crime to keep my wife here, away from paradise and in a world that is tortured and suffering. I will do my best to rally Jinn to fight Ruku, though do not hold out hope. Many Jinn have already sworn to serve Akshalad.
The cave is crumbling around me. Covering my head, I waddle as quickly as I can toward the exit, using my hands and knees to crawl upon the debris. I pull myself through the tunnels, panicking when the walls become smaller and smaller around me. I reach the exit with great effort, spitting out dust and small pebbles. The sun has sunken in the sky, and there is nothing more than a pale moon hovering over the cold desert. Zahid is the only one there when I emerge from the rubble.
I thought he was going to crush you. I stood outside waiting, and the cave began shaking as if moved by the earth itself.
Zahid says. He pulls me to my feet. I put a hand on my stomach, feeling dizzy. I hope I do not faint again.
Where are Nuri and Shadi?
I ask, wavering back and forth. I shake my head, trying to pull myself back to the earth and force myself to stay balanced.
While we were waiting for you, Shadi went back to Abbas's palace to spy on the other sultans and see if anything changed while we were gone.
Zahid says.
He came back quickly, and the information he received was rather frightening. Ruku is on the move. All those who are against him are gathered in the valley of Okshul, outside the city of Demir. It is where we will fight.
So soon? I ask in astonishment. But that is where my family is.
Which is why we needed a plan. I told Shadi and Nuri to take Sajjad and gather the Ashanians while I waited for you. We will be safe here, sleeping in the tent. They should arrive sometime in the morning with our people to escort us to the valley, where we can find your mother and sisters.
I nod, taking deep breaths. I feel completely strange. The cramps are squeezing my innards. Barak told me that we found the mother of serpents. He suggested it's Nuri.
Nuri?
Zahid's eyebrows furrow.
Are you sure? She doesn't remember anything.
I don't know. Nothing makes sense.
I blink once or twice and reach out to grab Zahid's shirt to keep myself steady.
Benoit, are you all right?
Zahid asks, grabbing my elbows and holding me up.
You don't appear well.
It's only because I had to drag myself out of that cave. I'll be fine.
I insist. As I say the words, I feel a small popping sensation between my legs, and a tiny trickle of water runs down my thigh. I look down. I see that the littlest puddle has wet the sand underneath my dress.
Benoit, what is happening?
Zahid asks as I slowly lift my skirts. I gasp in pain, holding on to my belly as the worst cramp I've ever had rackets through my middle. My stomach is rock hard. I feel as if someone has taken a knife and shoved it slowly into my womb, sawing outwards. A terrible, slow realization comes over me. I haven't been having cramps. I've been having contractions for hours. The pain was so slight that I've been able to ignore them. Not so now.
I'm going into labor,
I gasp, and I let out a scream as another contraction jolts through my body. It is a knife, going in and out, cutting my organs, slicing through my skin. The agony is overwhelming, unbearable. It is more than a human can endure, and yet I'm alive.
You're what?
Zahid whispers.
The baby is coming,
I say through clenched teeth. The knife twists and digs into my side. The pain surges, like a wave that falls cresting at the top with a vicious, vengeful spasm.
It is too early, Benoit. You haven't completed your time,
Zahid argues.
I am having this child now,
I hiss.
Help me.
I scream again, louder this time, and my cry seems to spur him into action. Zahid rushes to his bag and begins raising our tent, fumbling with the poles and sloppily setting up the canvas. Each time I scream, Zahid drops something or does something wrong, taking even longer.
Zahid, hurry,
I whimper.
I am, my love. I am.
When he's finally done, he sprints to my side and escorts me into the tent, where several blankets and pillows are set up. It is the best he can do with what little time we've been given.
Lie here,
Zahid says, helping me onto the blanket. He leans my back against the pillows. I begin crying as the pain spreads across my abdomen, throughout my hips and down my legs. This is pure and undeniable torture. I cannot stand it. Zahid's voice echoes from far away.
The water skin is full, if you need it, and we have plenty of cloth for when the child arrives.
The flummoxed father-to-be is gone, replaced with the cool-headed raider prince. He appears calm, though I know he is hiding his panic behind a mask. He has never helped a woman give birth before, nor have I. He doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing. If something goes wrong, both me and the child could die.
You must call for help,
I say, scared how terrified my voice sounds.
Find someone, anyone.
The nearest town is hours away. You will have this baby long before I reach it on foot, and I will not abandon you. Not now.
Zahid, I don't want to have this baby out here.
I say, tears running down my face.
I'm sorry, my love.
Zahid. Chapter 10.
Keep pushing, Benoit. You're doing well.
I cry out even louder as another contraction ripples through me. I feel the urgent, undeniable need to push. I do so, gnashing my teeth. I don't feel like I've been doing well. Zahid and I have been at this for hours, and the pain only increases with each passing minute. My body has vomited, bled, screamed, and done every other thing imaginable to push this baby out. I have prayed to Al-Shams that Shadi and Nuri will show, but no one has come. The only people Zahid and I have right now are each other. The agony is all-encompassing. It stabs into each part of me, my entire form clenching with each contraction. Pressure builds as I feel the child moving downward. I have never been more within my own body. I am tethered to this earth, able to concentrate on nothing but the demands of delivery. This is something that has happened for thousands of years, and I feel a connection with the women of my past as I give another primal cry.
You can still have this baby before the sun rises, Benoit.
Zahid encourages me as the first rays of dawn break through the flaps of the tent. He is not willing to accept defeat. He knows he must keep me going, because there's no going back now, only forward.
Zahid, I can't.
I whisper. I'm completely spent. Exhausted sounds like a word with energy when I think of it now. To say that there's nothing is a word of abundance. I have nothing, and have taken so much more beyond that. The demand to push grabs my body and kneads me again, molding me within its grasp. Each of my bones could be broken, each part of me beaten, and it would be a relief from the suffering. I only spare a little effort. I cannot do this.
Do not give up. Benoit, your ancestors have done this for centuries. Hundreds of women, which you have descended from, gave birth to children underneath tents in the desert, he cries. Your body knows what to do. Do not give in.
I'm so tired.
I reach to grasp onto the blanket, giving another push. I have stopped crying and screaming. I cannot see a point in protesting the agony when it will never end.
I long to quit.
I know, my love. Just a little longer. For me.
Zahid is tired as well. No, not tired. Drained. He is pretending to be the strong raider prince, but I notice when his face crumples as I scream, see the tears filling up in his eyes when I beg him to make it stop. He is powerless to take the pain away. He can only watch the process as it happens and coax me through it. Zahid flounders for my hand, and I grab it. I squeeze it so tightly that his tan skin turns white. I look up and notice his dark eyes. I breathe in and out, trying to focus. I can still feel the wretched pain, feel as the child begins stretching me. Yet at the moment, it doesn't matter.
Nothing matters,
I tell myself.
save for looking into Zahid's eyes.
I see the head,
Zahid shouts. He lets go of my hand, and I take a deep breath, keeping my focus on his eyes. If I break my concentration, I'll stop. I cannot stop. Not now.
You're nearly done. Once more.
At Zahid's words, I give one last massive push and fall backwards onto the pillows. Zahid is holding something, wiping it clean with a soft cloth and cutting a long cord. I watch him, feeling strangely detached. For as tired as my body was a few seconds ago, now I feel as if I'm floating on clouds. It's like I'm not even in the tent, but outside it, looking inward.
My child, my daughter, you must breathe,
Zahid pleads, and he wipes the face of the child gently, breathing lightly into her lungs. A strange sound, a beautiful, wonderful sound, echoes through the tent. It is the sound of a baby crying. That sound brings me crashing down to earth, my tiredness melting away. The child's cry is shrill, high-pitched, and loud. Yet it is a song, a captivating melody that enchants me. I cannot describe how happy I am to hear it.
Benoit, you did it.
Zahid says in astonishment. He is openly crying. There are tears on his face as he begins to clean the new child.
It's a girl. A lovely baby girl.
A girl? We did it, my love. I smile at him. It is the prettiest picture in the world. Zahid with his newborn daughter, cradling her tightly in his arms. Did I make her? Did my body grow and protect this precious little creature? It cannot be. What shall we call her?
She's a princess,
Zahid says, completely in his own world, as he strokes the baby's face with one finger.
A pretty little princess.
Amira, the ancient word for princess. Even in my own mind, it sounds just right. Give Amira to me, I ask, stretching out my weak limbs.
Amira?
Zahid asks, glancing downward as if in a trance.
Yes, Amira, our princess.
Zahid hands the babe to me, wrapped tightly in a white cloth. The child is small, littler than my forearm. She came early, more than a month. Every part of her is tiny. The baby stops crying as she nestles into my arms, and I catch a glimpse of her dark brown eyes, which are like Zahid's. She has a mess of black hair on her head, and her skin is a golden tan. I cannot remember the pain, or what the contractions felt like. It is as if they had never happened at all. They never existed. The only thing that ever existed was this child. Even though I can do nothing but stare, my eyelids are drooping.
You must rest,
Zahid says. He kneels by my side, stroking Amira's hair.
You've been through quite an ordeal.
Someone must stay up and take care of her, I protest.
I will take care of her. You need sleep,
Zahid says, gently. I shift upwards, holding Amira close to my chest. She will need to be fed, among other things.
I will help you.
It took longer than expected, but I delivered the afterbirth, and we finally got Amira to eat. Afterwards, I take a wet cloth and wipe the blood from my body, putting on a fresh, clean dress and lying back on a new blanket. Cleaning up, getting changed, and bathed, even with Zahid's help, was a monumental task. I put my head on the pillows. Will you be all right?
I will be more than all right.
Zahid chuckles, playing with Amira's fingers.
Sleep, my treasure, my heart. We will be here when you awaken.
I don't want to sleep. I want to enjoy my new baby. I cannot deny what my body needs, however, and so I reluctantly let myself sink into dreamland. The last thing I see is the glimmer of dawn peeking through the tent, and Amira sleeping peacefully as her proud, handsome father rocks her tenderly in his arms. I awaken to the sound of twittering and tweeting, enchanting birdsong drifting through the thin fabric of the tent. My eyes flutter open, and my hand flies to my stomach instinctively. It's curiously flatter than yesterday. I realize, slowly, I gave birth. I have a baby. I walk through the exit of the tent, toward the sound of birds. I've slept until sunset. Dusk is hovering on the edges of the floor, an orange halo that plays around my feet in a highly anticipatory dance. I open the flap of the tent and gasp aloud. Birds of all kinds are sitting on top of the tent, flying in a large circle that reaches the sky. Red, blue, green, orange, black, purple, yellow, brown, gray, white. Each and every color there is in the world comes together in a gorgeous array, flying and spinning, swooping in circles. Their voices come together in a melody that is beyond all comprehension. I cannot translate what the birds say. All I know is that their song means hope. Zahid is in the middle of the intricate dance. A large white bird with a giant yellow crest sits on one of his shoulders, and a brown-colored bird with a cinnamon branch in its golden beak sits on the other. Several small birds balance on his arms, which hold a mirror. On my daughter's chest sits a small white dove. As I watch the birds flutter around my husband and my child in an endless parade, something within me breaks. I think of my own father. Could he have possibly looked at me the same way Zahid is gazing at Amira, with all the adoration and the love that is in the world? Could he have changed when his daughters were born? Did he regret the decision he made to sacrifice his grandchildren to Akshalat? I decide that it does not matter what he did, what he decided, or who he ultimately became. What he did hurt me immensely. Discovering the truth of the curse caused me to lose all trust and faith in him, shattered my perception of who he was. Yet all the same, I love him, as Amira will love Zahid no matter what she discovers about him. We cannot choose our family, and even if we could, everyone in the world has done terrible things. I do not have to be like my father. I do not have to like him, respect him. I do not even have to want him back, as I so desperately have before. But I have to love him all the same. I accept this truth. I love him not because I am required to, but because there is no way I could ever stop loving my father. I will correct the mistakes my parents made with my child. My daughter will not know such terrible betrayal. Not from me, nor Zahid. We will do right by her. This I swear on my life. I walk towards Zahid, sidestepping all the tiny birds that flit around my feet. Zahid smiles at me, rocking Amira. She is sleeping soundly.
The birds from the deserts and the jungles have come to pay tribute to our daughter,
he says. I take Amira from him gently, and the dove moves slightly on her chest. He does not fly away, but stays firmly put. The white bird with the large yellow crest and the brown bird holding the cinnamon branch hop over to my shoulders. Their weight is heavy, yet comforting upon me. Their talons dig into my clothes gently, and under them, I feel protected. The brown bird lays the cinnamon twig gently onto Amira's chest, and the crested bird rests his yellow head upon it, leaving behind a yellow feather. The two large birds take to the sky, and the rest follow, leaving in a fluttering, feathery cloud of many colors. We watch the birds go, and I cling Amira to my chest. Amira's eyelashes flutter as she slowly awakens. She looks up at me and smiles. Inwardly, I melt. Could this child be Al-Shams? I ask, glancing at Zahid.
She appears as a regular child,
Zahid says.
Yet something about her feels quite different.
I kiss her soft cheeks. What a precious, sweet gift she is. I have waited so long to meet her. The months of preparation, discomfort, and pain were all worth it to hold this small gem that I once believed I could never have. For the next few hours, Zahid and I change her, feed her, comfort her when she cries. It feels intimate in a way nothing else should. I'm still very tired. I cannot deny how my bones ache, how weak I still feel. But I want nothing more than to spend every minute with this child. She is small and fragile. I feel I must be aware and stay vigilant at all times in order to keep her safe. Something in my life has altered. Something has come to tether me to this little girl. It has formed a bond that is unbreakable and irreversible. It is not in a way that I have ever cared about anyone else. It is inescapable. I have changed in the most wonderful, beautiful way. After a sleepless night, Zahid peeks his head out of the tent as we hear hoofbeats nearing.
It's Shadi and Nuri,
he says in excitement.
They're finally here.
They're about to receive a wonderful surprise, I say, shifting Amira in my arms. Shadi and Nuri peek into the tent. Nuri's eyes light up when she sees Amira. She hurries to me and touches the baby's fair cheek. Amira coos lightly.
Benoit, she's beautiful.
She is, isn't she? I hand her to Nuri, and the child easily fits into her arms. Shadi walks over to the child with an awestruck face, his mouth hanging open.
Benoit, you weren't supposed to give birth for another month,
he protests.
The child came early into the world,
Zahid says.
But somehow we managed.
Who helped you? Nuri asks.
No one.
We had this baby by ourselves. All we had were each other, I say, as Zahid puts an arm around me.
She's absolutely flawless. She looks just like her mother,
Shadi exclaims.
Yes, but she has Zahid's eyes,
Nuri adds with a smile.
Shadi, there's something we've been meaning to ask you. Will you be her godfather?
Zahid asks.
We've thought about it and we've decided, magically inept as you are, there is no one better to protect Amira than a djinn.
I'd be honored.
Shadi peers his face closer to Amira. She grabs hold of his beard, pulling tightly.
Ouch!
He says with a painful laugh.
She's got quite a grip.
That'll come in useful when she needs to swing a sword, I say, despite myself. I cannot imagine a world where my daughter will be safe from harm. Although she has brought me great joy, I haven't been able to stop worrying about her ever since she was born. Ruku is coming. I know he is, and he will do everything in his power to take Amira from me. A fierce resolve settles in my heart as I watch my husband and my friends fawn over my daughter. If Ruku wants to harm Amira, he will have to get through an army. There are many people who will give their lives to protect her, myself included. If Ruku wants to get his hands on her, he can be sure that he'll have us to deal with. Zahid peeks outside.
We should begin the trip to Ukshul. I can see you've brought quite a company. I'll ride with the soldiers and the Ashanians. You three can go ahead on Sajjad and take Amira with you.
Of course not. You both deserve to rest,
Nuri argues.
Shadi and I will continue to Ukshul with the soldiers. You two go ahead with your child. Benoit's family is waiting for her, and I'm sure they're desperate to see her.
My family? I haven't seen them in months. My heart aches to hold my mother and sisters again. Will I be able to look at them the same way after I know what my father has done to them? It does not matter. They can never know the truth, for it would break their hearts. I will tell them that the curse has been broken and everything will be all right again. The Ashanians cheer when they see little Amira nestled in my arms. There is great rejoicing among the company. Ashana has an heir. It brings a tear to my eye to think that if Hayama were still standing, Amira would come to rule over that as well. Zahid and I sit on Sajjad, soaring to Uqshul with Amira tucked tightly in our arms. I am afraid that we will drop her, but the babe quickly falls asleep to the rocking of the flying carpet.
The valley of Uqshul is not far from Hayama,
Zahid informs me.
I want you to be aware that you may see it on our way.
I want to see it, I respond. I want to know what Ruku did.
I fear that is something that will break you apart,
Zahid says.
Please, do not insist. I am afraid for you.
If we do not see it, I will beg you to take me there, Zahid. Not now, but later, I say. In my heart, I still cannot believe that my sultanate is gone. I will not be able to until I see it with my own eyes. Zahid shakes his head, sighing.
If we do not see it while flying overhead, I will take you there shortly after you've recovered from your labor. Truly recovered. Yet I plead with you, please change your mind. We have Amira now. She is our future. It is not wise for us to linger in the past.
She is why I must go. I stroke a thin strand of black hair out of my child's sleeping face. If there is a chance anything is left of Hayama, we must find it and save it. For her heritage. For her. We do not see Hayama on the way to Uqshul. Sajjad drifts downward to a delicate city with a grand palace standing boldly against the rays of the sun. Sajjad flies easily through the streets of the city and through the double doors of the palace, where a smiling sultan raises his arms hospitably.
Greetings, Queen Benawa and Sultan Zahid,
he says boldly, yet kindly.
I am Sultan Utif of the city of Demir. You are more than welcome here.
Zahid slides off Sajjad, helping me down as I hold Amira to my chest.
Is this the babe you proclaim to be Al-Shams in the flesh?
Utif asks, inching closer. It is. I shift Amira in my arms, closer to the Sultan. Utif leans down, observing Amira with a bewildered expression. He places a finger on her chest. The sleeping babe instinctively grabs it, holding it tightly in her tiny fist.
I'm not sure what I expected, but she is not it. Yet, it is in a good way,
Utif says, breathlessly.
You have me convinced, though I suppose the other sultans will not believe you.
And why should they not? Are they here? I ask.
All of the leaders and their armies are gathered here. We are waiting for Ruku to make his final stand,
Utif says.
It was supposed that the baby would be a boy and not a girl. They will not believe a woman could be the reincarnation of Al-Shams.
Of course not, I say dryly before shaking my head. It is all for the best. If no one believes that Amira is Al-Shams, she will be all the safer.
It does not matter if all believe. The faith of a few, nay, even one man, has been known to change the world,
Utif says. It was too much the hope that they would believe a woman could be a god, I say, trying to keep the bitterness out of my voice. My laws implementing better rights for women have already proven to be too much for their small minds to handle.
Do not fear, Queen Benawa. You have friends in Demir,
Utif says heartily, compassion behind his voice.
I was in the process of implementing your laws myself before Hayama was rampaged. We do not treat our women as many do in Sahrahn, and I believed it was time for a change.
Utif sighs.
Unfortunately, that process was stopped by Ruku's men. We've been fighting them at the edges of our borders for months. They've surrounded the city in small groups. It is only for the strength of my armies that they do not attack. Ruku will be here soon with all of his men, and then we won't be able to hold them off any longer. We shall give them a fight that Sahrahn has never seen,
Zahid promises.
grasping his arm. Ashanians are journeying here to fight. We will stand by you. I am glad to have such a brave couple stand by my side, Utif says. Not all have been so eager to lend a hand. Abbas and a few others are attempting to back out of our pact. I could use your help in the meeting that is to take place. Once the last sultan arrives, we shall all gather to discuss how to attack. We shall be here,
Zahid assures him.
Is Benawa's family here? Yes, they came here seeking refuge,
Utif says.
It was a miracle they all survived. Her mother, her sisters, and their husbands all have their own quarter of the palace. A very lively bunch. A room has been prepared for you there.
Thank you, I say, giving a small curtsy. You are very kind. You have been more welcoming than any sultan ever has in Sahrahn.
I feel all people deserve respect, though few are willing to give it to others,
Utif says, clapping Zahid on the back.
I will show you to your rooms. Come.
Utif's palace is much like mine was. The room he leads us to is so much like my own, I nearly start crying. A small crib has been set up for Amira there, with a balcony that looks over the city of Demir. As I walk around the room, I see that clothes and amenities for us, as well as all the things we will need for Amira, are already there. How generous the Sultan is to us. It is so nice, so touching, that someone wants to aid us in our plight for a change, instead of sneering at us or wanting to kill us. I have experienced so little kindness on this trip. I have forgotten what it feels like to receive it. This gesture, however small, makes me feel well and hopeful again. All is not yet lost. We should get changed into something more suitable, I say, gesturing to our clothes. We're going to have to remind everyone that we're not peasants here.
Of course, because it makes a difference if Ruku cuts your head off if you're wearing silk,
Zahid says in a playful tone, untying Shadi's lamp from his waist. I place Amira in her crib and begin stripping off my muslin clothes, which are covered in sand. When I am completely nude, I notice something. My belly is gone, and to be without it now is completely strange. My stomach is not flat as it was before, however. Long marks cover the sides of my skin, which now have soft folds, and there is extra weight on my thighs and belly that wasn't there before. I twirl in a circle. I feel as if I'm in someone else's body and not my own.
What is it?
Zahid asks, cocking his head and staring at me. My body is different, I say, running my hands over the place where Amira was before. Grimacing, I slide on a silk dress to cover the strangeness of my new form. I'm not the same since I had the baby. I knew it was going to happen, but now that it has, I don't feel... My words trail off. I can't express in words what I am thinking. I look into Zahid's eyes, though, and I can see. He knows.
You are still the most beautiful girl in the world, because your body gave me a most precious gift,
he says, giving me a kiss on the cheek.
Some things will return to normal after a time. Some things about you will be entirely different from now on, but I do not care. No matter how you may appear, you will always be the most amazing woman in the world to me.
There he goes again, working his magic, causing me to become completely spellbound. A few years ago, I couldn't stand this man, judged him and wished him out of my sight. At the same time, I was falling for him. Now we have a family. Things will change between us. Things are already changing, as they have been since Amira, and the change is making us stronger and closer than we were before. I always think I can love Zahid no more, that I've reached my limit on love. I end up being proven wrong each and every time. There is no limit to love. It only continues to grow. There is a knock on the door. Nuri enters the room, curtsying lightly.
My queen, I would like to make you aware that my quarters are down the hall if you need anything of me.
Nuri, I say quickly, I need to ask you something. When I was speaking with Beric, he made the remark that you are the mother of serpents.
What? Me?
Nuri says, baffled.
How could this be?
I don't know. I pause. Do you remember anything about your life before you came to us? Anything at all?
Nothing,
she says, shaking her head.
What I do remember, the bits and pieces, I've already told you. I promised I would never lie to you, even withhold information. If I am this legendary mother of serpents, I don't know how to help you. Truly, I don't.
I believe you, I say sadly. Now please, would you go and request some food for us in the kitchens? We are very hungry. And Nuri?
Yes?
She asks. If you remember anything, even the smallest thing, please, please tell me. It may be important.
Even if it is only the smallest thought, I will relate it to you, my queen.
Nuri hustles away, her head bowed. I look at Zahid. It appears she knows nothing, he says. It would seem so. I pause. I don't think she is hiding anything, but her behavior has been odd of late. It makes me wonder. I take out Junaid's note and turn it over again in my hand, reading the scribbled, bloodied words over and over. Nuri is the key. Junaid and the Ifrit both insisted that Nuri was the answer to all of my problems. They both cannot be wrong. Nuri must be who I seek. But if she can't remember anything, it does us no good. Her knowledge and powers as the mother of serpents is useless to us if it cannot be remembered. I hear the familiar sound of squealing and screaming. There is a pounding on the door like a stampede of elephants. It flies open, slamming against the wall as all of my 6 sisters come storming into the room with wild cheers and yells. They immediately fall upon me in a giant heap, hugging me tightly.
By Al-Shams, it's a baby!
Istilla screams. I'm instantly forgotten as my sisters drop me to huddle around the cradle, cooing and awing at the new child.
A firstborn daughter,
Mother says, reaching into the cradle to lift the babe out.
She's simply gorgeous. I believe she takes after her grandmother.
She'll be just like me, I'm sure,
Patina says, fluffing her hair and looking at me eagerly.
Oh, of course.
I laugh. I have something to tell all of you. There was a curse set upon us by a man intent to do our family harm. I pause. Zahid and I have found the djinn strong enough to break it. From now on, our children will live. You no longer have to be afraid. My sisters break down into tears. Jabaira and Hasna kiss me on the cheeks, while Rihab and Patina dance around Istilla in joy. Dua is the only one who is quiet. She hides in the corner of the room, her veil drawn over her face, looking down. I walk to her and say, I broke the curse for you, Dua. I'm sorry it was too late for your son. Dua says nothing. Her eyes water and she whispers,
Forgive me, sister, for wishing your child dead. Your daughter is truly beautiful. I was not in my right mind when I said such cursed things.
You had just lost another son. The harsh words you spoke are already forgotten. I tell her, now come and enjoy my daughter. My sisters admire Amira's face and cheer as she awakens to gaze at them curiously. Amira giggles at Patina's funny faces, squeals in delight as Estilla lifts her up and down. I watch them happily, feeling lighter than I have since I discovered my father's betrayal. Finally, my sisters can have families of their own and not fear that they will lose their children. of my father's curse, we are finally free. Chapter 11. Seemingly in minutes, Amira is a week old. Soon 2 weeks go by, and then a month. 30 days pass like sand slipping between my fingers. Despite her prematurity, Amira does not fall ill, only grows bigger and stronger each day. We are very lucky. Although Amira is doing well, I am not recovering at the rate I would like. I am still exhausted from my labor and from the effort it took to bring Amira into this world. Why am I so tired? I ask Mother as she putters around my room, fawning over Amira and barking orders at me and Zahid at the same time, which is all she's been doing since we got here. Amira sleeps at night. She barely awakens. I am well rested and well fed. You will not be healed from your labor for another 3 months, Mother says. It will take 6 for you to feel like yourself again. What am I to do when Ruku comes? I ask in despair, throwing my hands up. I can't swing a sword if it takes a tremendous effort to get out of bed. You're going to take Amira and hide with the rest of the women and children and let me take care of it, Zahid says. No, I say adamantly. I want to fight. I know you do, but you are not ready to fight again, and Amira needs you if I do not come back, Zahid says adamantly. Do not speak of such things, I insist. We will face him together. Benoa. Zahid cups my face in his hand lightly. This isn't about us anymore. Why does he have to be right all the damn time? It is going to kill me to huddle away in a palace while my husband is risking his life defending me when I know perfectly well I can take care of myself. Utif appears in the room, flanked by several guards. Queen Benoa, he says, bowing lightly. I have a surprise for you. What is it? I ask. Come and see. Utif smiles at me, and I glance at my mother. Will you be able to watch Amira for a little while? Go and enjoy this surprise of yours. Your sisters and I will have no trouble taking care of this little bird, Mother says in delight. Zahid and I follow Utif down to the stables. I let out a cry of delight as I see Amar standing by a pen, tied to a post and nickering softly. The cuts on his side have healed into scars, and he's looking better than ever. Amar! I rush to him, stroking his forehead as he tickles my sides with his nose. The Ashanians brought him. They supposed you would be eager to ride again, Utif says. In a nearby stall, Shaitan pounds at the door. I look at Zahid and say, Let's go for a ride. I haven't been on a horse in months. You're still weak, Benoa, Zahid says. Nonsense. I'm perfectly capable of riding my own horse. Please, Zahid, I beg. He sighs, looking at Utif. Do you have a horse I could borrow? Yes, a gelding as you prefer, Utif says. I shall have them saddled up for you immediately. A little while later, we're standing at the gates of Demir, looking up at the large doors that lead out into the harsh desert upon the backs of our horses. Beware, there are many enemies who surround the city. If you tarry too long, they will find you, Utif says. If you do not return before nightfall, I shall send men after you. We shall not be long, I promise him. As soon as the gates open, I kick Amar. The stallion jumps into a gallop, his hooves pounding against the dry hardness of the cracked desert. How wonderful it is to be able to ride again. The up and down motion of Amar's body and the bouncing against the saddle hurts my healing body, but I do not care. I ignore the pain as Amar charges joyfully across the rocky terrain. He has longed to stretch his legs since being unhappily cooped up in a stall so he could heal. He longs to race again. I glance back and see Zahid's gelding is practically a dot against the sand. The sharp cry of a bird echoes through the air. I look up, and my heart quickens as I see a falcon soaring across the clouds, his wings beating furiously. I remember the falcon I used to race so often around Hayama. I accept the challenge. I call out to Amar to go faster and squeeze his sides, hanging on tightly as the stallion lengthens his strides. Amar picks up speed, and I let go of the reins, grasping onto his mane. Amar and I move together as the falcon soars overhead, becoming one creature with one soul, one mind. The bird is ahead of us, but not for long.
Let us show the skies what the horse and his rider can do,
I whisper in Amar's ear. I kick him one last time, giving a wild shout. Amar lets out a loud bray and becomes nothing more than wind as the shadow of the falcon passes overhead, and then behind us. The falcon soars away, upward in the other direction. I slow Amar down to a stop, letting out a cheerful cry of triumph. I have finally done it. I have accomplished impossible things. I have raced the falcon, and I have won.
I told you one day we would do it,
I laugh, gasping for air as Zahid trots his gelding next to me minutes later.
We beat the falcon.
So you did. Zahid smiles at me, although a little sadly. I am certain that there is nothing you cannot do.
What is wrong? I ask. You seem so sullen.
We're home.
What?
I narrow my eyes in confusion. He points behind me. I turn in the saddle, observing the strange sight. A black, ashen city hovers on the horizon, a husk of the former glory it once was. It appears to have been a skeleton for ages.
Is that?
It is. Even with how close we are, I cannot recognize it.
Zahid, you must take me there. You promised.
No, Benawa, it is not safe.
I told you. I have to see it with my own eyes.
I use the reins to maneuver Amar toward Hayama. At least let us take Shadi, in case we run into any trouble, Zahid offers. We shall go back to the Mir and come later.
I do not want anyone to see me cry over my lost city, especially my friends, I insist. You are the only one I can bear to take with me. Besides, if we leave now, I know you will convince me not to return.
Zahid gives an aggravated huff. Fine, but we shall not linger there. Ruku's forces are bound to be close by.
Of course.
Completely stoic, I walk Amar toward the city, unable to take my eyes away from the ruins. Ashana is in much better condition than Hayama. We stride through the destroyed gates cautiously, which are blackened from the remains of fire. Everywhere we look, buildings are sloped onto each other, falling to pieces and crumbling to nothing more than dust. Amar jumps out of the way as a large house collapses toward us and onto the road. Hayama is blackened ash. Ashana still had the stone foundations left around it when it was sacked by soldiers long ago, but barely a brick remains here. What is left is unsalvageable, unable to be repaired. I had hoped there was a chance we could save Hayama, restore it to what it once was, or at least turn it into what Ashana became. What a foolish dream. I don't bother closing my open mouth as we pass the tailor's shop, the bazaar, the bakery. If you did not know what they were, you would be unable to recognize them, because they all look the same. They are all dark husks of buildings, large piles of rubble and stone. It is worse than I ever could have imagined. The sight before me makes my nightmares comforting. A dreamland. It is too shocking for tears. It feels like my very soul has been robbed of me. I'm empty, a ghost of a woman. How can I go on? What am I now? My beloved Hayama is gone. I gave everything I had to save my home several times over. My entire life up until this point was centered around protecting it. I am nothing without it. Without Hayama, I have no identity, no past, no future. I am neither here nor there. I am without myself in every possible way.
Where's the palace?
I ask in utter confusion. I don't see the towers or the large steps. It used to be wherever you were in Hayama, you could always spot the palace looming against the sky. But all I can see as I gaze above is the thick desert air, tainted by the darkness of smoke and debris that still lingers. I cannot even see the stables.
You're standing in it.
Zahid nods toward the ground, and I look beneath Amar's hooves. I gasp as I see that there are ashes up to his ankles. I turn Amar in a circle. The ashes sparkle, ground up with the marble and granite it took so long to acquire in order to build the palace. There are small fragments of the ivory towers lying about. As Amar walks through the ashes, he kicks up small pieces of brick and stone. He steps onto something particularly large, and I look down. It's a wing from the statue of Al-Shams, the one that once stood in the temple.
It's gone,
I whisper. The wind blows lightly, brushing my veil into my face.
Ruku destroyed everything.
Something strikes me as strange.
Where are all the people?
I ask.
There are no bodies. I thought you told me Ruku killed everyone.
He did. You don't want to know what happened to them.
I want to see.
No, Benoit, you don't. You do not need to glimpse the cruelty Ruku is capable of.
Let me see what he did to my people.
I insist, growling the words through my teeth as tears blur my eyes. Zahid sighs and drops his head. He does not look up, only maneuvers his horse around a large pile of rocks. He begins walking his gelding toward the town square. I make Amar follow him. What horrors Zahid has shown me cannot be worse than anything else. I am sure there is nothing worse than this. There cannot be. Zahid's head drops even lower as we enter the town square, as if he is unable to look himself. My hand flies to my mouth. My stomach churns, bile rising in my throat as I survey the indescribable carnage. Hundreds of bodies are stacked on top of each other, forming a tall, revolting tower of limbs and heads. All of the bodies are burned, nothing more than charred carcasses that once held human souls. The bodies have been stacked on top of each other so they resemble a miniature version of my palace. The tower of bodies was hidden by large walls around the square that have not yet crumpled to the ground, which Ruku undoubtedly left up on purpose, so I would not see his handiwork until I was right on top of it. Women, men, and the tiny bodies of children all lie on top of one another, forming a teetering mockery of where I once lived. This is what Ruku means to tell me, that my kingdom promises to inherit death. All who follow me will meet a similar fate. This, he says, is my kingdom.
Why does he do this?
I ask Zahid, my voice cracking in pain.
Does he have no pity? No mercy left within him?
What is left of Ruku but bitterness? What consumes him other than pain?
Zahid responds, his voice wavering with hatred and agony. His gaze is turned away. He is unable to look at the tower.
This is all my fault,
I moan, putting a hand to my face.
I should have never befriended him. My people are dead because of me.
The past cannot be changed. The only thing we may seek for Hayama now is redemption.
Zahid says.
Redemption is lost for me.
I lay my head on Amar's neck.
Come. I long to leave this place. You were right, Zahid. I am sorry I did not listen.
I leave the palace of bodies behind me. I feel as if I have lost a part of my sanity. That I have gone mad. Why did I insist on coming here? Ruku once again drew me in like a moth to the flame, unable to deny his lure. He has always been irresistible to me in a sick, twisted way. I could not live day in and day out never knowing what he did, and he understood that. As such, he made sure to give me a lesson that I would always remember, in my daydreams and my nightmares. Such things I will never be able to stop thinking of. In joy, in laughter, and in smiles, the Tower of Bodies will be there. I cannot forget this. It is not possible. Some people are capable of cruel and unspeakable things beyond imagining. And then some people like Ruku take that even farther and bring hell here to us on earth. Where is Al-Shams now? A sickening, torturous voice whispers in my head. I fight back tears and shake my head. I do not know where Al-Shams is, but I feel he abandoned these people. With a single beat of his wings, he could have stopped this. I know Toshana said Al-Shams is everywhere, in all things, but I do not feel him now. Cannot fathom that he would be in a place like this where he allowed such genocide to happen. If this is what following Al-Shams is, I want nothing more to do with him. How can I continue to follow a god who allows such terrible atrocities? We are almost out of the city, and the Palace of Bodies is long out of sight. Even so, I cannot stop seeing it in my mind's eye. I long to return to Demir and hold my child. She is the only future Hayama has left. Zahid flings out his arm, bringing Amar and I to a stop.
Hold on, he says. Something's wrong.
I notice it long before he does. There is a shadow by a crumpling ruin, followed by the sound of footsteps crunching on stone. Zahid lets out a shout, pulling out his sword, but a rope loops around his chest. It pulls him off his horse and onto the ground. Zahid! I scream. I leap off Amar. Zahid's gelding takes off, spooked. I try to get the rope off of him, but it's too tight.
Benawa, behind you!
Zahid screams. I turn around to see a man running toward me with his sword raised high. I put my arm up in a feeble attempt to defend myself, but Amar lets out a wild scream and charges toward the man, rearing up on his back legs and lashing out with his hooves. He kicks the man in the side of the head. Our attacker falls down, blood spilling from his temple. Another man is in front of Amar in seconds. My stallion grabs him with his teeth and flings him across the ruins, stopping him underneath his hooves and crunching his bones to fragments. Two fiends are at his back. Amar's hooves lash out violently behind him, hitting one man in the chest. The man falls backward, dead. The other man, however, ducks around Amar's hooves and spins around to face my stallion. Amar rears once more, his teeth bared as his hooves lash forward. Reaching up high, the man leaps into the air with a vicious yell and runs his sword underneath Amar's cheek, across his throat. As if watching from a slow, still dream, Amar topples backwards onto the ground, blood streaming from the gaping wound in his neck.
No!
The scream I give is enraged, from a primal beast deep within. I grab Zahid's sword and charge toward the soldier. With two simple strokes, I lash the man across his gut, spilling his organs upon the sand, and then lop off his head. I throw my sword to the side, sobbing as I crawl to Amar. His legs are kicking viciously, eyes wild and rolling in the back of his head as his blood pours out from his throat. He snorts a few times, jerking back and forth in pain. Tenderly, I take off his bridle and bring his head onto my lap. Shh, shh, I whisper, tears leaking from my eyes.
You're all right. I promise you're all right, Amar. You'll be fine.
Amar stops kicking. He breathes heavily into my lap, snorting as his ears flicker this way and that. There is no closing this wound. He has already made a sea of lifeblood beneath him. Not knowing what else to do, I stroke his face lightly, choking back sobs as I begin to sing. You have carried me over mountains of sand, through storm and sword you have borne me. We have flown on golden wings, with hooves of diamond and eyes like fire. Together you and I, we are the same. Our hearts are as one. I love you as I've loved no other. From this moment I promise you this. You have given me everything and asked for no return. Please do not forget me. You are my brother forever. The one whom I love. Amar quiets. As I continue to sing, he calms, accepting his fate, comforted by my cold hand on his face. Amar takes a few quick breaths, his body rising and falling like the wind over the dunes. His ears stop flickering, and his hooves cease their twitching. I give a little shudder as the wildfire, the heart that caused me to fall in love with him, lies still in my stallion forever. I cast myself over Amar's mane, sobbing into his thick hair, grasping his strong neck. He is too still. He does not move. I want him to wake up, to stir and to get to his feet again, but he does not. He has already gone cold, and he will never bear me again. It is I who have carried him home this time. Chapter 12. Zahid has cast off his rope and is kneeling beside me. It has only been a few seconds since Amar has died, yet I have no time to grieve. Already there is a new problem.
Benawa, they're closing in on us,
Zahid says, fear infecting his voice. I look up. Dozens of men have us surrounded in a large circle. There is no time to run. A man picks up Zahid's sword and points it at us. Others swing ropes, laughing cruelly.
Get the girl.
Zahid and I reach for each other, but we're torn out of each other's arms as ropes bind our hands and feet. A noose is cast around my neck and tightens violently, choking me. I'm yanked off my feet by the force of the noose. I scream in frustration, and the men begin laughing at me.
Look, it's Queen Benawa and His Highness the Raider Prince,
a man shouts, pointing at us and bowing insultingly.
Why don't we show the Queen a royal welcome?
A man chuckles nastily, and the mob cheers. The men begin dragging me behind them by my neck. I grasp at the rope tightly, trying to wrench it free. My wrists are jerked away by the other ropes, so I cannot fight against the precious loss of air. The noose around my neck goes slack just before I begin to see stars.
Ruku always said the bitch would come back, a soldier says, jerking me up by my hair and setting me on my feet. Let's see what's underneath that dress. The man grabs the neck of my gown, tearing it down the back.
I beg you, don't hurt her. Do what you like with me, but let the girl go,
Zahid screams.
Shut your mouth, you bag of fleas!
A man says, punching Zahid across the face. He brings a filthy piece of cloth out of his pocket and ties it around Zahid's mouth, gagging him. You'll get your turn after your wife gets hers.
Get away from me!
I snarl, and I use my elbow to jab the man in the stomach. He bends over for a few seconds in pain before his face rises into a vicious growl, his yellow teeth curled into a snarl. Her Majesty has got some bite. Let's see how she likes it. The man brings back a fist and pummels me directly in the stomach. I scream aloud, knives shattering my insides. The area around my stomach is still highly sensitive from birth. His blow sends fiery agony spiraling into my muscles. I bend over, and I feel blood spilling between my legs. Huh?
You like that, my queen?
The man laughs and slaps me across my cheek. My head jerks backward with the blow.
Tie her to the post!
Someone shouts. 2 men drag me to a long wooden pole, tying my hands behind my back. The men surround me, slapping me across the face, punching me in the stomach, and spitting on me. A man picks up a large, discarded board from one of the broken buildings. He laughs as he begins pummeling me in the side. The others laugh along with him and join in, grabbing various bricks and boards and smashing them into my limbs until I can hear my bones break. I scream loudly, which only makes them laugh more. She's such a pretty girl. I'd wonder what she'd look like with scars all over her face. A man cackles. He pulls out a dirty blade from his pocket, which is coated in dried blood, and begins slicing deep gashes underneath my eyes and through my cheeks. Tears stream from my eyes, getting in the wounds and stinging the open flesh. Through their barbarianism, I wonder how far we have fallen. I do not understand how humanity can be so capable of cruelty. It injures me deeply to make someone upset, to even strike them by accident. When I kill in order to defend myself, I feel regret for each soul I take. How can there be people who gain pleasure from actively causing pain to others, who enjoy destroying another human being? I do what I can to help people who are suffering, even if it is not my fault or my responsibility. I cannot understand why anyone, no matter how much hatred there is inside them, would want to do this. Look at her, a spoiled palace brat who's never had to lift a finger a day in her life, the leader shouts. He leans into me, his sour breath curling over my skin as he drops his voice to a whisper. Many years ago, there was a famine in my land, and the rulers there did not wish to help us. Do you know what I did when I was starving, and there was nothing left for me to eat? I reached into the remains of the fire and ate ashes, dirt, anything to fill my belly and stop the aches of hunger. Despite myself, I feel pity for this man. Even though he is torturing me, I am sad for his suffering. I should not feel sorry for him, yet I do. Do you know what it's like to eat ashes? He says, his hush becoming an angry growl. You're about to find out. The man reaches down to the ground and picks up a pile of ashes, mixed with stones, bits of broken wood, and droplets of my blood. He forces my mouth open and shoves the lot down my throat, his eyes filled with a hatred that is devoid of all compassion. I immediately notice the grittiness of the filth as it sifts upon my tongue, feel the sand trickle over my teeth, and form a clogged cake at the back of my throat. It is a blackened, disgusting taste that I cannot describe,
rocks and twigs cutting into my tongue. Forcefully, I swallow the ashes down, feeling sick.
"A feast fit for a queen,"
the leader shouts, and his men cheer eagerly while my vision becomes hazy. I cannot take much more of this. Sooner or later, my body must surrender. I open my mouth, the ashes tumbling out from between my lips. I whisper something underneath my breath, my head lolling onto my shoulder. It won't be long now before I pass out. The leader of the mob leans in, asking,
"What? What did you say?"
Al-Shams is the greatest. His name shall be praised throughout Sahrahn and all the world, and those who follow his wings shall be shielded from the storms.
I quote words from the Onari and a mantra, a chant, whisper them to myself as a lullaby of comfort. I do not pay attention to my captors shouting insults and jeers. I am in my own world, an illusion of my own creation. The pain has pushed me to a place far away.
"Al-Shams!"
The leader throws back his head and gives another laugh.
"Where is Al-Shams now, girl? Will he save you from our grasp?"
He cuts the rope binding my hands and tosses me to the ground. I spill onto my hands and knees, leaving my back exposed. I try to get up, but I cannot.
"Let's see if we can get her to deny her god," the man says. "Come, girl. Say Al-Shams has abandoned you and this will all be over. We'll make your deaths quick."
The words are upon my lips. I want to admit that Al-Shams is not by my side, because I truly believe it. I want to say that I cast him away, that he does not care for me and that he has left me alone in the world. I want to say I will no longer follow him. Yet no matter how desperately I want to spare myself the pain and end my suffering, I know that I cannot deny Al-Shams. It is not because I don't want to, because in this moment I do. After seeing the bodies of the people I loved and cared about stacked on top of each other as if they were nothing but coals stoked from a fire, I long to cast Al-Shams away and be free of him. I have followed him blindly for years, listened to the words he has spoken to my heart, even though they have brought me here. I no longer want to believe in him. To say that I no longer believe in Al-Shams to save us, though, is like saying Zahid is not kneeling in front of me, tears caressing his face as he sobs in agony at my tortured state. It is like Amar and I never were. It is like saying that I do not exist, that none of us exist, that the men standing in a circle around me have not lost their minds. It has nothing to do with my emotions or beliefs. To say Al-Shams isn't real is simply a lie. And no matter how much I want to, I cannot refuse the truth. I could try all my life to turn away from the great phoenix, to move on and forget. But despite everything, I will never be able to give up on my God. Al-Shams is more real than I will ever be, a greater part of me than even Zahid is. To say this is not so, well, I simply cannot.
Do what you will,
I whisper between bloodied, cracked lips.
I accept Al-Shams' will.
The face of the leader falls into disbelief, and then anger.
"We'll break it out of her. Give me the whip."
There's a cracking through the air, and I cry aloud as lightning lands upon my back, splitting the skin and causing blood to spread out beneath the sting. The whip cracks again, and another lash lands upon me. Another and another, until red threads lace up and down along my spine. The sting of the whip is a vicious viper, who sinks his teeth into me over and over as Zahid screams in the background. When the lashes stop, I reach a shaking hand around to my back. I cry out as my fingers sting the muscle. The skin is gone. I have nothing more than exposed and mottled flesh underneath my hands.
Give up, girl. Curse Al-Shams and die.
A rock hits me in the side of the face. I fall onto the ground as stones hail upon me. My mouth unable to utter even a weakened shout. Through the darkness, there comes a light, a single thought that keeps me alive. I must stay strong. I must get through the pain. Get back to Amira. My daughter needs me. I will not let there be a world where she is motherless. The whip loops around my throat. The leader pulls tightly, and I gasp as the last bit of air leaves my body, cinching around the bruised area where the noose was before. The world slowly becomes dark. I hear the thundering of hooves and the cries of men as horses stampede into the area. Someone grabs me and slings me onto the back of his horse. And then, silence. I feel soft sheets beneath my skin, pillows supporting my head as if I lie upon a cloud. I awaken slowly, coming to as if I've been stirred from a long, comfortable sleep. I am completely rested, each part of my body thrumming with energy. Not 1 inch of me is sore or wounded. I go to scratch a small itch on my back and find it smooth underneath my fingertips. I remember the torture, and my eyes jerk open. My sisters, mother, Shadi, Nouri, and Zahid are all gathered in a circle around my bed, looking at me anxiously. My sisters are crying. Mother is pale white, and Shadi and Nouri are clinging to each other. Zahid leans on the bedpost. He appears as if he's about to faint.
What's going on?
I feel a small weight against my arm. I see that Amira is tucked tightly next to me, a cute smile on her face, giggling as she holds onto her foot. She snuggles into me, laughing wildly. I hug my child closer as she continues to squeal. I put a hand to my face. The cuts that the men made upon my cheeks are no longer there.
Everyone, please leave,
Zahid says in a strained voice.
I need to speak with Benawa. It appears she is all right.
My sisters and mother kiss me on the head, wiping away stray tears. Nouri practically runs out the door as if she's completely terrified. Shadi shakes his head in disbelief as he dissolves back into his lamp, muttering, "It's not possible. It's simply not possible." I sit up, adjusting Amira in my arm. I feel better than ever. All the weakness from my labor is gone, and my body shows no signs of the torture I just endured. Have I been asleep for months, and my body recovered in that time? I'm surprised I even survived. Zahid sits beside me and takes my hand. He then, promptly, bursts into tears.
Zahid, please stop,
I say, brushing his tears away with my free hand.
I'm perfectly all right, see?
You nearly died,
Zahid says in a sharp, violent whisper.
Amira saved you.
Saved me? How?
Just as the soldiers were about to kill you, Utif's men ambushed them. They brought us back here where the court physician said there was nothing he could do for you. You were too near death. Shadi tried to heal you, but he couldn't. You were dying.
Zahid takes a shaky breath.
At the same time, Amira wouldn't stop crying. We tried everything, but she wouldn't cease her wailing. She refused food, refused to be touched. She did not want to be comforted. Nouri had the idea of lying her in your arms. I refused at first, but she insisted that you would want to hold your daughter as you left this world.
He shudders.
I placed Amira in your arms. As I did so, the babe stopped crying. The wounds on your face and back healed, and the bruises faded from your stomach and neck. The color returned to your cheeks and you became whole again, as if nothing ever happened.
I'm healed? I hand a mirror to Zahid and stand. I unfasten my dress and look down. My body is still the one of a woman who has recently had a child, but the marks from my pregnancy are gone, as well as all the scars I've ever received. The injuries the mob gave me are non-existent. I am as clean as Zahid was when he rose from the dead. I refasten my dress, sitting beside my husband.
It is a miracle. I suppose this proves it. Amira is Al-Shams reborn. She has power beyond all imagining.
So she does. We are blessed.
Zahid plays with Amira's fingers, a little listlessly. His eyes are rimmed with red and his face holds a blank, hollowed expression. He is not well.
I'm sorry, Zahid. I should have listened to you. We had no business going back to Hayama,
I say quietly.
I am the reason all this happened. I am a fool.
No. I am the fool,
Zahid says.
I should have forced you to stay away. Instead, I let you lead us there when I knew there was danger. I am a terrible protector.
Do not say that. You know it is not true.
A terrible memory, one that is far worse than the torture, breaks into my mind.
Amar,
I whisper, and 2 tears leak out from my eyes.
He's gone. It's all my fault. He'd still be here if I hadn't.
He died trying to protect you,
Zahid says softly.
You were his only rider, the only one he ever wanted. He was brave until the end.
What happened to him?
A group of Utif's soldiers buried him outside the city, where he belongs. Hayama was his home. He hated being away, and therefore shall always rest in its stead.
Zahid's hair falls carelessly into his barren, tormented eyes. Amira smiles at him, but he does not smile back. His whole body is shaking, and his lip quivers. His hands are unsteady as he cradles Amira.
Here, let me have her.
I take Amira from him, kissing her forehead before I set her in her cradle.
Thank you for saving me,
I whisper to her, and she gives out a happy squeal. I leave my daughter to coo in her cradle as I sit beside Zahid, who does not look at me.
I'm sorry,
I say.
I only wish you didn't have to watch.
Is that what you're concerned about?
Zahid snaps at me.
Me? By Al-Shams Benawa, think of yourself for once.
I am concerned about you.
To hell with me!
Zahid shouts. He leaps off the bed and grabs a side table, flinging it across the room. He reaches for a chair, shattering it across his knee, before he picks up a vase and smashes it on the floor. I watch the scene calmly, my hands in my lap as Zahid continues to destroy everything in reach. When there is nothing left in the room to break, Zahid collapses on the floor, trembling as he hides his head in his hands. Amira has stopped cooing and gone quiet. I get up and kneel beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him.
That should have been me. They should have hurt me,
he insists.
They did not. They chose to start with me and I survived,
I say.
I am well and we are all right. I take full responsibility for what happened. It doesn't matter if it was your fault. No one deserves the cruelty they put you through.
Zahid shouts.
I care so much more for you than I do myself. My suffering has ended.
I take Zahid's hand.
Yours has not.
They beat you, whipped you, and left not a scratch on me. I am not worthy to be your husband.
Enough. Do not say such things. It is over.
I cradle him in my arms, his head nestled against my chest.
I am glad it was me and not you. I am happy you did not have to endure the pain.
I would have taken it for you.
I know, my love, but you have sacrificed yourself for me once before. It was time for me to return the favor.
I stroke his hair.
I know you will not want to speak of these things, but we must tell Utif and all the other sultans what they did to me. We must let them know what Ruku's men are capable of.
There will be those who will not want to speak of it.
Not talking of these things, pretending that they did not exist and that they do not happen to men, women, and children, in order to preserve our own comfort, is a terrible, terrible sin. It may make us uncomfortable, may make us sad to discuss it, but we cannot ignore it.
I rock Zahid soothingly back and forth, trying to calm his trembling. The mental effects of the torture in my mind are far off. Thinking about it does not upset me, as it should. Amira did something to me when she healed me. It was as if she shielded me from remembering the pain I went through, until my task to defeat Ruku is done. I know this will not last forever, that someday I will have to deal with the mental repercussions of the torture. Yet at the current moment, I feel nothing. I feel disconnected from the event, as if it happened to someone else and not me, as if I only saw it from afar. Even though it was I who has been beaten within an inch of my life, it is Zahid who is emotionally destroyed. Watching them torture me as he was bound, helpless to do anything, was too much for him to bear. Zahid is still shaking. I feel a warm liquid on my knee, and I see that his hand is bleeding. He must have cut his palm by accident when he was throwing things. He has always been my rock. Now, it is time I am his. Silently, I get up and dip a cloth in a bowl of warm water at my bedside. I take a bandage from my bag and kneel back down beside him, washing the cut and wrapping it up quickly. He doesn't say anything, just stares at the ground with that same haunted look.
Come.
I help him up and walk him to the bed. I then remove his boots and help him lie down, tucking him in tightly. I ruffle through his bag, looking for something.
I know it must be in here,
I think. Finally, I pull out a battered copy of The Adventures of Abdul Rashad. I saw Zahid reading it before many times when we would go out on raids together. I know it is his favorite book. When I turn back around, all the broken things are gone. Shadi must have heard what went on inside the lamp and cleaned everything up magically. I thank Al-Shams for him. I sit on the bed next to Zahid and open up the book.
I'm going to read to you, all right? It will take our minds off things.
He nods. He is quivering so much the bed shakes. I move closer, and he puts his head upon my arm, listening. I begin to read. Hearing my steady voice, Amira begins cooing again, and the happy voice of our child mixes with the enchanting words of the book. As I begin to tell the story, Zahid's trembling begins to cease, and he calms. After I have finished the first chapter, where Abdul spent his time conversing with several mermaids, I close the book and set it on the side table. I then kiss Zahid's head. Someday this will be far behind us, I promise, I say. But be happy today that I am still alive. It is enough for now.
I am, my love. More than you know.
Zahid's voice is now steady. He has recovered himself. Zahid kisses me tenderly, and I kiss him back. We were lucky again this time, barely escaping the tender grasp of death once more. Now that I have experienced it for myself, I am utterly convinced. There is nothing Ruku's men will not do. If Ruku succeeds, it will be the end for us all, and the end will not come quickly. It will be a long and excruciating death, a misery that has never been seen before on this earth. The torture I was put through will become commonplace, if there is anyone left to torture and enslave. We cannot let Akshalad win. I thought hell was coming with him, but hell is already here. I doubt our armies are enough to stop him. Somehow we need something bigger to put an end to his reign of terror. I need to find Falak, the mother of serpents, and the realm of fire. Otherwise, all of us will burn. A few days later, I expect my body to begin hurting, but it never does. I practice with a sword and find I'm just as apt, nay, even more able to swing a weapon than I ever was before. Amira's healing has given me copious amounts of energy, and I use each bit of it to care for my daughter and prepare for the upcoming war. The word that Ruku will arrive within 3 days with his army causes me to panic. I spend each second I have left with Amira, for I do not know when my time with her will run out. "Where's Zahid?" Shadi asks me, floating about the room on his back, lazily. Preparing for battle has caused the djinn to go into nearly a comatose state. Some people have become frantic as Ruku approaches. Shadi seems to grow quieter each passing hour, becoming sloth and mute. His jokes have fallen to the wayside recently, which is very unlike him. "He's with the soldiers," I tell him. "It's the only thing that can keep him distracted these days." Zahid's more disturbed than anyone else. Since my torture, he has completely lost his head, training relentlessly from dawn to dusk until he comes back to our room looking like a madman, with bloodshot eyes and a grim expression. I know it is his way of dealing with his emotions, but at the same time, I worry he's going mad. I take out Junaid's note. Since he died, we're no closer to discovering what he was trying to tell us. I turn it over and over, the dried blood crumbling slowly like dust from the paper. "Shadi," I say, "can you take this blood off?" Shadi falls down to the floor and looks at the paper.
"Certainly, my dear."
He waves his hand. The blood disappears, although the paper splits in two.
"Oops. Sorry,"
Shadi says, blushing. "No mind." I put the 2 pieces of the paper together and begin to read. Of the Grind. There are men who speculate there are multiple worlds besides our own here in Sahrahn, worlds that reside in places unknown and are unable to be discovered. Some of these worlds are said to be identical to ours, mirror worlds, if you will. Legend goes that when a child in Sahrahn is born, a twin in the mirror world is also born. The lives of each child, along with the adjacent world, are directly affected by the actions of their twin. Each twin is known as a Grind. That is all there is. I flip the paper back over and there are those same words. Nuri is the key. From far away, a memory echoes in my head.
"What of the Grind?"
Ruku asks.
"Each time a baby is born in Sahrahn, another child is born in a parallel world identical to ours. As the child grows, it is affected by the actions of their twin of a different land, and vice versa. I have tales about those, but with the characters being so similar, it often becomes confusing as to who is who.
The reality hits me like a sharp, sudden sandstorm, blowing me backwards in shock. I leap from the bed, running toward the door.
Where are you going?
Shadi cries after me.
To find Nuri. Stay here with Amira.
I leave a bewildered Shadi behind me as I dip through hallways and corridors, trying to find my maidservant. I finally locate her in the kitchens, where she is helping the servants cook dinner.
My queen!
Nuri says in astonishment, as the kitchen doors go flying open in my wake.
I was just about to bring you supper. Never mind that. Nuri, you must come with me,
I say, reaching out to grab her. I snatch her by her wrist and pull, but a small puddle on the floor trips her up. She goes flailing backwards, landing painfully on her back and smacking her head on the stone floor.
Nuri!
I shout, falling to my knees and feeling like a complete idiot. What if she's hurt?
Are you all right?
Nuri shakes her head, blinking groggily. She gazes around the room in confusion before her eyes lock on mine. Understanding floods her face.
I remember. I remember everything.
I help her to her feet. Nuri looks at a servant and barks.
Find the Raider Prince immediately. Bring him to Queen Benawa's room.
The servant glances at me, astounded that he's being ordered around by a maidservant. I nod my head and add,
Do as she says.
The servant scuttles off. Nuri takes me by the hand and begins dragging me up the palace steps, back toward my room.
I'm so sorry, she says. I wish I had remembered before. Everything is ruined now because of me.
We don't know that for certain, I say.
I can't tell you anything, not until you're all here.
Nuri pauses at the door and holds a hand to her head, sighing.
It's still all so scattered.
In what seems like no time at all, Zahid joins us.
What is going on? Have you discovered something?
We have, I say, with a sigh, looking at Nuri.
Nuri will explain.
Zahid crosses the room and sits beside me warily.
Let it be so. What is it?
Nuri glances at Shadi, who is hovering around the room anxiously. She clears her throat and says,
Junaid figured it out long before we did. Through his research, he discovered why Benawa and I look so much alike, why we act so similarly. I am Benawa's Grain, her twin from another world. I am the alternate Queen Benawa, from a Sahrahn that mirrors yours.
How did you not remember this before?
Zahid asks in astonishment.
I am getting to that, Nuri says. In the mirror world, when my husband and I journeyed with the parallel Ruku to find Toshana, it was Zahid who found Shadi's lamp, and not I. After Ruku betrayed us, as he did you, we journeyed back to Hayama. Ruku tried to kill Zahid, and I sacrificed myself so he could live. It is the opposite of what happened here, in your world.
My dreams, I say. I wasn't having nightmares. Those were memories of the past. Your memories.
I was having those dreams as well, Nuri reveals. I was afraid to tell you about them because I was not sure what they meant. I thought I was pretending I was you, which scared me.
Nuri looks out the window.
After Ruku stabbed me, I bled out and died quickly. My Zahid used his last wish to bring me back to life.
Magic cannot truly bring people back from the dead, I say, echoing the words of the Ifrit. Things always go horribly wrong.
Yes, Shadi's magic worked, but the wish went wrong. It erased my memory and sent me spiraling back into the past, into this parallel world.
Nuri drops her head.
I have been away from home for 3 years. My Zahid surely thinks that I am dead. I cannot imagine what the other Ruku has done to my world in my absence.
Your world must be ahead of ours, time-wise,
Zahid says.
It is the only thing that makes sense.
It explains why Nuri looks like me, why Shadi's magic grabbed her when we fled Hayama, and why our personalities and interests are so much alike. We are the same person. We are both Queen Benua, I say.
1 minute,
Shadi says, holding up his hands.
We have unveiled Nuri's mysteries. We still have not discovered anything about the realm of fire, or Falak, or the mother of serpents.
I cannot help you there,
Nuri says, shaking her head.
I know nothing about these things.
Zahid stands.
I do not know what has happened in your world. I do know that if I was without my Benua for 3 years, I would surely go mad. I will use my last wish to get you back to your world, Nuri.
You swear it?
She asks, tears in her eyes.
Yes.
Zahid nods.
You have been a great friend to us. You deserve to go home.
Thank you, Zahid.
Nuri crosses over to him, giving a hug, before turning to me and embracing me just as tightly.
I will miss you, Queen Benua. These past 3 years in your service have been filled with fun and adventure.
If ever I miss you, I will simply look in the mirror, I tell her, holding her close. Go now. Your husband needs you. She steps away, looking at Shadi. The djinn is biting his lip.
Are you sure your magic will work?
She asks. Shadi gulps.
I cannot know for certain. It has to be a wish for the magic to work on this grand of a scale. But we must try.
We must.
Zahid insists.
Shadi, I wish that Nuri, Benua's Grain, would return safely to her own world.
Shadi's face is bent up in concentration. A visible sweat appears on his brow, and he takes a deep breath as he swoops his arms around his head in a grand motion. A soft, sparkling mist appears around Nuri, spiraling around her in a slow circle. The mist becomes heavy, until the entire room is enveloped in fog. Nuri slowly begins fading away.
Thank you, Queen Benua, for all you've done for me.
Nuri gives a smile identical to mine, and then, just like that, she vanishes.
Is that it?
Zahid asks, looking at Shadi. The djinn is bent over, gasping for breath, and holding onto the wall weakly.
Did it work?
I have absolutely no idea,
Shadi snaps.
but I gave it my best try.
I bite my lip. I wish there was a way to know if Nuri is all right, if she made it back to her world or somehow got stuck somewhere else. There is no way to tell, however. We can only hope.
That was the most difficult magic I've ever had to do. I'm thoroughly exhausted. Zahid couldn't ask for something simple. No, he asks me to send someone to another world. I won't be able to do a simple spell for days.
Shadi whines.
Quit complaining,
Zahid says.
You've granted your last wish. You're free.
Shadi freezes, face petrified with disbelief.
I'm free,
he says, breathlessly.
I don't have to go back in that stupid lamp. I can go as I please, do as I please. I can do anything.
Shadi cheers as he floats around the room, somersaulting in midair.
Finally, after hundreds of years, I am free!
Shadi laughs and laughs, but his celebration comes to a dramatic halt When he notices Zahid and I standing quietly at the corner of the room, Shadi rolls his eyes and lets out a dramatic groan.
Of course. Don't worry. I already know what you're going to ask. What's the first thing I do when I earn my freedom? Risk my neck in a war. These humans will be the death of me.
You don't have to stay. You can go, I offer, gesturing to the door. You can get your revenge on the djinn who imprisoned you, or go back to wherever you came from. You don't have to stay and help us. Shadi's face turns absolutely red as he holds his breath. He looks like he's about to explode. Then he lets out a long sigh, staring at us meekly.
I suppose I can wait to leave until we kill the devil himself. How hard can that be, after all?
Through all your mishaps and mistakes, I'm glad to have met you, I say to Shadi. I lean over and give him a small kiss on the cheek. Shadi blushes.
Oh, fine. I suppose I've gone soft. I'm here with you, Queen Benoa, until the end.
Chapter 13. I'm in a room, draped in black, lit by nothing but a single candle, burning brightly against the bleak and all-consuming darkness. Bathrateri is before me. The long hooded cobra sways back and forth, flicking her tongue once, twice. She slithers to my feet, where she opens her mouth and hisses, exposing her long fangs. Unexpectedly, she does not bite. She twirls herself around my ankles, tasting my flesh with her tongue. I bend down and hold my arm out. Bathrateri slithers onto it, coiling around my wrist. Her head turns, and a mirror appears. I walk toward it, holding Bathrateri in front of me. I look into the mirror, and the surface ripples like water as images appear within, and the scene changes. Another angry, sharp hiss resonates throughout the room. I glance to my right and see the cobra twisting and snapping in the bag nearby, spitting its venom. No creature, no matter how beastly, approves of being told what to do. Toshana whispers again in my mind. I know what I have to do, and I absolutely hate it. But this creature and I are one and the same, both trapped under the same man. We need each other to be free. Please protect me, I ask Al-Shams. I pull the bag slowly towards me. I cautiously begin untying the knots until I see the hooded back of the venomous cobra. What are you doing? Qasim asks, slowly approaching me. I don't answer. Bathrateri jumps out at me, and I leap back, barely avoiding her fangs. But then the snake, seeing daylight, slides up onto my extended, shaking arm, coiling gently in circles around my wrist as if she were twirling up a tree, her head twisting around to look at Qasim as I stand. You must be joking, Qasim says, and he laughs out loud. You're using my own snake against me. You think something I raised from an egg would turn on its master? I walk closer to him, as close as I dare, so close that he could cut me in half if he wanted to. Yes, I say, because she doesn't want to be kept prisoner any more than I do. Qasim grins. It's pathetic what people will do when they're desperate. You're a failure, Benoit. Even your father knew that before he died, and you'll die by your biggest mistake. He goes to snatch the snake out of my hands. Before I know what's happening, Qasim wraps his hand around the cobra's neck and yanks. Without a second's hesitation, Bathrateri sinks her teeth into his thumb and fills his veins with her deadly venom.
That was very clever with the snake,
Zahid says.
I would have never thought of using it against Qasim.
I never killed anyone before a few days ago, I say, curling up beside him. I feel filthy. I don't even know how many men I've slaughtered in the past 2 days.
They killed themselves, Zahid says roughly. Qasim's own stupidity and pride brought his downfall. He never should have tried to grab a cobra with his bare hands. You were protecting yourself, Benoit, and you were protecting me. You did what you had to.
My blade connects with muscle. I force my hands to swing through with the blow, cutting through the snake's neck. Hot blood splatters all over my clothing, and there is a thump at my feet. I take the chance of lifting my blindfold and see the basilisk's head lying on the ground, the body cleaved in 2 down the bosom. Zahid is in the middle of the snake. We appeared to have struck at the same time. Arrows litter the basilisk's body. Ruku still has his blindfold on. He is so skilled an archer, he can hit a target blind. I step away from the snake and say, "It's all right, everyone. It's dead." The men lift their blindfolds. Zahid's mouth falls open at the sight.
This monster is huge, he says. Longer than a sailing ship. I've never seen them so large, Ruku says, walking from head to tail. This bodes ill for Sahrahn.
I can't help but agree with him. I've seen a karkadan, a djinn, and a basilisk, 3 creatures from fairy tales, in less than a span of 2 days. Al-Shams only knows that this means for our world. I wipe off my sword and say, "I've never liked snakes."
They obviously like you,
Zahid points out. I give a little shiver. I used Batrateri, Qasim's venomous cobra, to slay the evil warlord. And the basilisk came to me first. Reptiles seem to be attracted to me. I don't enjoy killing them, but I wish they'd stay away.
Something's not right here, Ruku says suspiciously. This creature was far too easy to kill. I've slain many a basilisk, and they usually take days or even weeks to hunt. This one died by Benoit's hand in mere minutes.
It doesn't matter. The snake is dead. That's all there is to it. My head whirls around. I scream shrilly as a python, long and scaly, drops down from the trees and hisses, its tongue tasting my face while its nose skims my cheek. The snake is large, the back end of it twirling around the trunk of a tree, the front end hanging off a branch to dangle in front of me. It is huge, longer than all 3 of the horses lined up, and as big around as a small boulder. I scream even louder, and Amar jumps, spooking to the side. I cling to the saddle, grabbing onto Amar's neck and gripping his mane tightly to stay on. Ruku pulls his sword out from his sheath, reaches out, and cuts off the python's head. It falls to the jungle floor with a thump. I continue screaming, scared out of my mind. "Benoit, calm down. It's dead," Ruku says calmly. I shut my mouth and try to steady myself, shaking. "I hate snakes."
You were fortunate. That python should have sunk its fangs into you long before you saw it,
Ruku offers.
All it did was give you a little kiss.
I shiver at the thought of the python's tongue caressing my skin. The disgusting creature should have kept its kisses to itself. "You already know where the realm of fire lies," the Ifrit says. "You have known for such a long time that it would surprise you. When you find the mother of snakes, only you, Benoit, will be able to walk upon the sacred path and journey to the realm of fire. Anyone else who follows shall die." The mirror flashes once again, showing nothing more than my reflection. Immediately, the candle burns out. I sit upright in bed, sweat pouring from my body, awakened from my dreams as if cold water has been splashed on my face. Zahid is fast asleep beside me, and Amira is nestled silently in her cradle. I am the only one who is awake. I wrap my arms around my knees, setting my head upon them. Junaid had been right all along. He had discovered that Nuri was my Grine. He then thought about my taming of Bathrateri and my easy defeat of the basilisk, and figured it out. Nuri is who we were searching for, but not in the way I had supposed. After all, she is me. I am the mother of serpents. Why hadn't I seen it before? I had come into constant contact with snakes again and again, and not one of them made a move to hurt me. I have never been bitten or attacked, only caressed and kissed by the reptiles I found revolting. I am the person I have been searching for all along. If I am the mother of serpents, that means I have control of all the snakes of the desert. Barak said that I also know where the realm of fire is. I ponder it. When the answer comes to me, it strikes me as obvious. I wonder why I didn't consider it before. The coal path. As the mother of serpents, Nuri and I were the only ones who could walk across it. That path must lead to the realm of fire, where Falak resides. I must go to him immediately and ask for his help. See what I must do to stop Ruku. I get up from the bed, dressing quietly in a plain black peasant dress and wrapping my face in a dark veil so my identity will not be discovered. I glance at Zahid, biting my lip. Should I tell him where I am going?
When you find the mother of serpents, only you, Benua, will be able to walk upon the sacred path and journey to the realm of fire. Anyone else who follows shall die.
Barak's words resonate ominously in my head. If Zahid comes with me, he will not survive the journey. I must go alone. I cannot wake him. I know he will insist on going if I do. With so little time to waste, I scribble him a hasty note, leaving out any details so he will not search for me. My love, I am sorry. Where I am going, you cannot follow. If I do not return by the time Ruku arrives, I beg you to take Amira and run. Do not attempt to stop him. I cannot promise that we will be together again, though I pray that Al-Shams makes it so. I will fight to the death to get back to you. Until Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire. I leave the note on the table next to the bed and kiss his hair tenderly. His chest rises and falls gently as he clutches his pillow, fast asleep. I hate leaving him behind. I've never been on a journey without Zahid before. The one time I traveled across Sahrahn without him to save my home. Toshana accompanied me. I've never gone alone. I walk to Amira's cradle. I find that she has awakened and is smiling at me. She claps her hands together eagerly and holds them out, as if reaching for me. I pick her up, and she fits perfectly into the crook of my arm. I do this for you, little bird, I say. If I do not come back, you must take care of your father. Can you do this for me? Amira squeals and grabs a strand of my hair, tugging it. I embrace her tightly and say, I wish there was more I could give you, but there is not. I may only give you the chance that you may survive this war and have the opportunity to lead Sahrahn into a better world. Amira coos against my shoulder. I set her back in the cradle, stroking her face. Forgive me, I whisper, backing away slowly. I grab my sword and my traveling pack, take one last look, and then leave the room. I search everywhere for Sajjad, in Nuri's old room, in the corridors, but he's not there. I can't find Shadi anywhere either. The djinn must have took the flying carpet and left. To where and for what reason, I'm uncertain. I have no other option. I'll have to take a horse. I scamper down to the stables, hiding from the guards who patrol the hallways with brightly lit torches. I slip from wall to wall on tiptoe until I reach the stables. I find each stall empty. There are no mounts here. All of the horses are on midnight patrol. All but one. Shaitan's eyes glitter ominously in the darkness. He lets out a bold nicker, and his hoof, bang, 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 pounds against the stall wall. He appears to be a demon who wants out of his cage. As I come near the stall, Shaitan pulls back his lip, showing his teeth. I open the door cautiously. Shaitan backs away, dancing on the spot, his hooves pounding a demon's chant. He truly does appear to be a creature of hell. I come to him as an equal, and not a servant, holding my hands upturned at my sides. I approach him slowly, and the stallion comes forward, sniffing my hands. I take a chance and stroke his face gently. He accepts my touch.
Shaitan, your father is dead,
I say, and my voice cracks on the words.
I cannot ride him to where I must go. I beg that you carry me upon your back, as you are my only hope this night.
There is no gesture of affection from the creature, but his one eye turns to look at me as if he understands. I slip out of the stall and look around for gear. All of the saddles are gone. There is one singular bridle still hanging in the stables. I take it and adjust it to fit Shaitan's head, slipping it on the stallion nervously. I lead him into the cold, shimmering night, the wind howling a lonely name. How I miss Amar now. He would carry me on his back to anywhere I asked him. I can now only trust in his son, who has attempted to injure or kill every rider who has ever sat upon his back. He knows the basics. Shaitan has been trained to walk, trot, and canter, but our destination will require great speed. He has never been galloped before, and I fear once he grows tired of me, he will throw me off and abandon me in the middle of the desert. It does not matter. I have to try. I sneak Shaitan out of the city gates while a battalion of guards are marching through. It reminds me of a night a very long time ago when I snuck a stallion out from my father's stables in order to go riding. That was the night everything began. 3 years later, this night is the one that will end it all. I make sure to walk Shaitan until we are far enough away from the city that only the lights are visible in the dark.
Come, Shaitan, I say. We must go. There are many who would like to hurt us out here.
Shakily, I boost myself onto his back. I settle comfortably and find in amazement he makes no attempt to throw me off. I begin at a walk and then go to a trot, working Shaitan up to a canter. He moves so much like his father, almost identically. I force tears back into my eyes.
All right, Shaitan,
I whisper.
We won't get to the cold bath at this rate. Let's see if you trust me.
I kick his sides and let out a sharp cry. Shaitan charges forward. I grasp onto his mane and hold on tightly, my legs molding myself to the stallion. Shaitan is even faster than Amar was. I wait for him to throw me off or abruptly stop and refuse to go further. But his hoofbeats continue in a steady beat, moving up and down in a rhythm that I quickly grow used to. Magic, or perhaps the will of Al-Shams himself, causes Shaitan to aid me in my quest. I glance around for enemies, but see none. I will not run into Ruku's army as he is coming from the opposite direction. Even so, it feels as if I am abandoning the ones that I love, running like a coward to safety, while everyone I care about stands directly in the warpath of Akshalad's cruel destruction.
This is our only chance,
I think to myself, and I whisper to Shaitan to go faster. He quickens his pace, charging into a night that is so dark I can only see his soft ears pointed backwards a small length in front of my face. He rises up and down, and me with him, the only sound being the howling wind and the steady beat of his deep breathing. Each dune we climb seems a dark cloud, Shaitan, commander of the tempest, with thunder in his hooves and lightning in his eyes. He takes each mountain of sand as a challenge, gnashing his teeth and forcing himself upward until we are nearly vertical, and it seems he is leaping into the stars. A storm is brewing on the horizon, but despite the thunder echoing through the sky, Shaitan does not spook or panic. He continues right along with the storm, as if he is master of it and has no time to stand in awe of its wonder. His endurance is impressive. He only stops a few times, giving me no time to get off of his back before he takes off again. When we reach the dry and grassy flatlands just before the jungle, he puts on a burst of speed that feels unearthly and unreal. Shaitan flies upon wings as if gifted by the Malaika, and as I look down, I see that his feet barely touch the ground each time he takes a stride. Our ride is blessed this night. We reach the edge of the jungle. Shaitan comes to a stop, breathing heavily. His sides are wet with froth and sweat. I slide off his back and come to his head, stroking the long white blaze down his face kindly. "Thank you, Shaitan," I say. "I know foregoing your pride was not easy. I pray that Al-Shams rewards you greatly for what you have done for me." Shaitan's glittering black eyes connect with mine. A thought comes to me as I watch his head bob up and down with the effort of his breaths, and I think of Amar. "I am the only one who has ever rode you," I say, "and no one ever should again." I slip the bridle off the stallion, throwing it to the sand. Shaitan stares at me, giving a few ragged huffs. He shakes his head and snaps his teeth. "Go," I say. "You've done your part, Shaitan, son of Amar, demon who rides upon storms and sky. Be free of humans and make the desert your kingdom." Shaitan blows into my face, scattering my hair. He then rears on his back legs, nearly clipping me in the head with his hooves. Spinning around, he tears off into the desert, vanishing with the horizon as the sun rises over the dunes. I have tears in my eyes as I let the last connection I have to my beloved Amar go. I do not know how I am going to get back, but I suppose if I do not survive this trip, it does not matter. Shaitan did what I asked of him. He never belonged to anyone, save for the desert. I bring out my sword and journey into the jungle. It is morning, so it is damp but cool. The wetness sticks to my skin as I begin making the journey. I cut vines and plants out of the way, climbing over fallen trees and obstacles easily. It seems I have all the energy in the world this morning, and the trip is made much easier by the fact I do not have my pregnancy slowing me down. As I journey closer and closer, I feel myself settling inside. I am not on a quest, but rather coming home. The floating cities of djinn appear against the pink and purple sky within a few hours of my entry into the jungle. I see the coal path. The sharp edges of the rocks jut upward, inviting me back to a place where I belong. I sheathe my sword and begin walking along the path, following it past the floating cities and further into the jungle. The vegetation gets heavier and denser as I head inward, although not a vine touches the coal path. The farther I go, the hotter it gets, until I see the jungle in front of me is on fire. Although they burn, the plants are not consumed by the flames. As I continue my walk, the jungle itself turns into nothing more than a land of fire, the flames taking resemblance of trees, ferns, and plants of all kinds. The muddy ground turns into shiny black rock, resembling the coal path, reflecting the shimmering glare of the inferno. As I journey, I come into contact with several animals. There is a wolf hiding in the bushes. several birds who flutter across my path, and a jaguar who growls at me before it jumps into the flaming trees, hiding in the burning leaves. These animals are different, however. All of them burn as the trees do, their bodies composed completely of flame. The realm of fire. I do not feel hot, nor sweltered. I only feel warm and comfortable. I now understand Beric's words. To come here would kill any other man or woman. The heat would burn them alive from the inside out. Not so with me. If I did not have a family to go back to, I would be happy making my life here among the flames. I have always felt that my life has been ashes, and that I have been the fire rising from within. Now, I understand. The fire trees become sparser as I go deeper inward, and the coal path shrinks to enter a large cave, with sides that splinter outward like the edges of knives. I hold my breath and lift my skirts, stepping over the sharp rocks and heading inside. Although there is no light, I can see clearly inside the cave. There are thick orange veins running throughout the rock overhead, and on the sides of the stone cavern. I peer closer and see it is some thick, viscous substance, similar to what I saw in Beric's cave. I've heard this substance runs through the core of the world, far underneath the sand and stone. The lifeblood of the earth. Although the substance appears gooey and hot, it does not fall from the ceiling or walls, only stays put by some sort of magic. I hear a hissing sound. I glance downward and jump back with a yell. Dozens of snakes of all kinds are twirling around my feet. There are cobras, rattlers, and desert serpents, some venomous and some not, slithering on the floor and on top of each other, their tongues waggling and tasting the air as they coat the ground. There is nowhere to step, as they have crowded the path. I go to scream, and then slap a hand over my mouth, biting back my terror as I realize something very important. These are my children, as Amira is my child. I have nothing to fear from them. I am the mother of serpents. I have control over all these reptiles. They have never made a move to harm me before, and they will not now. They only wish to serve me. I must give them the respect they deserve. Hello, children, I say, swallowing my fear. I bend down and hold out my hand. Dozens of snakes kiss my hand with their tongues, while many others slither up my arm. Several wrap around my waist, while others twist around my forearms, legs, and hair. They slither around my body playfully and tenderly, making no move to bite. One of them wiggles his tongue at my side. Stop that! It tickles, I say with a little laugh. The snakes covering the floor move aside as I step through the cavern, continuing onward. Once I was afraid of snakes. I was terrified of them, hated how they slithered about from side to side on their bellies, despised how smooth and cool their scales were to the touch. They were venomous and dangerous, with sharp fangs that hid poison inside. Poison that could blind me or kill me. Now I see they are simply animals like any other, and that their jeweled scales carry a certain beauty which no other creature of Sahrahn has. They cannot help what they are, and why would they want to? They are magnificent and beautiful. Yes, they are different, and they appear frightening. Some of their mannerisms are deadly and have been known to kill. But what the world has taught me is that there are scarier monsters to face. Women, as a rule, are often afraid of snakes. But women, like snakes, are mistreated, abused, distrusted, and kept captive by men. Men fear our power and what we can do. There are only some men who are willing to see us as we are, allies in the battle against darkness, as only some men see snakes as creatures in Al-Sham's kingdom, created for a purpose like any other beast. The snakes get bigger as I head deeper into the cave. Pythons clear the way, squeezing themselves along the wall, while I run into several basilisks who are lying in tight spaces to make room for me. I look them directly in the eyes by accident, but I am shocked to find that I do not freeze nor turn into stone. Unnerved, I walk past the basilisks and into the biggest cavern of all. This cavern is swallowed by blackness. The path is done. I am at its end. The hissing of snakes is the only sound. Then I hear something that sounds like a giant shifting his weight against stone. The entire cave seems to move as the creature does, the sound of scales skimming over stone echoing through the massive cavern. 2 amethyst eyes, glittering like gemstones, peer back at me in the dark.
"Hello, Mother,"
a slithering voice says from within the shadows.
"We've been waiting for you."
Chapter 14. The cave instantly brightens with the illumination of those eyes. Scales, dark purple in color, blaze vibrantly against the shadows. The scales have an intricate pattern of various shades of purple, black, and gray. The scales loop together until they appear to be a complicated tapestry that bends and twists with each movement of the snake, a dance that threatens death. A flat head with 2 long white fangs weaves back and forth as the gigantic snake twists within the cavern. He is so long that the coils of him pile on each other, one on top of the other, taller than the walls of a palace. This snake is larger than the giant fish Bahamut was, bigger than the Iluyunkus and the Myriad. The large snake lifts his head to the top of the cave. A giant hood folds out from his sides. 2 red dots upon the cape-like eyes seeking out the world. The snake flicks his tongue out at me, lowering his head so I am standing directly in front of him. Those jeweled eyes shimmer with danger, and yet kindness. "Falak," I say.
"Mother,"
Falak responds.
"I have awaited your arrival for quite some time."
Falak's raspy voice, like the shake of a rattler, sounds older than the earth itself. His body continues to slither throughout the cave, the coils twisting upon themselves until it looks like the snake's body is nothing more than a giant moving knot. I wonder if his body is tangled, or if Falak knows where each part of himself is, from tip to tail. I take a step forward, extending a hand, and stroke the snake's cheek tenderly. He leans into it slightly, as if he is enjoying the caress. He appears to be a child who has long awaited the return of a loving parent. "Tell me," I say, dropping my hand, "why am I the mother of serpents?"
"There has always been a mother ever since the beginning of time,"
Falak says.
"Al-Shams himself chooses a mother from each generation, and so he has chosen you.
Why me?
You have proven to be the most understanding of those in Sahrahn who are persecuted for nothing other than being what they are."
But who was the first mother? What is the story?
It is not who, but why. When Al-Shams created the world and all the creatures in it, the first woman and the first snake became friends. When the snake convinced man to disobey Al-Shams, the woman begged Al-Shams for a way to save the snake, so therefore it would not die by man's hand.
Falak stands taller, his amethyst eyes flashing in the night.
Al-Shams made it so throughout time there would always be a mother to protect the snakes. In exchange, each serpent in the desert would bend to her will, and the snake in question, who had caused man to disobey Al-Shams, would forever experience a hunger
that would never cease as punishment for what he had done.
You were the snake, I say.
I was, and ever since it is only my fear of Al-Shams that keeps me from swallowing the world. My hunger is great, Mother. No matter how much I eat, I am never satisfied.
Falak slithers forward. He loops around me in a large circle, his hood flaring in and out as his long body closes in.
Tell me, Mother, why have you come?
I take a few steps forward, directly beneath Falak's large fangs. I come seeking your help. The Malaika told me you were our only hope in defeating a man called Ruku.
Ah, yes, Akshalad, devourer of worlds, the one who will bring destruction.
Falak weaves his head back and forth as if in a trance, hissing as he says the words.
I was caught within his claws once, and dropped from a very large height. If not for the care of the last mother, the rock would have killed me. I have hidden beneath ground ever since, away from the wings of the great eagle.
I shudder to think the damage a fall from Falak could cause. Such a weight upon the world would split mountains in half. Then what shall I do? What can I do to stand up against such terror?
There is only one thing you can do. You must fight.
Falak hisses, showing his fangs formidably. How can we fight Ruku? He has thousands of men, and there are many djinn on his side.
Yes, but the mother of serpents has a power all her own.
Falak drops his head, so it is lying on the ground beside me, flickering his jeweled eyes toward the exit of the cavern.
Come, Mother, we go to war.
You want to fight? I ask in shock.
Yes, all of Sahrahn has suffered under Ruku's reign. Akshalad longs to finish me, as he failed before. He will come for me soon if I do not find him first.
Falak's long tongue flickers dangerously.
We snakes agree to help you, but I ask for something in return.
What is that?
Let me consume the bodies of your enemies. I will not touch a single soldier on your side if you permit me to do this. I am so hungry.
No, I say disgusted. I take a step back from Falak's head. You're not eating the dead, even those of my enemies.
Mother, please,
Falak says.
I want to help you, but I beg you to compromise. If you ask for our help, you must give something in return. The bodies of dead men are a small price to pay for winning this war.
I bite my lip, shaking my head. A few years ago I would have turned around and never come back. I would have never considered letting Falak consume the corpses in Ruku's army. His soldiers are not so different than ours. They have families. They have homes they want to return to. Wives and children who hope for their return. At the very least, Ruku's men will want a proper burial to give their families peace. In the past, I would have most surely said no. Things, however, are very different now. I have a child to protect, and what's more, I have to stop Ruku from destroying the world. It goes against my beliefs and morals for Falak to eat the dead. Yet this is war, and my morals must be compromised to preserve the freedom of others. Ruku's men made their choice when they joined him. Now they must pay for it. I climb onto Falak's head, sitting on the place where his neck ends and his body begins. Strangely, there is a small groove there that my body fits into perfectly, so if he has to jerk left or right, I will not fall off. As you will, Falak, I say. I cannot stop you from attempting to sate your hunger.
Falak slithers onto the cave floor. His movement is nothing like the horses I am used to. My body weaves from side to side as his does in long strokes. I can feel his muscles stretching beneath my legs as he maneuvers out of the cave. As we pass through the caverns, other snakes begin to follow our lead. Pythons slither next to Falak's head, while basilisks move from their quiet places to join the battle.
Should the basilisks come? They may do more harm than good, I ask.
Their eyesight is a hunting mechanism, much like venom,
Falak responds.
After they turn men to stone and finish the hunt, they can look at them once more and change them back into humans, so to devour their flesh. The basilisks will only freeze those who are against you, Mother. The men who fight for you will not be harmed, even if they look into their eyes.
How did mankind not discover this before?
There never was a man turned to stone whom the basilisk did not consume or leave to be a statue forever. Never has one had a reason to let their prey go free, until now.
Falak slithers out of the cave and into the burning jungle. As he passes through the flaming trees and onto the hot coal path, other snakes jump and slither onto Falak, until his purple scales are invisible beneath the thousands of small bodies coating his scales.
Falak, why do they come?
I ask, gesturing to the small snakes.
They wish to help their mother in any way they can,
Falak responds.
Some will prove useful and poison the enemy. Others simply long to be by you. If not for the mother, we would not exist. They are devoted to you, Mother, as we all are.
A small snake lies upon my shoulder, kissing my cheek with his tongue. Feeling honored, I stroke his head tenderly as others begin to crawl onto my lap.
They truly adore me, I think, and I could be leading them to their deaths.
When we leave the realm of fire and head back into the normal jungle, Falak slithers over trees as if they are nothing but twigs in his path. They snap easily under his weight, creating a wide path for the other snakes that trail behind us. He reaches the edge of the jungle in what seems like seconds and slides onto the sand of the desert smoothly, where the snake puts on a great burst of speed. Falak is much faster than Shaitan. He crosses over dunes as if they are nothing, simply mounds beneath his belly that are to be ignored. I look behind me and gasp as I see the jungle has already vanished. Falak is so long that I cannot see his tail. His body curves over the edge of the earth, dissolving into the distance with the horizon. Beside him, thousands of snakes of all sizes are following, a virtual army of reptiles. The very desert appears to be an array of color from the variety of the scales flashing in the sunlight, twisting and bending as one until it seems the land itself is moving. It truly is a spectacular sight. I still cannot understand. Why me? Why was I chosen as worthy? I had been nothing. Save for a sheltered palace princess, and then an arrogant queen. Why did Al-Shams choose me to wield this power? I know some of the snakes will die in this fight. However, I plan to protect them as best I can. Demir appears in the distance in the span of a few hours, whereas it took me and Shaitan all night to journey to the jungle. Midday is high upon Demir, and the valley of Ukshul is in clear sight. Falak stops on the top of a large dune, raising his head a great height so I may look out and see what's amiss. My heart catches in my throat as I observe the masses. Ruku was not lying. He has hundreds of thousands of soldiers lining the valley of Ukshul, ready to attack. His djinn fly above the battalions in circles, while his army marches closer and closer to Demir.
On the opposite side of the valley, an equally large army stands off against Ruku's. They're armed with only swords and spears.
Please, Zahid, do not be down there.
I plead within my mind. I pray that he has followed my instructions to take Amira and flee.
Quite a formidable sight. Wise men will turn and flee,
Falak says.
This will be a fight that all of Sahrahn will remember. When they speak of this battle in 1,000 years, no one will believe it ever happened for the great tales that shall arise.
I do not care if our descendants do not believe it true. Only if it is spoken that Queen Benoa and her friends prevailed this night, I reply. Both armies below break into a sprint until the two sides meet and buckle against each other. The soldiers meld together until it is impossible to tell who is fighting for who. I look down and see to my amazement that there are more than just snakes gathered around Falak. Cats, dogs, birds, and small creatures of all kinds form a group within the serpents, but the snakes make no move to harm them. The animals begin to transform into shining men of light, their rays forming a halo around Falak and I.
The Malaika,
I realize.
they've come to fight Ruku's djinn.
Finally, I feel we have a fair fight. I unsheathe my sword, holding it aloft as I point it toward the sky.
Today, we fight for more than freedom. We fight for Al-Shams and for the hope that a new Sahrahn will rise from the ashes of war. Redemption is upon us, if we only have the courage to seize it. My children, charge!
Falak leans backwards. He bares his fangs and lets out a large, sharp hiss before taking off toward the battlefield at an impossible speed. Many of the snakes, even the basilisks, are left trailing behind, but the Malaika keep up with us, running on foot at first, before they sail into the sky with wings like doves, their arms outstretched toward Ruku's djinn. Falak cuts a hole through Ruku's battalion, and I hang on tightly as he swallows 3 men whole. Several soldiers pull back their bows to shoot arrows at Falak's head, but I parry them away easily. One throws a spear, and I catch it in midair, throwing it back to him so it skewers him straight through the chest. Falak leans down and promptly gobbles him up.
Must you do that?
I ask, grimacing.
Mother, you promised.
Falak flicks out his tongue, wrapping it around an entire group of men and curling them into his mouth. The other snakes have joined the fight. The basilisks turn soldiers to stone, while rattlers and cobras poison those who have been distracted by the small, harmless snakes who cannot fight. Pythons wrap themselves upon those unlucky enough to lose their balance, squeezing the life out of them. Ruku's army begins running away from the plague of snakes, screaming as they nearly escape Falak's sharp jaws. Above me, there is a chaos so enchanting that, if I had time, I would stop to witness it. Smoke, fire, and light is tossed into the air as djinn wrestle with angels. The djinn create storms, enchanted weapons, and use elemental magic to kill the Malaika, but the angels dispel them all with a powerful light magic that is stronger than the djinn. Each spell that the djinn cast is parried aside by the Malaika. I have to duck as several floating knives and a whirling sandstorm passes by. The sky seems to be an explosion, and Falak sinks lower to the ground so I am protected from the flying debris the djinn and Malaika cause. One djinn and a Malaika plummet downwards in a swirling tumult, their bodies wrapped together as they fight. The two foes slam into the ground and cause the very earth to shake. All the men nearby are killed from the impact.
No! Don't hurt me! I'm on your side!
A familiar, whiny voice cries.
Shadi?
I ask. Falak's head turns, so I'm faced with my terrified djinn, who is riding Sajjad with his hands over his face, cowering upon the magic carpet. 2 malaika have him surrounded, their hands swelling with dangerous light. Shadi peeks out from between his fingers. He falls on his back when he sees me, rolling upon Sajjad in shock.
Benoit? You're riding?
This is Falak. He's a friend, I say.
I can see that,
Shadi says in a panic.
Benoit, tell them I mean you no harm.
It's true. He is on our side, I tell the malaika. The angels turn to seek other jinn, and Falak moves his head next to the flying carpet. Shadi, where were you last night? I searched for you and Sajjad everywhere.
That's somewhat irrelevant, seeing as how you're riding a giant snake?
Shadi screams. I'm the mother of serpents. Now you'll know, I say. So, where did you go?
But you... How?
Shadi sighs, shaking his head.
Fine. I suppose it's not important right now. But after I sent Nuri back into her world, I didn't have any magic left, so I took Sajjad and went to ask for help from a few friends.
What friends? I ask. But my words are overshadowed by a loud roaring that shakes the clouds. I look upward and see that Barak is flying through the sky. His giant wings flap as hot molten rock drops from his body, crushing those unlucky enough to stand beneath. He opens his hands and begins shooting large balls of fire at Ruku's army. Screams of pain are heard as hundreds are devoured by his harsh flame.
How did you convince him to help us?
I scream.
He decided that he hadn't gotten out in a few centuries or so, and that it was time to get back out there and do some, killing again.
Shadi whimpers.
He wasn't the only one I convinced. Look!
Shadi points downward, where I see that the Merid is picking up men and throwing them across the battlefield in large groups, laughing as she does so. The palace jumps from man to man at her sister's feet, sinking her teeth into their necks and draining them from each drop of blood before moving on to the next victim. Jara runs wild with her long white hair in a braid, one knife between her teeth and another in her hands. She winks at me before she stabs a soldier, disappearing into the throes of battle. I do wish they'd not get so much joy from killing, I say in a disapproving tone. Not all chose to side with Ruku. Some were forced.
Benoit, I truly love your compassion, but I have to say I don't really care about Ruku's soldiers because they're trying to kill me.
Shadi ducks out of the way as several arrows come flying from the ground toward his general direction. Shadi, where's Zahid? I ask. I hold on to Falak as he dodges another large spear thrown his way.
He's fighting inside Demir. Some of the soldiers have climbed over the city gates, he says.
I swear loudly, at which Shadi blinks at me.
Benoit, I didn't know you had such a mouth. War is no time for manners, I scream back. Why didn't he leave when I told him to? Don't ask me.
Shadi ducks as a malaika and a djinn locked heavily in battle go flying past his head.
Your sisters and mother are protecting Amira. If Ruku breaks into the city, she'll be killed.
I will take my last breath long before that happens,
I snarl.
Stay here and help. Make sure no other soldiers enter Demir.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
Shadi cries after me, but Falak has already taken off toward the city. I grip his neck with my legs, taking my sword and slashing it across foe after foe as he slithers along the ground. Falak snaps up each man that I cast down with my sword. I can hear bones crunch as soldiers are crushed within his mouth. Hold on, mother, Falak says as we approach the closed city gate. Falak rams his head into the door, and the thick wood shatters into hundreds of broken fragments. The dozens of men fighting in the square begin to scream in terror as they see Falak bearing down upon them. Many run and hide, while Falak chuckles evilly.
They want to play a game. I love when my prey goes into holes. Makes it all the more fun when they come scampering out.
Falak lunges forward, crushing buildings with the weight of his strike, scattering the men out of their hiding places. He gobbles up soldier after soldier, and, unable to watch, I turn my head away as the carnage continues. Falak, while my friend, is insatiable. It is true what they said of him. If Al-Shams allowed it, the snake would truly swallow the world. Even the soldiers on my side have fled Falak's terror. Only one man is brave enough to stand and stare in disbelief as the giant snake continues his relentless rampage. Zahid has dropped his sword in surprise, and his eyes are round as saucers as he watches me ride Falak throughout the square. His mouth appears to have hit the ground.
Falak, I'm getting down!
I cry. I slip my leg over the side of Falak's neck and slide down his back, landing on my feet in the square. Without me upon his back, Falak moves quicker than ever, appearing in one place and then the next seconds later. I brush off my dress as I walk towards Zahid, completely furious.
I told you to take Amira and run! Don't you ever listen?
I snap, carelessly battering a soldier aside with my sword arm as he tries to kill me. Falak snaps him up. Zahid turns white as the great snake rushes past me, brushing the back of my dress. I don't even blink an eye.
You're the mother of serpents,
Zahid says in a breathless, choked voice.
Nuri, the coal bath. Why didn't we see it before?
Do you understand why I had to leave you behind? I journeyed through the realm of fire, and you would have surely died if you had come with me.
I let out an angry huff.
Why didn't you leave, Demir? I told you not to fight.
I could not leave. I thought you had turned yourself over to Ruku,
Zahid says.
It wouldn't be beyond what you would do in an attempt to keep everyone safe.
Even if that is what I did, my instructions were clear,
I say.
Regardless, you have entered battle riding a giant snake,
Zahid says. He shakes his head, his long black hair falling into his eyes as he laughs.
No matter how much I discover about you, you never fail to surprise me. The mother of serpents, you are full of wonders, Benoit.
Yes, well, let us discuss this later,
I say. I'm still cross at him for not leaving, but there's no use fighting about it now. I bend down and hand him his sword, shoving it into his hand roughly.
Come, we have a battle to win. There is no use in standing around.
Zahid gapes at me as I walk away. I hear him mutter distinctively under his breath.
I'm married to... Damn, what a woman.
I apologize, Mother. I got carried away,
Falak says, gesturing to the gate that we broke when we entered. Ruku's soldiers now have a clear opening to file into Demir.
Falak, help us,
I say.
We will chase the rest of the soldiers out of the city.
You can kill all of my men, Benoit. It is Akshalad who will be victorious this night.
I stiffen at that familiar voice. Ruku. He stands upon the steps of Utif's palace, his mouth upturned in an arrogant smirk. His hands are clasped in front of him, while his two swords are sheathed. He gives a little laugh as Zahid and I draw our weapons.
Isn't this adorable?
He says, his smirk growing even larger.
The thief and his whore working together to stop me.
It's over, Ruku,
I say.
I am the mother of serpents. The Malaika fight with me. Even with your djinn, you do not stand a chance. Surrender now, and death will be quick for you.
What will you do? Order your husband to gut me? Will you have your pet snake tear me limb from limb?
Ruku laughs even harder.
Akshalad so enjoyed dropping Falak from the sky. He will have no trouble doing it again. Farther this time so he will not survive. I'll kill you myself.
I snarl, and I lunge toward him. So quickly that I do not see it. He unsheathes both of his swords and parries away the blow instantly. Ruku brings his swords up simultaneously, nearly slicing my throat. I dodge the tip of the blades and strike forward, toward Ruku's stomach. He spins out of the way and elbows me in the face, stunning me. I shake myself out of my stupor and begin to fight even faster, with movements that make my limbs appear a blur. Falak lunges forward, but Ruku rolls out of the way at the last minute, so Falak's long fangs sink into the ground. The snake is stuck there, unable to do anything but squirm as he tries to pull his fangs out of the earth. Zahid joins the fight, yelling aloud as he swings his sword directly at Ruku's neck. Ruku dodges, swinging his weapons in a mocking fashion. Zahid and I both take an arm and do our best to cut him down, but no matter what we do, Ruku seems to know every step we take. He predicts every movement we can imagine and each plan of attack. His strength is not human. It is the strength of a god.
You're a madman!
I scream, trying to distract him so Zahid can get a good hit in.
I saw what you did to Hayama. I saw the bodies.
Did you like it? It was rather creative.
Ruku grins.
The stories they will tell of the horrors of Hayama will live on for centuries.
Is that all you care about? Gaining fame through your stupid stories? Life is not a book.
I motion with my eyes for Zahid to strike, but Ruku catches me, battering Zahid's sword away.
You are both fools. The world is my story.
Ruku growls.
I am more powerful than any human alive, stronger than my father ever dreamed of being. Who's laughing now, father?
You never wanted to be like him. You told me once that you would rather die than be like Qasim.
I say, swinging my sword fiercely. Ruku blocks my sword and punches me across the face, sending me sprawling.
I am nothing like my father. I am so much more than he ever was. Not a soul will remember him after today. I will strike his name from all of history.
Ruku laughs madly. He stabs his sword towards Zahid, and my husband loses his balance as he topples over to avoid the blow. I crawl to my husband, taking his head in my lap.
Are you all right?
I'm fine,
Zahid says, but it's obvious we're both defeated. While we're recovering, Ruku sheathes his weapons and says,
I have enjoyed our little fight. It is quite pleasant to catch up with old, dear friends, but it is not you who I came for.
Ruku begins running up the palace steps as fast as he can, toward Amira.
We can't let him get to her!
I yell. Falak finally pulls his head from the ground, spitting out large chunks of dirt and stone.
I will help you kill him, mother,
Falak says, hissing loudly.
That boy needs to be taught a permanent lesson.
No, Falak, stay here and guard the door and make sure no other soldiers get inside the mir. Zahid and I will go.
I order. Falak reluctantly turns to the door to obey my command. I run fast as I can toward the palace, with Zahid at my side. My heart is beating out of my chest. I do not tire, nor feel any exhaustion. The only thing I feel within me is panic for my child. I must get to her before Ruku discovers where she is. I must. The palace is empty and dark, not a soul inside. I spin in circles and say,
Where is she? Where did you hide everyone?
Almost everyone who couldn't fight fled from the mir, into the mountains,"
Zahid says.
"Your sisters insisted that it was safer for Amira here, so I put them in charge of watching her."
"Ruku will kill them all. They have no way to defend themselves,"
I cry. "He's right ahead, my love. We'll get him."
When we reach our room, I'm stunned to see my sisters clustered in a circle against the door, sobbing lightly. Their clothes are blood-stained. Mother turns to look at me. When she does, she falls upon the wall, screaming and weeping aloud, ripping her hair out of her head in grief. I instantly lose all sense of calm.
"What has happened? Show me Amira! Show her to me!"
I scream.
"Amira's in there with him,"
Jabira sobs.
"He chased us out."
"Stand aside,"
Zahid says, and he throws his weight up against the door. It does not budge. He continues to ram himself against the barricade in a mad frenzy, trying to break through to save our daughter.
"Where is all this blood coming from if he did not hurt Amira?"
I ask. My sisters begin crying even more. Estilla moves to the side. I clutch at my breast as a cry of utter agony rises from my throat. Dua lies upon the floor, eyes and mouth open wide, bleeding from a large hole in her chest.
"Dua would not leave without the baby, so he ripped the child from her arms and killed her,"
Estilla whimpers.
"We tried attacking him all at once, but he proved too strong for us. We do not know how to fight Benoit."
I fall to my knees. The only sound in the hallway is my sister's weeping, and Zahid continually trying to pound down the door.
"Dua,"
I whisper.
"I am so sorry."
Dua and I had just repaired our relationship, and now she's gone. She gave her life up in order to save Amira, even after she once wished the child dead. She knew the curse was broken and there was a way for her to have a child again, yet she gave her life for my baby. If Ruku kills her, then my sister's sacrifice will be for nothing. There is a strange movement on the top of my head. I reach up and pull a thin brown snake from my hair. My sisters scream and jump backwards, but I peer at it for a moment, tilting my head.
"Take Dua's body and hide,"
I tell my family.
"I don't want the rest of you getting hurt." "We will not leave you,"
Patina protests.
"You will because you have to. Zahid and I will kill him. Go, now."
My sisters scuttle away, taking Dua's body with them. I walk to the door, kneeling at the crack.
"Find us a way in,"
I whisper. The snake slithers from my hand and underneath the door. A few seconds later, we hear a tiny click as the lock opens. Zahid and I raise our swords as we charge into our bedroom. It is then my scream shatters the desert at the terrible sight before me. Chapter 15. Ruku has Amira. He is holding her in one arm while his free hand holds a long, thin knife. Ruku raises the blade high, waiting to bring it crashing down onto Amira's chest. It is all over. I am over. Without Amira, there is nothing left. I scream louder, reaching for my daughter, but I'm too far away to save her.
"My child, my firstborn child. Al-Shams, please don't let this be true. May I see death long before my daughter does."
Zahid jumps forward, but it is too late. Ruku brings the knife swinging downward. I collapse on the floor, feeling the world rip and tear apart beneath me. There is no sunlight, no hope. There is nothing but death and despair. I long to die. I will do anything so long as I can save Amira. Then, something miraculous happens. Amira giggles softly. Ruku's blade halts in midair, the tip nearly touching her chest.
She smiles at Ruku and begins kicking happily, grabbing onto her foot and squealing. She does not glow with the power of the sun as the Malaika do, or display any all-consuming power of Al-Shams. Amira shimmers with a light that is truly her own, invisible to see, yet plain as day. Her glory glimmers brightly throughout, consuming everyone and everything. Ruku slowly lowers the weapon. He turns. I see that tears are streaming down his face. His mouth is open in amazement as the knife goes clattering to the floor. With a shaking voice, Ruku says, "Your daughter is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Something is different about this child. I cannot." He falls to his knees, cradling Amira close to his breast as if she is a treasure he has waited his whole life for. He smiles at the baby tenderly. I catch a glimpse of the old storyteller who was my friend, the boy who loved adventures and who thought the world was round. "You are a wonder," he whispers to Amira. "There will be tales about you for years to come. Bards will sing of your glory long after I am gone. The stories they will write of Princess Amira will be magnificent." Slowly, his eyes begin turning red. A pit forms deep within my stomach. Ruku's whole form starts shaking wildly. He clutches Amira tighter, digging his fingers into her skin. Amira begins to cry, loudly from the pain. Ruku puts the babe gently on the floor, whispering, "No, you will not command me. Not this time." As if fighting his own body, Ruku reaches for the blade, grasping the weapon slowly. I gasp, thinking he is going to attack Amira again. But Ruku's eyes catch mine, and I can see. They are plagued with guilt. "Benoit, I am sorry for all of it." Ruku plunges the blade into his own heart. The warrior gasps before his head rolls onto his shoulder. He slumps to the floor, the blade protruding from his chest. Zahid darts forward, snatching up Amira and holding her close.
"She's all right,"
Zahid says.
"Barely a scratch on her."
I say nothing. I crawl on my hands and knees to Ruku's side, avoiding the blood. I brush the bangs away from his eyes and stare at him. On the inside, I mostly feel relief, but I find myself repulsed at the fact that I am actually sad Ruku is gone. I wonder how after all this time, after all the terrible things he has done, I can still grieve for him. He killed Zahid and tried to take me as his own by force. He destroyed Hayama and killed Dua. The thought of being upset over his death makes me sick. Yet here I am, holding back tears for the worst man Sahrahn has ever known. "I wish you would have become a bard, like you wanted. You would have made a wonderful storyteller," I whisper. I close his eyes and look back to Zahid, who sits beside me. He hands me Amira, and I begin rocking back and forth with her in my arms. Her crying ceases, and she quickly falls asleep. My beautiful child. She lives.
"We are safe, my love,"
Zahid says, wrapping his arm around my shoulder and holding me close.
"Ruku is gone. The war is over."
I shake my head, clutching Amira to my chest. "No, Zahid. The battle has merely begun." Black smoke furls out of Ruku's mouth. Zahid and I leap to our feet, backing away from Ruku's body and gazing upward. The smoke drifts off the open balcony and into the air, where it blocks out the setting sun, creating darkness all around us. The smoke begins to form into a solid creature, a giant eagle with talons that could carry elephants and a beak meant to devour cities, large wings covered in black feathers that shimmer like obsidian glass. There are those same soul-crushing red eyes, more frightening than anything I have ever known. The rock has returned. With a menacing laugh, Akshalad flies directly toward the valley of Ukshul, where both armies are still fighting. He means to kill everyone. This war was only an attempt to get to Al-Shams. He knew he would lose, but that will not stop the carnage. His side, our side, it doesn't matter. By his talons, they will all die. There is nothing we can do. What can we do? We cannot battle gods. I look down at Amira and see that she is smiling. Such innocence, such peace. These things are impossible for us adults to achieve, who have seen evil and experienced it firsthand. Let my daughter sleep in ignorance. She does not need to know Akshalad has come.
I will send my champion to fight for me, to save Sahrahn.
Toshana echoes in my head. I watch Akshalad sail through the dark and battered sky, and in that moment, all becomes clear.
Are you ready now, Benua?
A soft voice asks in my head. I swallow.
Yes, Toshana, I'm ready.
What did you say?
Zahid asks, his head jerking to the side. I do not answer him. Slowly, I hand the child off to my husband. I'm about to call for Falak before I see that his head is already poking over the balcony.
Benua, what are you doing?
Zahid asks slowly.
Take Amira and go,
I say. I pick up my sword, dragging the blade along the floor and rising to my full height.
It is time I ended this.
You're not suggesting that we fight this monster, are you?
He asks incredulously.
You're not, but I am.
Benua, we must run! You cannot fight Akshalad! No one can defeat a god! This is madness!
Zahid screams wildly.
Zahid, I beg you, save our child!
I run toward the balcony before Zahid can drag me back. I fling myself over it, and Falak raises his head up to catch me. I fall effortlessly on the snake's back, with my sword raised. Falak lunges forward, and I hold onto his hood tightly as we give chase to the giant eagle.
Are you ready to face Akshalad?
I ask him, looking down.
I am more than ready. I am eager,
Falak says enthusiastically.
For too long, Akshalad has terrorized Sahrahn. It is time to bring peace with fang and sword.
I am more nervous than I have ever been in my life,
I confess to him.
In fact, I have never been more frightened.
Despite your fear, you ride toward danger regardless. That is courage,
Falak replies.
Bravery is not swinging swords when you know you will win. It is not who is the most powerful ruler, who has the strongest army, or who has the advantage. Courage is facing certain death and refusing to run.
If someone told me 3 years ago that I would be a skilled warrior riding on the back of a giant snake in order to save Sahrahn, I would have thought them mad.
I laugh lightly.
So many things have changed in such a short time.
That alone proves your strength, Mother. You are nothing more than a princess, then. Now you are a champion who will battle the rock himself.
Falak pauses.
I am more than ready to follow you to my death if Akshalad causes it this night.
There will be no more death,
I say sharply, my heart breaking at the thought of Dua.
The only one who will perish tonight will be Akshalat.
It is easy to find the rock. He has journeyed out of the city and into the valley of Okshul, where he has landed directly on a large group of soldiers. Akshalat bends his head and begins devouring soldiers on both sides, swallowing them whole, the span of his wings knocking men backwards and sending them flying across the valley. His talons, longer than a city square and sharper than daggers, slice through men, cutting them in half. He laughs maniacally as blood seeps down his cold, dark beak, his red eyes burning in victory.
I have won.
Akshalad!
I scream, raising my sword high, the last rays of twilight glinting off my blade.
Leave them alone!
Falak lets out a loud hiss, displaying his fangs threateningly. Akshalad looks up, the limbs of men hanging from his beak. He opens his mouth and cackles lowly in his throat.
Queen Benawa, how foolhardy of you to try and stop me!
There is that terrible, awful voice again. Akshalad's voice is the sound of thousands screaming, millions being tortured, men and women crying out for salvation. Al-Shams is not here this time to guard me and to protect me against the wrath of the devil. I steady myself upon Falak, and Akshalad says,
And look, you've brought me an offering.
Akshalad's eyes hungrily observe Falak as he sways back and forth. Falak spits out what appears to be hot, simmering venom at Akshalad's feet, but the rock does not flinch.
You will not hurt Falak. Your time tormenting Sahrahn is over, Akshalad,
I say.
Al-Shams has sent his champion.
You?
Akshalad laughs even harder.
Al-Shams could do no better than to send a weak, tiny woman?
You know you will lose today. Stand down,
I say, and Akshalad's eyes narrow. He crouches down as if to fly, his neck poised to attack. He begins to circle. Falak follows his lead, flaring his hood at the rock as they perform an intricate, slow dance of death.
I am all-powerful. There is nothing that can stop me now,
Akshalat says.
The will of Al-Shams will bring you to your knees. He will repair the damage you have done to the world today,
I vow. The rock gives a wild, high-pitched cry, hurting my ears with the strength of the sound.
Silly girl, you go about the problems of the world screaming his name without any consideration that you are only putting a bandage on an unfixable problem. The world is broken. Al-Shams cannot save it, nor does he want to. He would not permit this to happen today if he could or would stop it. Where is your God now?
My belief in Al-Shams is not a bandage. It is a mortal wound, and I shall bleed to death of it long before I succumb to you,
I respond.
There is one thing that defines you, Queen Benawa, and that is your unshakable faith. Even when Al-Shams has abandoned you at death's door, you still cling to the belief that he will raise you above your crippled state, that he will somehow offer you redemption from ashes.
Akshalad steps forward, and the rock below his feet cracks and crumbles.
Your religion is a foolhardy one. Al-Shams has no power here. He has left you, turned his face away from your people again and again. You would do well to turn away as well and serve me.
If I may die today, so be it,
I say.
It will be with the name of Al-Shams upon my lips. Finish this, Akshalad.
The rock lunges forward. My legs cling to Falak as he lunges out of the way, my head narrowly missing Akshalad's beak. I swing my sword at the rock's neck, but the cut I make under his massive feathers barely appears a scratch on the great eagle. Falak spits his venom toward Akshalad's eyes, but the eagle avoids the poison and raises his talons to grasp at Falak. Falak slithers underneath him, tripping the bird up with his long body. Akshalad falls to the ground, batting away Falak's attempt to kill him with one wing. With my weapon virtually useless, I cling to Falak as he coils inward on himself, springing forward with his jaws open wide toward Akshalad. Akshalad dips out of the way and embeds his beak into Falak, right behind the spot where I am sitting. Falak screams aloud, his cries bringing tears to my eyes. Blood spurts from the spot where Akshalad bites him, coating me in gore. I can hear muscle and sinew break as Akshalad's beak sinks down upon Falak, looking to crush the bones underneath. I spin in my seat and climb up Akshalad's beak, sword in hand. My heart thuds with the quickness it has never known when it stares into Akshalad's terrifying red eye, larger than I am many times over. With a huge bout of courage, I pull back my sword and plunge it into the orb of the rock, embedding the blade deeply into the socket. When I hear Akshalad's cry, I immediately pull my blade out and jump down onto Falak's head. Akshalad has let go of the snake, and the eye where I struck him bleeds immensely, down the side of his face and onto his dark feathers.
"Wretch!"
he roars.
"You shall pay for that!"
"Mother," Falak whispers weakly, "he has wounded me gravely." "Stay strong, Falak. I'm here," I say gently, stroking his head. Falak weaves clumsily away from Akshalad's blows, as if drunk, slowly outmaneuvering the beast. Encumbered with his one blind eye, Akshalad struggles to properly aim, though each of his blows comes dangerously close to me. Akshalad strikes out with one of his large wings, smacking Falak across the face. I go careening off the snake, flying through the air. I figure I'm about to break all my bones against the ground until something catches me, protecting me against the blow of the earth.
"Sajad!"
I say triumphantly.
"You're here!"
The flying carpet does a loop in the air with me upon his back, celebrating his catch. I look down and see that Shadi is there, more terrified than I've ever seen him, but using his magic to throw large boulders at Akshalad's face. The rock screams in fury, trying to shield himself with his wings as boulder after boulder plummets his beak.
"Shadi!"
I cry from above.
"What are you doing here?"
I finally got some of my magic back,
Shadi cries out triumphantly.
and look who I brought with me.
My mouth drops open as I see Barak careening toward Akshalad from the sky, his arms outstretched. The fiery Ifrit crashes into the rock. The aftershock from their collision sends everyone who is standing nearby flying into their backs. I hold tightly onto Sajad as he goes spinning through the air, feeling ridiculously dizzy as the carpet finally comes to a stop mid-flight. The Ifrit wraps his flaming wings around Akshalad, and the great eagle gives a high-pitched caw to the wind as his black feathers catch a flame. Now that I have a few spare seconds to take my attention off Akshalad, I look to Falak. He is lying upon the ground, bleeding profusely from the wounds behind his neck.
"Sajad, take me down,"
I instruct him, and he does so. I jump off the flying carpet to run to the snake's side.
"Forgive me, Mother," he whispers. "I did not fight as I had hoped." "You fought wonderfully. Our friends are here. They will help us win,"
I tell him quickly.
"Rest, my child. You've done enough."
Falak's eyes close slowly. I regretfully turn to leave him, noticing my sword is several lengths away, lying on the ground from when I was thrown from Falak. It lies directly under the rock's stamping feet. I am defenseless without my sword. Sidestepping the bodies littering the ground, I hurtle myself toward my weapon, narrowly avoiding Akshalad's large talons, leaping out of the way when giant fireballs from Beric come slamming into the ground. I twirl and dance beneath Akshalad's feet, and am nearly squashed under the weight of the great eagle. When I finally grab my sword, I look up in horror and see that one of Akshalad's giant sharp talons are above me. A pair of strong arms wrap tightly around my waist, tackling me out of the way. Both of us go rolling to the ground as Akshalad's talon comes down, snipping off a lock of my hair. Any further, and I would have been crushed, or cut in two from the sharpness of Akshalad's talons.
I would prefer not to see my wife get trampled today, thank you.
I turn my head to see that Zahid is lying there, his bangs falling into his eyes as a cocky grin coats his face. My mouth drops open in shock.
Zahid, what are you doing here? And where is Amira?
Amira's with your mother. I've told you. Where you go, I go.
Zahid looks up, and his face instantly pales.
Now, if you would like to see your daughter again, I suggest we move. Now.
Zahid yanks me to my feet and puts an arm around my shoulders, pulling me out of the way as Akshalad's foot stomps far too close. We dart in between the thunderous footsteps like flame over wood, clinging tightly to one another while running as fast as we can. When we're finally far enough away to be safe, we dare to look up. Beric is still wrestling with Akshalad, his huge hands grasping the eagle as they battle back and forth. Most of Akshalad's feathers are on fire, and the rock bites viciously at Beric's face as boulders from Shadi continue to slam into the back of his head. A thin wisp of dark magic appears from the other side of the battlefield. The palace has her arms raised, her lips curled into a thin snarl as her black magic wraps a thin noose around Akshalad's neck. She twists her fingers, and the noose tightens, choking the rock as her father continues to yank on the eagle's head. A rope of white magic levitates besides the black and wraps around Akshalad's wings, binding them to his sides. Jara is at her sister's side, face strained with concentration as she focuses on keeping the rock's wings immobile. The ground shakes as the Marid barrels toward Akshalad. She grasps his large foot, shouting loudly as she tries to tear it away from his side. Beric grabs the sides of Akshalad's face to break his neck. For a moment, it appears the djinn have him. Then Akshalad gives a colossal roar. His wings open wide, snapping the magic of Jara and the palace in two. Akshalad turns, and his tail feathers smack against the Marid's side. She is thrown several feet into the air, the ground trembling as she falls into the ground. Zahid and I cling to each other, holding on tightly as her fall causes a small earthquake. There is a loud crack like lightning, and the Marid begins sobbing. Two of her limbs hang at odd angles. It appears her arm and leg have been broken. She waves her hand to heal them, but the wounds do not fix. She cries harder. The palace and Jara rush to her, collapsing at their sister's side. Shadi drops the boulders he is levitating and runs to help, but a flaming rock off of Beric hurtles from the sky, smashing into his head. The rock puts a large gash into Shadi's forehead, felling my djinn and leaving him out cold.
Shadi!
I cry. I go to help him, but Zahid holds me back. My husband points upward, at the terrifying sight before us. Akshalad has hold of Beric. His giant beak clasps his head, and his one leg wraps 4 long talons around his waist. With one singular movement, he pulls. The wretched sound of torn molten flesh singes the air as Beric is ripped into 3 pieces. His legs fall to the ground, while his torso and wings are suspended by Akshalad's talons, head hanging from the rock's mouth. Sorely injured from the Ifrit's burns, but not defeated, Akshalad drops Beric's head, and it falls to the ground. The Ifrit's body dissolves into ashes seconds later, carried away by the whisper of the wind. Akshalad laughs and laughs. The screaming of the 3 sisters is even louder than Akshalad's torturous roaring. The palace has her hands stretched across her face as she wails in horror, while Jara reaches up, to try and touch her father's ashes, scattered on the breeze. Tears trickle delicately down her face and into her long white hair. She appears shattered as glass, scattered like sands of grain across a wide dune.
You must challenge him! Avenge your father!
I cry out to them. The djinn do not hear me. They are too encumbered by the loss of Barak. Jara looks to me, then shakes her head. They will not fight. They are too afraid. Akshalad is too powerful for them. I look at my husband, quivering in fear. Zahid and I are the only ones left. Not even the Ifrit can stand up to Akshalad's power. What hope did two mortals, a young girl and a prince of thieves, have against him? Falak stirs behind Akshalad. He raises his head wearily, searching for me. Akshalad turns on him and says,
"Finally, your time for suffering is long past due."
Falak, I whimper. Almost by instinct, I reach for Zahid's hand. Our eyes connect, and he grasps my hand tightly. Without word or sound, we invisibly and immediately understand each other. It is a connection that only comes with two people who are truly, undeniably in love. After all these years, I can finally comprehend the truth. Zahid and I were always concerned about who was saving who, but neither one of us were ever the hero. This was never about me or him. The whole story was about us. We shall do this together, as we have done everything together from the beginning. Zahid glances at Akshalad, and without either of us speaking, I know what he is thinking and what we must do. I fleetingly long for Amira, feel my heart break as I realize I will never hold her again. Shadi, my mother, and my sisters will have to raise her. I hope one day she forgives us for leaving her orphaned, for the last thing I want to do is to leave her behind. But for the good of Sahrahn and all the world, it is what we must do. Zahid's eyes, full of stars like they always are, catch mine once again. I nod, indicating I am ready. Akshalad wraps his large talons around Falak's body. Slowly, he flaps his wings and begins pulling the large snake into the sky. Zahid and I launch ourselves onto Falak's middle, clinging tightly to his scales as Akshalad begins his ascent. Zahid and I start climbing Falak's body as Akshalad scales the skies, his wings beating aside clouds and smoke, body blocking out the sun as it sets over the horizon. The vicious beast doesn't notice the two of us maneuvering around his talons, heading upwards toward Falak's head. When we finally reach it, Zahid pulls out his sword, and I grab mine. I dare to look down, and instantly regret it. We are much further up than I anticipated. The city of Demir is a dot upon the earth, the valley of Ukshul a small square of sand and grass. Not even Falak's tail touches the ground. We will not survive the drop. It does not matter. What we do for our people. We do for Sahrahn. We do, above all, for Amira. Zahid glances at me, and I lean closely to Falak's head.
Falak, are you there?
I whisper. Falak's eyes barely open.
I am here, mother. My strength is failing. I will soon die. We shall die with you, my child, I say. Before you go, will you do one last thing for me? Anything, mother.
I whisper instructions quickly to Falak. I then intertwine my fingers with Zahid, looking at him longingly. The setting sun has created a beautiful orange halo behind his head. He smiles at me, no fear within him, even though we are facing our deaths. My brave Raider Prince, he looks as handsome as he ever did. I think back to the first time I ever saw his face. The years I've spent with him have been the best of my life. Despite our tragic end, I wouldn't change a thing. I lean in to give him one last kiss.
Until Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire, my love.
That, and forevermore.
Zahid kisses me tenderly, with more passion and fire than he ever has before. We shall journey into the afterlife together. Closing my eyes, I utter one last singular prayer.
Go, Falak. We are ready.
We crouch downward as Falak gives a sharp hiss, sweeping his neck around to plunge both of his fangs into Akshalat, filling the monster with venom. Zahid and I fall onto the rock's chest, our bodies buried within the dark feathers. Akshalat screams aloud, letting out an eagle's sharp cry. Falak's body dissolves into ashes. Raising our swords simultaneously, Zahid and I move as one and plunge our blades into Akshalat's heart. There is nothing after this. I do not hear the tortured cries of the devil as he turns into ashes beneath me. Only hear Zahid whisper in my ear, "I love you." I do not feel myself careening through the air, only feel Zahid's strong arms clutch me to his body as we fall from the clouds to our deaths below. I do not realize that this is the end, nor do I realize that this is a beginning. There never was a start to Zahid and I. We simply, always, were. Love does not end. It cannot be broken in death or in life. There is something between Zahid and I that is beyond such breakable things. Our connection, our love, is sacred and precious beyond all compare, and I will die defending it. In this moment, there is nothing but the two of us. Nothing else matters, or could matter more. It is time to say goodbye. I cling to my husband and silently accept Al-Sham's will. Afterword. A woman stands on a balcony overlooking a vast, wealthy kingdom. She wears a noble gown of gold, her black hair rippling down her back to end at her waist. There is a voice that calls behind her. She turns with a beautiful smile, her eyes shimmering in joy and sparkling with light. Her stomach is round, the promise of a child growing within. A handsome man holds out his arms, and she runs into them. The man and the woman embrace tightly, as if there is nothing that can separate them. Not terrifying monsters or evil men, not space or time or even other worlds. The man and the woman kiss, the woman twirling her hands into the young man's hair. They pull away, and the glorious kingdom shines behind the young queen as a promise of peace. I awaken as if from a long drawn-out sleep. My body drifts upon a cloud, and light shines into my eyes and encompasses the world around me. I lift a hand to shield my face from the light, and my eyes adjust slowly to see that I'm back in my room. I look down and notice that I'm wearing one of my finest dresses, royal purple in color, with beads decorating the top and a velvet skirt pooling around my feet. Zahid sits beside me in a wooden chair. He cradles Amira tightly to him, absolutely beaming at me.
Hello, my love.
What has happened?
I say groggily, shaking my head.
I'll tell you what happened. We survived.
What?
I jolt upwards, gazing around the room. Shadi is grinning on the other side of my bed, while Sajjad hops up and down on his corners happily. Jara and the palace hover in a corner, while the Merid pokes her head through the balcony, standing outside. For a reason I cannot comprehend, Zahid and I are alive.
How did we survive all of that?
I ask.
We fell from a very far height.
We saw you falling from the sky. My sisters and I used our magic to slow your descent, and Sajad caught you in the nick of time.
Jara says. Yes, I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help, but I was a little distracted at the moment. Shadi points to a large bandage that loops around his head from where the rock struck him.
Oh, Shadi,
I say gleefully, wrapping my arms around his neck and clutching him tightly.
You old fool.
There's no need to insult me. After all, in a roundabout way, my magic did save your life, he says defensively, though a blush rises in his cheeks.
And so it did.
I let him go and turn to my husband.
Amira, let me see her.
Zahid hands my daughter to me. I take her in my arms and begin rocking her softly, stroking her head. She's as beautiful as ever. She laughs again, and I laugh with her. Akshalad and Ruku are gone. I have all the time in the world to get to know her. This was Al-Sham's will, for the world to be safe from the rock, and for all in Sahrahn to be able to live freely, away from his monstrous rule. A new day, a new era, has come.
I'm sorry, Benoit.
Zahid's smile falls away.
You were asleep for much longer than I was. It's been a few days. Your family buried Dua during that time. I apologize that you were not able to attend the funeral.
Dua. A lump rises in my throat. I bite my lip and look down at Amira, who is cooing at me. She saved Amira. She wouldn't have wanted me to grieve. I say quietly. Most likely, she would have slapped me upside the head and told me to get on with it. I laugh sadly and kiss Amira's head. She will live on in your daughter, and will be watching over her always. Shadi says, there is no greater gift that we give ourselves for the ones we love. He glances at the three sisters. The palace looks angry. Jara simply has her hands clasped. We are sorry about your father, even though he was quite the angry djinn, Shadi says carefully.
He wanted to be with our mother again,
Jara says.
A part of him longed for death, so he could be by her side. I am only glad he went out fighting. It is what he would have wanted, to die in battle.
The Marid's arm is in a sling. She seems to be balancing on a gigantic crutch, taller than several buildings.
Are you still injured?
I ask her.
These wounds will not heal by magic, so it appears,
the Marid says.
They will in time, however. I will bear them with honor, as a reminder of the sacrifice my father made for me, and a reminder of the bravery of Queen Benoit, who saved us all. There's been a meeting called for all the rulers in Sahrahn,
Zahid adds.
The sultans want to see you.
Of course they do, I say. Don't they always, after these things?
We should inform them you are ready to talk,
Zahid says, rising from his chair. I get off the bed to follow his lead, and although I am tired, I feel all right. Miraculously, I am not hurt from the fight with Akshalad. Al-Shams has delivered me from the talons of death.
Wait.
Jara steps forward, placing a hand on Zahid's shoulder.
Before we go, I must inform you of something.
What is it? I ask. Jara glances at the palace. For once, the djinn appears guilty. She holds her arm meekly, and the vampiric djinn says,
After I drained you of your blood, the child inside you was dying. I knew what she was, but I did not care. So great was my thirst.
Yes, but Shadi saved me and Amira by giving me some of Zahid's blood, I say,
It does not matter now.
It does.
The palace bites her lip, and her 2 small fangs pierce the skin beneath.
The child was without blood for a very long time. When Shadi gave some of Zahid's blood to you, his magic went wrong, and caused Amira to be born early. It caused an impairment, not of the body, but of the mind.
Shadi makes a choking noise. He clenches at his heart, tears brimming in his eyes. He falls to his knees and says,
"No, this cannot be. I did my best. I was sure the magic worked. I would have sensed something was wrong."
"And yet you did not,"
Jara says.
"I knew there was something wrong with the child when I first encountered it, growing within Benoit's belly."
Jara pauses, her face worried as she glimpses at Zahid and I.
"The child will struggle to learn. She will find multiple things difficult that many children come to easily and naturally. It is an intellectual deformity of sorts, a mental impairment that will slow her development. She will not be like other children. Amira will always be different. I am very sorry."
On the floor, Shadi sobs into his hands. I blink at Jara, while Zahid looks down at Amira. He hands her off to me gently, and then walks over to Shadi.
"Come on, get up,"
Zahid says, dragging Shadi to his feet.
"Get a hold of yourself."
"A child,"
Shadi weeps.
"I've cursed a child."
"You've done nothing of the sort,"
Zahid says roughly, grabbing onto Shadi's shoulders.
Al-Shams chose to reincarnate into Amira, no matter what struggle she may have. He knew she would be this way, yet he became her. You have saved our lives, Shadi, countless times. That my daughter is disabled makes her no less special, to the world or to me. I forgive you for this, and I know that Amira always will forgive you in time.
He embraces Shadi tightly. Shadi's arms fall at his sides in shock. And then, slowly, he hugs Zahid back. After all this time, he and the djinn finally understand each other. I cuddle Amira. Her dark eyes blink back at me with the utmost cheer. Are they any different now that I know she is handicapped? No, they are the same. My family and culture would not find it cruel if Zahid and I abandoned this child in the desert to die, or buried her alive in a small grave. They would even expect it, for in their eyes, there is no use for a mentally impaired child. I kiss her forehead and tickle her nose, loving the way she laughs as she reaches for my fingers. I do not care that Amira is different, I say. She was the same child before I knew she was disabled, and she is the same after. Nevertheless, she will always be my daughter.
I do not care either,
Zahid says. He lets go of Shadi and crosses over to me, wrapping an arm around my shoulder.
I will be her father and protect her, regardless.
You have always been different, Queen Benoit,
Jara says.
It is this oddness about you that has changed the world.
Where will you go now that Ruku is gone? I ask her.
The palace will return to the pyramids and the Merid back into the desert,
she says, gesturing to both of them.
As for me, I will go with them until it is time for us to part ways. I have been too long separated from my sisters. It is time we became close again.
I nod. The Merid tilts her head to me and says,
I shall always remember your name and your rule long after the men of this age are gone and their bones have ground to dust. You have done something noble that no other has been able to, until now. You are truly a queen worthy of the name.
Thank you, I say. I hope you heal quickly.
Do not be bothered by it. These ailments are an honor.
The Merid glares at the palace. The vampiric djinn shifts, giving me a disgruntled glare.
It was fun,
The palace says, eyeing me up and down.
but I would not do it again. The blood of so many men was not worth the risk to my own neck.
I appreciate your help all the same, I say. Go in peace. Jara, the Merid, and the palace all dissolve in a wisp of black and white smoke, their forms slowly hovering upon the air until they disappear completely. After they are gone, I turn to Shadi. There are tears in my eyes again. Well, I suppose this is goodbye. I start.
Goodbye?
Shadi says with a shocked face.
Whatever do you mean?
You've done all you can for us. You've accompanied us on our adventures and have helped us in every way you can. Akshalad is gone. I shrug. There is no point in you sticking around anymore.
No point? Are you saying that since your lives are no longer in danger, I'm useless to you?
The djinn puffs his chest out angrily. I would never say that. We only want you to be happy, I say. Shadi's eyes flicker back and forth between Zahid and me. The angry gust in his chest breezes out as he gives the long sigh that is so typical of him, slapping a hand dramatically over his face.
Oh, damn. You're going to make me stay, aren't you?
Of course not. You can go,
Zahid says, gesturing to the balcony.
Well, of course I can't.
Shadi bursts.
You two need me. You're practically helpless without my magic.
Funny, we fared pretty well without you before. Better, even.
Zahid says with a lopsided grin.
Oh, you humans live such short lives anyway,
Shadi says, waving his hand.
I'll stick around for 50 years or so, and then I'll check back in occasionally to see how Amira and her descendants are faring. I don't see much difference waiting a couple of decades for the two of you to die off. It won't take very long.
What a pleasant thought,
Zahid says dryly. It will be nice to have you around, Shadi, I say with a laugh. I am glad to have such a wonderful friend. Shadi hovers to me, extending his arms out for Amira. I give him to her. He begins fiddling with her hair, making strange goo-goo noises.
Oh, I couldn't leave this little darling anyway. She's simply too cute. Amira! Uncle Shadi is here.
Amira squeals and grabs a fistful of Shadi's beard, pulling back sharply. Shadi lets out a howl and screams.
Ow! Little child, that hurts.
Will you watch her, please, while we talk to the other sultans?
Zahid asks, already halfway out the door.
Watch her? But how? But what do I do?
Shadi yelps. I'm sure you'll think of something, Uncle Shadi. I giggle as I follow in Zahid's wake, suppressing laughter as I hear Shadi continue to scream as Amira yanks at his beard. The hallways are surprisingly quiet and devoid of life. Where is everyone? I ask Zahid.
They're in the valley, caring for the injured and dead, he states. The victory was not without great cost. We lost many Ashanians yesterday.
What happened to Ruku's soldiers?
It appears all of them have headed home. Rulers will rise from their ranks, though I doubt they will attempt to fight us again. They suffered worse casualties than we did.
What of the djinn?
Scattered after Akshalad fell. To where, no one is certain. It is supposed the Malaika chased them off. They vanished as soon as the battle was over.
And the snakes?
I was hoping you would know that, Mother.
Zahid turns to me, grinning deviously.
You never fail to completely sweep me off my feet, Benoit. Whenever I believe I have you completely figured out, you continue to astound and amaze.
The only one who is more confused about who I am than you is myself, I say. I feel so lost. I believed I had known who I was before all of this. Now, I am not so sure.
You have always been faithful to your own heart,
Zahid says, taking my hand.
I am not sure that we ever truly understand ourselves. Even though you do not know, or cannot know, you stay true to yourself besides. We do not have to be sure of ourselves to come into our destiny.
He squeezes my hand.
I am very sorry about Falak. I know you had only just met him, but it was obvious to me that you two shared a bond.
It was a bond that the mother has with her children. I will miss Falak, but he is with the first mother now, where he belongs. I look at the floor. I suppose all the other snakes return to where they once came. They will come again, if we have need of them. They will respond to the call of the mother.
I am glad. It is a power that may come in use again.
Zahid says.
You must tell me of your journey into the realm of fire. I find that my curiosity is unbound about it.
Later, perhaps. My smile settles into a grim, thin line as we come to the door of Utif's council room. First, we must deal with other matters. The grand doors open. Zahid and I let go of each other's hands reluctantly as we step into the room. All conversation halts immediately. The dozens of sultans gathered in the room stare at me, some in wonder, others in fear. I cross to the middle of the room, hands clasped, and stare at each of them in turn. Utif raises his hand, gesturing to me.
Queen Benoit, the savior of Sahrahn.
Several sultans begin to bow. Sultans Tawab, Imtiaz, Masood, Wahid, and Khalaf kneel to the floor, knees touching the tile as they bend their heads toward me. Others, such as Abbas, Salam, and Firas, stay standing.
Why are you prostrating yourselves before this woman?
Salam snarls.
Do you have no honor? No respect?
Oh, Salam, I say with a slight laugh. Do you still refuse to respect me because I am a woman? Not even Al-Shams is able to shake your stubborn foundation?
I saw what you did. All of us witnessed the destruction of Akshalad at you and your husband's blades, and I saw you ride Falak, the snake who would devour the world, into battle.
Salam sneers. Then why do you still protest to me? I ask, palms upturned. Why do you struggle and fight? Why do you still not accept that I have been blessed and called upon to save the world? I feel a hand on my shoulder. I turn and see that Sultan Utif is at my side.
Some hearts may not be changed, not even by the will of Al-Shams,
he says to me quietly.
I suppose you would make this woman queen of Sahrahn,
Salam says, throwing his hands at me and looking like he desires nothing more than to spit at my feet.
It is her right,
Imtiaz argues, rising to his full height.
She has saved all of our skins. She should sit upon the throne of Sahrahn. She has earned the honor of becoming supreme ruler over us all.
She is not worthy,
Abbas says in that ridiculous high-pitched voice of his, flailing his arms wildly.
A woman who is the mother of snakes, who has defeated Akshalad, and who has given birth to the Phoenix god is not worthy of becoming supreme ruler?
Tawab shouts. It seems the silent sultan has finally found his voice.
Who, then, is worthy of taking the throne? female child. Firas hisses. The babe is no more Al-Shams than I am.
Enough!
Utif says, silencing them all with a loud, booming voice that echoes around the room.
It has already been decided. Benuwa shall be queen of Sahrahn, and all of us will be under her rule. We will be subject to her and will run our sultanates as she sees fit.
There is rapturous applause and cheering throughout the council room, combined with the angry protests and threats of men who do not agree. I glance into Zahid's eyes. His face seems calm, but he is not smiling. Calmly, I step away from Utif, turning my back to the group. No. The cheering dissolves, and the furious screams die. Utif takes a step forward and says,
What did you say?
Who are you? Who are all of you? To decide for me what is best?
I ask, turning back to them.
Even now, you men desire to choose my path.
You cannot possibly refuse the throne,
Tawab says in shock.
It is a great honor to become supreme ruler over all the sultans. Only someone who is truly mad would deny such an opportunity.
You could do so much good for the land of Sahrahn,
Utif says calmly.
Install your laws in all the lands. Make it so men and women are equal throughout the world, and that no countries will oppose giving justice and liberty to everyone, rich or poor. Your rule could eradicate poverty and war. You could lead Sahrahn into a new future. To object to the throne, why, that would be a sin against Al-Shams himself.
If I were to become supreme ruler and attempt to enforce my laws, there would be chaos throughout the land. Sahrahn would spiral into a vicious holy war that would spare not a soul, while men fight and die for the belief that they are right and that their enemy is wrong. I sigh, and I am tired of war.
You cannot run from evil because it refuses to leave your doorstep,
Utif argues.
You must go out and meet it with a sword.
There are many countries now who will follow my lead and comply with the new laws, installing rights for women and the poor in their lands.
I look to Utif, to Imtiaz, and the others, gazing each of them in the eyes in turn.
Yet there are some who will not. Casimir, though without a ruler, will oppose the laws to the last breath. And there will be other cities that will be divided as well, if I make a stand.
I sneak a glance at Salam and Abbas.
War and death will not change things. Only through time, kindness, and knowledge can we hope that all of Sahrahn will become a place of harmony and peace. I will not enforce my morals through the sword or spear. There has been too much bloodshed, and too many of our people have been lost. I will not stampede into another war just as one has ended.
That is the only way to change things for the better in Sahrahn,
Utif argues.
Such an opportunity will not come again. You must see that this is a chance to make all people equal. If war is the only way to make that happen, we must go to it eagerly.
Perhaps in time, I say, but it is not now. What kind of ruler would I be if I went throughout the world and put to the sword whoever did not agree or comply with my laws and my rule? Why, I would be no better than Ruku.
Forgive me, but it would seem you are a coward,
Imtiaz says as he grits his teeth, his hands balling into fists.
It would appear so, yet I say that I am not. I hold no grudge against you that you feel this way, Imtiaz.
I say calmly.
I beg you that we agree to disagree.
You are her husband. Will you permit her to do this?
Tawab says, his robe swirling about his feet as he turns on his toes to shake his fists at Zahid. The Raider Prince shrugs as he leans against a pillar with his arms crossed, one foot propped up against the wall.
What can I do? My wife is as wild as a sandstorm, as free as the wind that ripples across the stallion's mane. I can suggest what she may do, plead, beg, and offer my advice, but her choice is her choice. Where she goes, I may only hope to follow.
It is settled, Salam says, and I hate to acknowledge that there is a thin strand of glee running throughout his voice. Let it be known she refused to become supreme ruler, and that we must vote for another.
There will be no other supreme ruler,
Utif says sharply.
We shall return to our kingdoms and rule them as we will, as we have done for centuries before.
There are several sultanates without rulers who have been left devastated by Ruku's rampage throughout the land. Where shall they go? Thousands of people are left homeless, refugees from Akshalad's fury, Salam cries.
If I may, I suggest that we take the refugees,
Zahid says, popping in quickly.
We shall take the displaced and the homeless who have no other place to go, and will bring them to Ashana.
You wish to raise up an army against all of us and overpower our cities?
Tawab cries dramatically, pointing at Zahid.
What is the point of that? They could have had Sahrahn and they denied it. Queen Benawa has refused the throne.
Utif mumbles.
For Al-Sham's sake, Tawab, use your head. Fine, Zahid. Let the ones who will go with you.
If I may make a suggestion, let the cities who have no ruler vote for who will lead them, I say, cutting into the conversation delicately. I believe that the time for monarchs and kings is over. The people should decide who will lead them, not powerful lords gathered in an elaborate room.
Pardon me, but you do not have the authority to suggest what we may do,
Khalaf says nastily.
You sacrificed that opportunity.
Very well. I curtsy to him, ignoring how he does not acknowledge the gesture before looking to Utif. If I may, I ask that we now make our departure. It is time we returned home. Utif seems sad, but he gives me a little bow and a light smile.
As you wish, my lady. Let it be known that you always have friends in Demir.
If you ever have need of us, we will be in Ashana, where we belong. I say the last words firmly as I nod to him, grasping Zahid's arm as we take our leave. There is nothing more we can do here. They would argue with me every day of my life on the throne of Sahrahn if I was to take it. Some things cannot be helped.
There you are, surprising me yet again,
Zahid says as we walk to our room, his expression curious.
I was certain you would take the offer. It is an honor not previously installed on anyone, man or woman, in Sahrahn. None of the sultans in the history of our world have ever agreed to come together under one head.
I would accept the throne, if it were only you and I say. But we have a daughter to think about. Amira will turn Sahrahn on its head, and will bring about a revolution like nothing any of us have seen before. We must keep her out of harm's way, and prevent anyone from attempting to hurt her before that time. Being the heir of the supreme ruler of Sahrahn would only make her a target. We must protect Amira before we do anything else. It is better that no one believes that she is the reincarnation of Al-Shams. No one will come after her. She will prove them wrong in time.
Do not speak of this to anyone. Only me. If they hear your reasoning, people will say you are sacrificing the needs of thousands of people to keep your daughter safe. They will consider it selfish.
Zahid says. Do you think me selfish?
Not at all.
Zahid shakes his head.
I admit I would have done the same thing in order to protect Amira.
It is not only for her. Amira will be the one to set Sahrahn free. People look to me to be the beacon, but I have only come to pave the path, I state.
We cannot go to war now, not so soon after Akshalad has ravaged our land and divided us so sharply against one another. Brother will turn against brother, sister against sister. By the time it is done, there will be nothing left, and Sahrahn will have destroyed itself. Then my laws will be useless, because we will go back in time to a primitive world that cares not for the misfortunes of the oppressed, only the survival of our race. I want to save the women and the less fortunate of Sahrahn, but I cannot do it alone. I cannot rule as a dictator and force everyone to do as I say. All of us must come together if we are to save the world, and the world is not ready to be saved. I believe Amira will be the one to change that.
Yes, as Al-Shams, I believe she will have that ability.
I do not want her to know who she is, not so soon, I say quickly. It is too heavy a burden for a child to bear. Amira will come into herself and will realize who she is as she grows.
Her fate is too much to expect from anyone. I do not long to tell her.
Zahid confesses. Nor do I.
I come to my door and halt, surveying the scene in my bedroom with a tender feeling in my heart.
But it is something she will understand in time. For now, let her have the innocence of a babe.
Shadi has fallen asleep, his mouth open as he dangles an arm and a foot off the bed, snoring obnoxiously. Amira lies on his belly, giggling as his loud snores cause her to rise up and down with the shudders of his deep breaths. I pick Amira off his stomach, cuddling her to me, while Zahid kicks Shadi's leg sharply.
"Arise, you useless djinn!"
he shouts. Shadi jumps awake with a sleepy start, looking around through half-lidded eyes. "What's going on?" he mumbles.
"You fell asleep when we asked you to watch our child!"
Zahid shouts. "Is she all right?" Shadi cries, instantly starting awake and panicking when he doesn't see Amira.
"Oh, by Al-Shams! Where did she go?"
Be still. Amira is here,
I say, bouncing her up and down cheerfully.
She was lying on your stomach.
Oh. In that case, I am going back into my lamp. Shadi hides a large yawn behind his hand.
I'm taking a nice
long nap. Saving the world is tiring business.
"By Al-Shams,"
Zahid says, slapping his forehead.
"All you've done since we've met you is whine about how you've wanted to get out of that damn lamp."
What can I say? I suppose in all these years I've made it my home. I swear, if anyone wakes me up in the next decade, I'm turning them into an ass. Shadi dissolves into smoke, furling back into the small, silly golden lamp that is lying on the floor, sunlight reflecting off its surface.
"He doesn't know what he wants,"
Zahid says, shaking his head.
"I suppose in the next 1,000 years, he still won't have figured it out."
There is a soft meow near the balcony. I turn my head. A 3-legged cat sits at the foot of Amira's cradle, while a small red bird perches on top of his head.
Hello, my friends,
I say kindly. The red bird tweets a little tune, fluttering out the window, while the black cat Jalal races through the door and out of sight.
"They will always watch over her, won't they?"
Zahid asks, coming to my side and wrapping a hand around my waist.
They will, I say. It comforts me to know there are others who will protect her, even if we cannot.
We will not be able to protect her from everything.
I know.
I look down upon my daughter.
Though all the fire in Sahrahn will not stop me from trying.
Amira smiles at me, and something comes slowly to my mind.
I saw Nuri,
I say abruptly.
In a dream I had. I cannot say for certain that it was real, but I feel it was. Hayama survived in her world.
Something we did in this Sahrahn affected hers and changed the fate of her kingdom. I believe she defeated Ruku and Akshalat as well. She and her Zahid are able to live and rule in peace.
Zahid plays with a strand of my hair.
I am happy our friend is back home. I cannot imagine what the other me was thinking and feeling in all those years she had been gone.
I believe he was looking for her, and that he never gave up searching. I say, I know it is what you would have done for me if I had vanished.
Zahid nestles his face in my hair, whispering gently.
Do not worry, my queen. I will build you a palace in Ashana that will rival the grandest in Sahrahn to make up for what you lost in Hayama. We still have the silk factories and the trade route in Ashana. In time, we will begin to turn a profit again, and will use that money to make Ashana into a formidable sultanate. Our city will be larger and more elaborate than anything ever seen before.
Our old tower is enough for now. A palace will come in time, I tell him. I do not long for riches or mountains of gold, nor a palace made of marble and stone, only for a place to rest my head, a home to spend the years of my life with you.
I touch my forehead to Zahid's.
So much has changed in these past years, I say. I could have never imagined my story would have taken such a turn when Qasim came calling for many years ago.
Nor could I. Love does some unpredictable things,
Zahid says.
The whole of Sahrahn has come into a new dawn.
All because a princess fell in love with a prince of thieves.
I kiss him lightly, savoring the touch of my lips against his. He is such a prize, a gem beyond all compare. I do not need palaces or titles, jewels or armies. I have Zahid. Wherever he is, I am. He is my kingdom. He is my home. Amira giggles in my arms. I shift her to my hands, raising the child up so her back meets the sun. The world has changed for my story, but it will change even more so at my daughter's. Raising her will be the most important work I will ever do, for it will be her who will take up the banner for justice and freedom, who will accomplish tasks I never could. Our family will be called sinful for what we will fight for. Amira's heart will challenge both the world and the spirits of men in her quest to bring Sahrahn to justice. I know these things the Onari does not say, that they are not promised. Some people would say that what I speak and believe are lies. Yet I know they are true, because I have seen them and because they are written upon my heart. I kiss my daughter's forehead. Things will never be fully right with the world, yet for now, they are perfectly all right with me. Zahid and I are together, safe and alive. Amira is well, and we can finally go home. Al-Shams has triumphed. And so have I.
A Short History of Queen Benua by Shadi al-Sirrajul, Professor of History at Ashana University. Many regard the existence of Queen Benua as a myth throughout Sahrahn. The idea of an ancient, majestic queen advocating for the rights of the disadvantaged is romantic, but implausible. Since the oppression of women during her time was so substantial that the thought of her even being allowed to come into power is doubtful. Nevertheless, there is substantial historical evidence to back up the claim that she existed, alongside evidence that her husband, the Raider Prince, also lived in Sahrahn during the early ages. Although her being more than a fictional character is debated heavily among scholars to this day, historians have managed to piece together a rather fragmented timeline of Benua's life, Tales of her battling monsters and dueling with Akshalad upon a giant snake make for great stories. They are often disregarded as legend among most scholars. What we do know about Queen Benawa was that she spearheaded many laws that benefited the underprivileged and the unfortunate and brought democracy to several cities who had previously been leaderless. She continued to build upon the city of Ashana with her husband until it became the richest nation in the world, until the discovery of other continents sometime at the end of her life. Even so, Ashana was regarded as the crown jewel of the desert in her time, and continues to have a major influence today as Sahrahn's largest and most populated city. By far, Queen Benawa's most important accomplishment was the birth of her daughter. Queen Amira was a historical figure whose existence has been proven from the discovery of her tomb late in the last century. Amira crafted Ashana into a beacon for justice. Despite the clear mental impairments her records show she had, with the help of the city of Demir and several other allies, Queen Amira forged a path that eventually led to equal rights for all men and women throughout Sahrahn. Her efforts to bring peace and equality to Sahrahn caused tension between the various sultanates, which eventually culminated in the War of the Ancients. Amira emerged victorious. After her triumph at the Battle of Kifa, she disbanded the various monarchies of Sahrahn and had democracy set up in their place. More on Amira's life can be found in my book, Sahrahn, Magic and Mystery. Although Amira's heritage is unknown, many historians have hypothesized her parents to be Sultan Zahid and Queen Benawa of Ashana. Some regard this as fairy tale due to the fact that Zahid and Benawa's graves have not been located, despite extensive efforts to unearth them. Others suppose that both monarchs opted to be buried in a secret location where they may lay at peace with no one to disturb them. After all, the stories relate both rulers being humble, kind people who opted out of fame and fortune in order to fade quietly into the pages of Sahrahn's past. Whosoever they were, the epic tale of a princess and her prince of thieves has captivated the minds and hearts of millions for centuries. Even today, some still insist that Queen Benawa will someday return, at a time when Sahrahn needs her once again.
Benawa and Zahid start a brand new adventure 2,000 years later in Prince of Fire, The Kingdom Saga, Book 4. The End. This has been Redemption from Ashes, The Kingdom Saga, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Nadia Marshall. Copyright 2015 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2024 by Megan Linsky.